After an unexpected pregnancy, the mysterious Tycoon became irresistible. After accidentally traveling through time, Tang Ning found that she had not only become a fat person, but also slept with a man for no apparent reason. At first, the man said with disgust, "Give birth to the child, and you can set any conditions." Later, Tang Ning pushed away the sticky man with a look of disgust. "Didn't you say you wanted to vomit when you saw me? Get away." The man stuck to her again. "Who said that? I now think it's better for women to be fatter. Not only can they keep the bed warm, but they also feel better." Chapter 1, Time Travel. Ur. The sharp pain coursing through her body forced Tang Ning to let out a weak whimper. The heavens were truly cruel. She wasn't even fully dead yet, and now they sent some wild beast to tear her apart from the inside. She wanted to cry out for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a wave of scorching, intense breath enveloped her like a suffocating net. So this was death. It wasn't terrifying at all, more like an intoxicating, erotic dream, a strange cycle of death and rebirth. Bang! 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 Violent knocking erupted from the door, followed by furious shouting. "Tang Ning, you fat pig, get your ass out here. I know you're in there, stop playing dead. If you don't come out, don't blame me for what happens next. Someone, break down the door." The angry roars, accompanied by heavy kicks against the door, finally startled the two people on the bed awake. A wave of soreness spread through Tang Ning's limbs. She opened her eyes again only to meet a pair of phoenix-shaped eyes as cold and sharp as a blade, deep and unreadable. Having lived a life scraping by through blood and storms, she instantly knew what that look meant. Instincts honed by survival screamed at her to strike first, but when she tried to lift her right leg, she froze in disbelief. That thick, chunky elephant leg, was that hers? No way. Wasn't she supposed to have fallen off a cliff and been smashed to pieces? How did she end up in bed with a man? Before she could recover from the shock, a rough hand suddenly seized her throat. "Let go." She choked. The man's calloused hand clamped down like an iron vice. As oxygen fled her brain and her vision blurred, an overwhelming flood of memories that didn't belong to her invaded her mind. This wasn't her body. She had transmigrated into the body of a girl with the exact same name as her, a wealthy heiress who was obese, timid, insecure, and hypersensitive. This Tang Ning had fallen in love at first sight with the handsome seventh young master of the Liu family at a banquet. However, plagued by low self-esteem due to a childhood engagement, she never dared to act on her feelings. Yet, right before her birthday, she miraculously received an invitation from Liu's seventh young master himself, asking her to meet at a hotel. Although she found it unbelievable, her best friend encouraged her, saying maybe the young master had noticed her after all. Nervous but hopeful, she drank heavily under the guise of liquid courage before heading to their hotel. But after she opened the door to their hotel room, what happened was beyond her worst imagination. Yet, the man before her, wasn't the seventh young master of the Liu family? Had she entered the wrong room? A chill ran down her spine as an oppressive aura filled the room. The man's cold stare made her scalp tingle. Tang Ning could now understand why he looked so murderous. Anyone who woke up to find they had slept with a woman like this, like a pig, would probably want to die on the spot. Just when she thought this was the end for her, the door was finally kicked open. Tang Ning hastily pulled the blanket up to cover herself. A heavily made-up girl stood at the doorway, phone in hand, snapping photos at the people on the bed. "Tang Ning, you shameless bitch. How could you betray brother Gu like this?" But her scolding abruptly halted when she saw the man sitting on the bed. Her eyes widened in shock. "Why, you're..." The man, Liu Xichin, had half his face hidden under messy black hair, but the cruelty and danger glinting in his sharp eyes were unmistakable. "Seeking death." His voice was low, but the menace was palpable. Tang Xin shrank instinctively. Liu Xichin cast her a cold, sidelong glance and said with icy disdain, "Get out." Tang Xin trembled, but then, recognizing the man's identity, her arrogance returned. "You're just a gigolo. Who gave you the right to order me around? A gigolo?" From Tang Xin's words, Tang Ning pieced together the truth. The original Tang Ning had been lured here by her so-called best friend, and Tang Xin, it was all a setup. They wanted to destroy Tang Ning's reputation so Tang Xin could conveniently replace her and fulfill the marriage engagement with the Gu family. Hearing this, Liu Xichin's face turned black as coal. Did these fools think he was a gigolo? Just as he was about to explode with rage, a chubby, soft little hand climbed up his chest. A mocking voice whispered next to his ear, "Sister must have spent a fortune this time. I have to say, your taste is pretty good. I'm quite satisfied." "Thanks." Tang Xin's eyes bulged at Tang Ning's satisfied, smug expression. Yet, even with her makeup caked on, the man's devastatingly handsome face stirred Tang Xin's jealousy. She had told people to randomly arrange for a gigolo, but they picked this level of man. It was infuriating that a pig like Tang Ning got so lucky. But then Tang Xin's face darkened, and she hissed, "Tang Ning, you shameless liar. You did this to yourself, don't drag me down with you. What expenses? What does this have to do with me?" Tang Ning smiled lazily. "If it has nothing to do with you, why did you rush over here so early in the morning?" Despite Tang Xin's aggressive words, her eyes flickered guiltily. I heard you got drunk last night at Lanting and made a fool of yourself. I came to check on you. But look at you now shaming the Tang family and putting a green hat on Brother Gu's head." Tang Ning rolled her eyes dramatically. "Well, now you've seen it. You can leave. Or are you planning to stay and help me pay the bill?" As she spoke, her hands didn't stop teasing Lu Xiqing. Lu Xiqing's face darkened even further. You're shameless. Tang Ning, just wait, I'm going to find Brother Gu right now." Tang Xin stormed out, furious. Finally, the room returned to silence. Lu Xiqing shoved away the chubby little hand on his chest and swiftly got out of bed. Sunlight outlined his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs in sharp relief. Tang Ning unabashedly stared, feasting her eyes. The man quickly grabbed his clothes and, with precise movements, buttoned his shirt all the way to the top. His expression was frosty, as if he were a different person from the man who had ravished her so ruthlessly last night. As Tang Ning moved slightly, the blanket slipped down, revealing her body covered in bruises and hickeys, evidence of last night's intense passion. Lu Xiqing paused mid-motion, his face alternating between pale, green, and black. His tall body swayed slightly as he closed his eyes in silent horror, clearly regretting the pig-like crime he had committed last night. Chapter 2, Broken Engagement. Especially after seeing the bright red stain on the bed, his dark pupils shrank twice. Noticing that Lu Xiqing looked like he had something to say but wanted to speak, Tang Ning quickly picked up the wallet from the bedside table, pulled out all the cash inside, and threw it at the man. "Shut up, I'm in a good mood now, take your tip and get out." After saying that, she threw off the quilt and got out of bed in front of Lu Xiqing. Lu Xiqing couldn't stay any longer and left immediately. Tang Ning did not delay and staggered to the bathroom. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still frightened when she saw her plump body in the mirror. His skin was quite fair, but his face was like a head of fermented white flour, puffy and swollen, and his eyes were almost squeezed into a slit. The fat on her belly, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, not to mention the fat on her body, swayed as she walked. And her flexible and slender fingers, which she had always been proud of, now left a dent when she pressed on the back of her hand. Oh my God, even with her horrible look on her face, she was able to eat the duck last night. It really is true that money makes the world go round. The only thing that made people happy was probably that she had achieved the leap from A to D in her previous life. She weighed herself and found that it felt really good. As soon as I moved, pain started to appear in every part of my body. After taking a look at the large luxurious double massage bathtub next to her, she sat in and took a comfortable hot bath. Leaning in the bathtub, as soon as she closed her eyes, all the memories of the past that did not belong to her came flooding back, scene after scene, seeming to be telling of the original owner's unwillingness and frustration. Because she was fat, she was laughed at and bullied since she was a child. Tang Xin was jealous of her grandfather's love for her, so she tried every means to throw dirty water on her and ruin her reputation. She teamed up with the boys in the school to bully her. When she came out of the bath, she found that her cell phone was ringing. Tang Ning knew without thinking that it must be the Tang family calling her. As expected, there were already more than a dozen missed calls, but the one calling this time was the original owner's most beloved grandfather. If it weren't for the grandfather's indulgence and pampering of the original owner over the years, the original owner might not have lived to this day. As soon as the call was connected, Grandpa's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ning Ning, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, even if the sky falls, Grandpa will support you. Where are you? Grandpa will send someone to pick you up right away." There was no way Tang Shin would keep the secret for her, and she would definitely spread the matter, so Grandpa called her at this time. But Grandpa didn't blame her at all. Instead, he just cared about her, protected her, and stood up for her. Tang Ning truly felt her grandfather's love. She is an orphan without a father or mother, who grew up in an orphanage. She doesn't know her own name or who her biological parents are. What she longs for most is to be loved by someone. Is it God who gave her such a loving grandfather to make up for her regrets in her previous life? Tang Ning felt warm in his heart and said to Grandpa Tang, "Grandpa, I'm fine, don't worry, I'll go back now." Okay, then come back quickly, Grandpa is waiting for you at home, it's okay, no one dares to do anything to you. Well, thank you, Grandpa. Tang Ning returned to the Tang family. After receiving the news, Tang Chumu and Liu Hui were already waiting in the living room. Before she could speak, a slap landed heavily on Tang Ning's face. Tang Chumu was furious and shouted, "You disgraceful thing, kneel down." The slap made Tang Ning's ears buzz and 5 distinct palm prints were left on his fair face. Tang Chumu met Tang Ning's cold eyes and became even more furious. "Didn't you hear me when I told you to kneel down? Bring me the whip." Liu Hui had a gentle look on her face, and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. "Chumu, calm down first, your in-laws are still here, it won't be too late to talk about it after we have found out the truth. Look at you, how can you attack Ning Ning without knowing the truth?" She turned around and cared about Tang Ning. "Ning Ning, does it hurt?" This is Liu Hui's plan. To outsiders, she is a good stepmother who is considerate and caring in every way, but in fact, behind the scenes, she is even more cruel and worse to Tang Ning than Tang Chumu. Therefore, when facing Liu Hui, Tang Ning could feel her body trembling slightly. That was probably the sequelae of the original owner's long-term oppression. Even though her soul had been replaced, her body still had a stress response. And as soon as she returned to this house, Tang Ning felt indescribable depression and discomfort, as well as an unspeakable anger. It was probably the original owner's emotions that affected her. "Madam Tang, don't call me in-law. Our GU family will not recognize such a fickle and absurd daughter-in-law. She hasn't even gotten married yet, but she's already looking for a man outside. If this gets out, how can we in Xi'an hold our heads up in the future?" Tang Wanru was arrogant. After glancing at Tang Ning, she was full of disgust. "Don't you even look at what you look like? You dare to do such a thing? Your Tang family really raised a good daughter." Tang Chumu listened to Tang Wanru's sarcasm, veins bulged on his neck, and he wanted to slap Tang Ning again with his backhand, but Tang Ning was prepared this time, and Tang Chumu's hand was caught by Tang Ning. Being fat has its advantages, that is, it makes you stronger. Tang Chumu couldn't break free, and his face almost turned purple with anger. "You little beast, you are so rebellious. How dare you attack me? Let me go." Tang Ning retorted, "Yes, I am the little beast, and you are the old beast. You." Tang Chumu was so angry that his blood vessels were about to burst. Liu Hui beside him was surprised. How could Tang Ning, who had always been submissive, be so angry now? "Break off the engagement. Break off the engagement." Tang Wanru, who was standing by, saw Tang Ning's arrogant and rude behavior and immediately shouted, "We in Xi'an will never marry such an uneducated and stupid woman." Tang Ning's eyes were cold, with a sarcastic smile on his lips, as if he was looking at a clown. Liu Hui immediately advised, "Madam Jiu, calm down first. Our two families have been friends for decades, and everyone knows that we have an engagement. If we cancel the engagement, it will hurt the relationship." Tang Wanru's chest heaved, her anger still lingering. Suddenly, she saw Tang Shin standing next to Ji Yuxiang. Although Tang Shin is not considered to be the most beautiful girl, she is as beautiful as a sow compared to a fat guy like Tang Ning. Tang Shin was very considerate and poured a cup of tea for Tang Wanru. "Mrs. Ji, please drink some water first. I don't think my sister did it on purpose." "Yes, Mrs. Ji, we have something to discuss. If we really cancel the engagement, I'm afraid the two old masters won't agree," Tang Chumu said with a smile. Chapter 3 Never Regret. Ji Yuxiang had a gloomy face. "Then there is no way I can marry this shameless pig." Ji Yuxiang only glanced at Tang Ning, then turned his head away and pretended to vomit. Tang Ning's eyes were filled with frost. Such an ungraceful man was truly trash. The marriage between Ji Yuxiang and Tang Ning was arranged by the old man of the family, and old man Ji Yu owed old man Tang a life. If Old Man Tang did not give in, Old Man Jiyu would never agree to cancel the marriage with the Tang family. Tang Wanru thought about it and said, then let's change someone and let Tang Shen fulfill the marriage contract. Anyway, she is marrying the granddaughter of your Tang family. I think the old man will not have any objections now, right? When Tang Chumu and Liu Hui heard this, they looked at each other and smiled in a way that only they could understand. Tang Shen was also delighted, but she immediately suppressed her mouth and said with embarrassment, this is not good, this is my sister's engagement anyway. What's wrong with her? It's fine that she has no figure and no pretty face, but she's cheated on our Ziyang before they even got married. What kind of person is she? How can she possibly enter our GU family? Stop dreaming. Tang Wanru humiliated Tang Ning sarcastically. Tang Ning's body was trembling slightly, with anger, shame, and an unspeakable sadness, humiliation, and unwillingness. Such verbal attacks have been common in Tang Ning's life over the past 20 years. Even if she had trained herself to be as strong as an iron wall, she could not withstand such swords and spears. Deep down, she is the little girl who, when bullied, would just hide in a corner, cry and feel sad alone and dare not resist. A light sneer suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at Tang Ning, who was as tall as a hill, in surprise, with puzzled eyes. At this time, Tang Ning could actually laugh. Could it be that he has become stupid because of overstimulation? Tang Shen thought viciously, it would be better if he was stupid. Sister, don't be like this. You were wrong in the first place. Don't worry, Grandpa loves you so much, he will definitely find a better family for you. Tang Shen said with concern. Thank you so much, my dear sister, for being willing to sacrifice yourself and jump into the fire pit for me. You are right. Grandpa loves me so much that he will definitely find me a family that is hundreds or thousands of times better than the GU family and a man who is more handsome and outstanding than GU Ziyang. When Tang Wanru heard Tang Ning say that the GU family was a hellhole, GU Ziyang was a scumbag, and that there were people who were hundreds and thousands of times better than the GU family, more handsome and more outstanding than GU Ziyang, her eyes widened immediately. Are you crazy? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? You think you are a celestial being descended to earth? I think Zhu Barji descended to earth is more like that. Nonsense, you are Zhu Barji who has come down to earth. A loud and powerful shout suddenly came from outside. Tang Ning turned his head and saw an old man who was a little thin, leaning on a cane, with grey hair, but in good spirits, walking in from outside. Needless to say, this is her grandfather. Dad, why are you here? Tang Chumu walked towards Grandpa Tang, but as soon as he moved, the crutch in Grandpa Tang's hand hit his hand, causing Tang Chumu's face to twist in pain. Dad, what are you doing? Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you who would team up with outsiders to bully my granddaughter. Old Master Tang was furious, but as soon as he looked at Tang Ning, he immediately changed his expression to a friendly one. Come, Ning Ning, come to Grandpa. Tang Ning walked obediently to Grandpa Tang. Tang Ning was too fat, and the clothes were a little tight on her body, so the ambiguous marks on her neck could not be covered at all. When Grandpa Tang saw it, he was immediately distressed. Ning Ning, just tell Grandpa what you want, and Grandpa will definitely find a way to get it for you. Why do you have to wrong yourself like this? Tang Ning's heart warmed again. Thank you, Grandpa. Liu Hui and Tang Shen behind him looked at Mr. Tang's blatant preference for Tang Ning and felt jealous to the point of madness. Tang Wanru was so angry that her face turned blue, but she had already said it, so she didn't beat around the bush. Grandpa Tang, you came at the right time. Tang Ning did such a shameful thing. Our GU family would never want such a shameless woman. But for the sake of your decades of friendship with our old man, I agree to let Tang Shen marry our Ziyang instead of Tang Ning. Bullshit. Old Master Tang spat at him. If you want to cancel the engagement, tell Old Man GU to come and talk to me himself. Old Master Tang was a thin man, but his voice was loud. Tang Wanru didn't expect that even at this point, this old man Tang would still protect Tang Ning as a treasure. Okay, since old man Tang is not afraid of losing face, then I am even less afraid. I will go find Ziyang's grandfather now. After saying this, Tang Wanru left the Tang family angrily. Dad, what are you doing? If I offend the GU family, how can I run my business? Tang Chumu complained. Old Master Tang glared at him. You good for nothing, you have to rely on yourself to make a living, and you still expect pie to fall from the sky. What do you mean by offending? I am not afraid of offending the Tang family. If they dare to bully my granddaughter, I will fight them to the death. Ning Ning, follow Grandpa. Tang Ning helped Grandpa Tang out of the door and walked towards the small courtyard where Grandpa Tang lived. At first, Mr. Tang walked with big strides and his back was straight, but after turning a corner, his waist hunched over. Grandpa, are you okay? Tang Ning hurriedly held Grandpa Tang's arm. Old Master Tang waved his hand, coughed twice, and indicated to return to his own courtyard before he said, Grandpa is fine. Tang Ning quickly poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Grandpa Tang. Looking at the warm water in front of him, and then looking at his granddaughter, Mr. Tang's eyes were slightly moist. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and took Tang Ning's water. Our Ning Ning has really grown up. Tang Ning didn't expect that just pouring a glass of water for Mr. Tang would move him so much. After drinking the water, Mr. Tang looked at Tang Ning with distressed eyes. Ning Ning, don't worry, as long as Grandpa is alive, the Gu family will never bully you. Grandpa will definitely let you marry Gu Ziyang and find a good home for you. Grandpa, I don't want to marry Gu Ziyang, and the Gu family is not a good home. Tang Ning said. Is it because of Tangshan? No. Tang Ning said, it's because I don't like that Gu Ziyang. Who do you like then? Is it really Lu Xiaoqi from the Lu family? If that's the case. No, Grandpa, I don't like anyone, really. She could see that Grandpa Tang was in poor health and was at the end of his strength. So Tang Ning squatted down, held Grandpa Tang's hand and said, Grandpa, I was too ignorant before and made you worry. Don't worry, I will be obedient in the future and won't make you worry. But I really don't want to get married so early. I still want to be with you for a few more years. Please don't chase me away. Silly child, why would Grandpa chase you away? Then please help me cancel the Gu family's marriage. You don't regret it. Tang Ning said seriously, I will never regret it. Chapter 4 Nausea. Achoo achoo achoo. In the hotel's private room, 3 young men and women were sitting around the table waiting for dinner. Suddenly, 3 sneezes occurred and Nai Tingxian did not hide the disgust on his face. Fu Qingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, Haofeng, which girl did you offend again and make someone miss you? Su Haofeng rubbed his sore nose, then you are wrong. With my charm, at least 5 girls are thinking about me. He spread out 5 fingers, proud of it. Achoo achoo achoo. I don't think he's thinking about you, but cursing you. Nai Tingxian complained. Why are you so venomous? Fu Qingxi smiled and said, since he sneezes so much, I think Haofeng might have caught a cold. Tingxian, please prescribe some medicine for him later. After saying that, she raised her watch and took a look. It's so late, why hasn't Xichen come yet? He is always very punctual. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. At this time, the door of the box opened. A pair of straight and slender long legs first appeared in everyone's sight. The 3-piece high-end suit outlined his tall figure. His eyes were lowered and his jawline was clear and sharp. As soon as he appeared, he was a captivating charm. Fu Qingxi's lips curled up slightly and her eyes sparkled. Oh my, our President Lu is really a busy man. He finally came after much anticipation. Su Haofeng touched his stomach and shouted to their waiter, hurry up and serve the food. If you don't come soon, I'll starve. Lu Xiqing ignored Su Haofeng's call and sat down in the empty seat next to Fu Qingxi. Fu Qingxi picked up the kettle and poured him a glass of water. Why did you come now? Did you run into any trouble? Nothing. Lu Xiqing said in a light tone and was not willing to talk more. Fu Qingxi noticed an ambiguous red mark on his neck. Her hand holding the teapot trembled. Was it not what she thought? The water in the teapot spilled out. Nai Tingxian on the other side raised his hand and lifted the teapot in Fu Qingxi's hand. Fu Qingxi then realized her gaffe and quickly put the teapot back and called the waiter to clean up. She must have been overthinking it. Lu Xiqing had never been interested in women. Come on, today is Qingxi's birthday. Let's have a drink first and wish Qingxi a happy birthday. Su Haofeng asked someone to open a bottle of wine, and now he couldn't wait to fill it up. Fu Qingxi came back to her senses and put on a smile again. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We've been good friends since we were little. Su Haofeng laughed heartlessly, pulling out a beautifully wrapped gift box from behind him. Here, this is my birthday present. This is mine. Nai Tingxian also took out an exquisite gift bag. Thanks. Fu Qingxi reached out and took them one by one. When she reached Lu Xiqing, He also presented her with a beautifully wrapped red velvet gift box. "Thank you," Fu Qingxi said. "Qingxi, open it and see what Xichen gave you." Su Haofeng looked gossipy. Fu Qingxi glanced at Lu Xichen. Seeing that he had no intention of objecting, she opened the gift box. Inside was a diamond brooch. "It's so beautiful," Fu Qingxi said. "I'm sorry for the expense." Lu Xichen nodded calmly, "As long as you like it." At this time, the waiter started to serve the hot dishes. 7 or 8 hot dishes were served in one go. And they are all meat dishes with lots of fish and meat. Su Haofeng is a carnivore, and his favorite dish is the melt-in-your-mouth Dongper pork. He picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and took a bite. It was soft, crispy and fragrant, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. "Well, this Dongper pork is really well cooked. Come on, Tingchen, Xichen, try it quickly." The table turned, and the plate of fragrant Dongper pork came in front of Lu Xichen. The layers of fat exposed in Lu Xichen's eyes immediately reminded him of the fat on a certain woman's belly. In an instant, I lost my appetite and even felt a little nauseous. He immediately transferred the plate of meat to Nai Tingchen. Who would have known that when he turned around, what stopped in front of him was a plate of big, white and plump meat buns. Lu Xichen stared at the plate of white and plump meat buns. After a while, these meat buns seemed to have turned into a woman's plump face like steamed buns made from leaven dough. Lu Xichen suddenly felt nauseous. He put down his chopsticks and walked towards the bathroom. "Are you okay, Xichen?" Fu Qingxi followed out worriedly. Lu Xichen washed his face with cold water, shaking off the images that upset him. He said, "Qingxi, I'm sorry. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Happy birthday, Xichen." But Lu Xichen had already walked out with big strides. Fu Qingxi could only helplessly watch his leaving back, but her palms unconsciously clenched. She just looked at it closely again and was sure that she was not mistaken. The mark on Lu Xichen's neck was really a kiss mark. "Tang Ning, you eat so much, no wonder you look like a pig. Tang Ning, you are such an ugly freak, even uglier than Zhu Barji. Are you Zhu Barji's reincarnation?" "I'm sorry, miss, we don't have clothes in your size in this store. You should look somewhere else. Ugly people are prone to mischief, Tang Ning, you know you are ugly, so don't go out and embarrass yourself. Tang Ning, this dress doesn't fit you, so let me wear it. Look how beautiful I look in it. If I were to marry that fat woman, you might as well kill me. I want to vomit just by looking at her. Fatty, you still dare to like me? Look at yourself, you look like a pig, har ha har har. Kill her, she's fat and smelly, keep her away from us." Late at night, Tang Ning suddenly woke up from his sleep and sat on the bed gasping violently. The insults and sarcasms are still ringing in my ears, and the pain from the beatings is also clear. Tang Ning reached out and touched the salty and cold feeling on his face, and then he slowly came to his senses. It turns out that it was just a dream. And what I just dreamed about was the original owner's past. The past is still vivid in my mind and is heartbreaking. She seemed to see the fat little girl again, folding her arms, curled up in the corner and crying helplessly. Is being fat the original sin? Do fat people deserve to be bullied? Once upon a time, this little girl had the best intentions and wanted to get along well with other children, but they laughed at her and bullied her. Later, she became cautious and wanted to please the people around her so that they would stop bullying her. However, the opposite happened. They became even more aggressive and humiliated her more unscrupulously. Later, she was like a little snail, curled up in her own protective shell, using the hard shell to arm and protect herself. She became cautious, inferior and sensitive. Chapter 5, Marrying on Behalf. The next morning, Liu Hui opened the door and prepared to take a walk in the garden, but unexpectedly she was bumped by a wall of flesh that suddenly came in. Ouch! Liu Hui was knocked to the side of the shoe cabinet. She managed to steady herself. After seeing who came in, she immediately frowned and said, "Tang Ning, what are you doing so early in the morning?" "Oh, excuse me, I got up and ran." "You? Running?" Liu Hui was shocked. Indeed, Tang Ning's face was flushed and she was sweating, obviously having just exercised. But soon, Liu Hui acted as if it was nothing new. Tang Ning had tried to lose weight before, but each time he would give up after a while and gain more and more weight. Rubbing the shoulder that was hurt by Tang Ning, Liu Hui hid the sneer and ridicule in her eyes. Then go take a shower quickly, don't catch a cold, it's so hard, I'll ask Aunt Chen to make you something delicious later. When Tang Ning came out of the shower, she heard a lot of noise coming from downstairs. Tang Wanru's curse was particularly obvious. Tell that disgraceful Tang Ning to get downstairs immediately. Don't think you can get away with not calling off the marriage by hiding from people. Who are you calling a disgrace? Old Master Tang's temper immediately flared up. Seeing this, Tang Chumu and Liu Hui immediately comforted him. Dad, it's so early in the morning, don't be so angry, be careful about your blood pressure. HMPH. Old Master Tang was still furious. Tang Wanru, however, was like a peacock spreading its tail, and said proudly, Grandpa Tang, you said yesterday that if you wanted to cancel the engagement, you would let my grandpa come in person. Why, now that our grandpa is here, do you want to go back on your word? Mr. Gu's displeasure was already written on his face, and he angrily scolded, say less, no one thinks you are dumb. Tang Wanru didn't dare to say anything immediately, but still looked arrogant. Mr. Gu looked at Mr. Tang with some shame. Brother Tang, I'm really sorry, look at what this has caused. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. If Mr. Gu had come to question him like Tang Wanru did, Mr. Tang would naturally not be polite. But at this point, Gu Xianzong looked apologetic. Mr. Tang was not an unreasonable person. He raised his hand to signal Mr. Gu not to say anything, and then took out the jade pendant that Tang Ning had given him yesterday from his arms. Well, since it has come to this, then the marriage between Ning Ning and your boy will be cancelled. Take your jade pendants and leave quickly. Old Master Tang ordered them to leave with a cold face. Tang Wanru was overjoyed. Old Master Jiyu thought of their past friendship. Brother Tang, for so many years, I have been looking forward to becoming your in-laws. Otherwise, let Tangshan. As a result, before Mr. Jiyu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mr. Tang, who was furious. Cancel my Ning Ning's marriage, and don't even think that I will marry another granddaughter to him. Get out of here. No, Brother Tang, please listen to my explanation. But Grandpa Tang didn't even give Grandpa Jiyu a chance to speak, and beat the three of them, grandparents and grandchildren, out with sticks. Tang Chumu and Liu Hui were so anxious when they saw this, especially Tang Shin, who chased after him without caring about anything, making old man Tang so angry that he almost fainted. Fortunately, Tang Ning ran down from upstairs in time and supported Mr. Tang's shaky body. Grandpa, please sit down and rest for a while. Old Master Tang was breathing rapidly, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Tang Chumu was angry and annoyed when he saw that the things he had finally agreed with Tang Wanru had fallen through. He complained to Old Man Tang, Dad, what are you doing? The Jiyu family gave up Tang Ning's heart and proposed to marry Tang Shin instead. Isn't this a way to have the best of both worlds? Seeing her daughter's good fortune ruined like this, Liu Hui finally couldn't help it. Dad, it's okay that you usually favor Tang Ning, but isn't Tang Shin your granddaughter? The Jiyu family finally agreed not to cancel this marriage. Can't you hope for Tang Shin for once? Don't I hope for her well? Jiyu Ziyang and Tang Wanru are the kind of people who flatter the powerful and bully the weak. It's obvious that they have bad intentions. If Tang Shin marries them, what do you think will happen to her? At this time, Tang Shin ran in from outside crying, Wow, Grandpa, you just can't stand me being better than Tang Ning. From childhood to adulthood, you have always thought of her for everything good, and even picked the best for her fiancé. Now that she doesn't want her anymore, you are still unwilling to give her to me. You are just partial. When she was a child, you bought her so many beautiful clothes that she couldn't wear them at all, but she would not let me wear them even if she cut them up. She is so vicious. Look at how ugly she is. What can she bring to the Tang family? If I were her, I might as well just hit my head against a wall and die. Tang Shin's words became more and more outrageous, and Tang Ning even frowned. However, the most angry person was Mr. Tang. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and said, Say it again. Veins bulged, eyes widened, shocking momentum. Tang Chumu and Liu Hui were shocked. Tang Shin was also frightened, but when she thought of Ji Yuxiang's willingness to marry her, she straightened her back and looked at Tang Ning with disgust, her eyes contemptuous. I say, Tang Ning is a slut who has been slept with by a duck, notorious and vicious. If I were her, I would just hit my head and die. You? Old Master Tang raised his cane and swung it towards Tang Shin, but the next second, he suddenly fell down. Grandfather. Hospital. Tingxian, wearing a white coat and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exudes an abstinent aura. She held a medical report in her slender, white fingers and glanced at the slightly pale man opposite her. Acute gastroenteritis, what have you eaten these days? I noticed something was wrong with you when we were having dinner last night. I didn't eat anything. Lu Xiqing frowned slightly, it's just that now I feel like vomiting when I see meat and buns. Then eat a light diet for the next few days. Tingxian said, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. It's not a big deal. Before he could finish his words, the door of Tingxian's office was hastily knocked open, and the head nurse stood at the door in a hurry. Dr. Nai, it's bad, there's a patient with a heart attack in the emergency room, the condition is very serious, the dean asks you to come over immediately. Tingxian quickly signed his name and stood up, go get the medicine yourself. After saying that, he left quickly. Lu Xiqing walked out the door with the list, and his assistant Shen Yi stepped forward and took the list from him. Mr. Lu, please wait for me downstairs. Just leave it to me for such a small matter as getting the medicine. Lu Xiqing nodded lightly and took the elevator downstairs. From yesterday till now, Lu Xiqing vomited everything he ate. Now his stomach felt empty and burning. He pressed his stomach with his hand and walked with his head down. Who would have thought that at this moment, a huge impact force hit him? Chapter 6, Improper Private Life. Tang Ning was holding various documents in her hands, and was going to pay Grandpa Tang to go through the hospitalization procedures, but she didn't expect to step into a puddle of water. Her foot slipped, and her body fell forward uncontrollably. Seeing the person in front of her, Tang Ning subconsciously tried to steady her body, but she forgot that her outer shell had been changed and she no longer had the skills she had before. She tried her best, but still fell forward steadily. When Lu Xiqing heard the noise, he raised his head and watched the plump face, as white as a steamed bun, getting bigger and bigger in his sight. His pupils were really shaking. Based on his previous skills, he should have been able to dodge it, but today, he was not feeling well, and was probably too shocked, so he forgot to react for a moment. Bang! A faint smell of blood spread between the lips and teeth of the two people. Tang Ning hissed and tried to get up quickly, but because she was fat, her body was not flexible. The faster she wanted to get up, the more difficult it became. Lu Xiqing felt that he was not only suffocating, but also that his internal organs were displaced. His already pale face now turned almost blue. Get out of my way! Tang Ning finally crawled to her feet and recognized the man in front of her. What a coincidence! But now she was busy arranging the hospitalization procedures for her grandfather, so she wiped the bloody corner of her mouth, said sorry, and turned and ran away. Ahem. Oh my god, Mr. Lu, what happened to you? Are you okay? Shen Yi took the medicine and turned around to see Lu Xiqing lying on the ground coughing. He rushed forward and helped Lu Xiqing up from the ground. He looked at the bloody corner of Lu Xiqing's mouth and said, Mr. Lu, why are you injured again? Why is your forehead still black? Lu Xiqing's face was already turning green, and after hearing Shen Yi's blunt words, he was almost sent away on the spot. He clenched his fists and said to Tang Ning's extremely strong back with gritted teeth, I want you to look up the information. Shen Yi said hurriedly, I found it, it's in the car, I haven't had time to give it to you yet, but is it really okay for you? Let's go. Lu Xiqing didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer, so he staggered out of the hospital. After getting in the car, Shen Yi hurriedly and respectfully handed over the investigation materials that Lu Xiqing wanted. Boss Lu, why are you investigating this Miss Tang? Don't you know that Miss Tang is really a very scary person? Shut up. Lu Xiqing suppressed the dull pain in his chest and looked at Shen Yi with a cold gaze. Shen Yi immediately made a zip ring motion and closed his mouth. Lu Xiqing looked at the huge face on the information, and then at the introduction of Tang Ning's height and weight next to it, and felt his chest hurt even more. Below is an introduction to Tang Ning's past deeds. When he found out in the end that Tang Ning had been planning on Lu Xiaoqi, but ended up sleeping with him by accident, Lu Xiqing felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. Thinking about how the woman had given him 200 yuan as a tip in the end, and how she had thrown herself into his arms and forcefully kissed him today, Lu Xiqing suddenly had a splitting headache. Mr. Lu, are you okay? Mr. Lu, how about I take you to the emergency room? No need. Go to the company. After Lu Xiqing blurted out these words from between his teeth, he clenched the investigation form in his hand. Shen Yi answered a phone call. After he finished the call, he glanced at Lu Xiqing, who had a sullen look on his face in the back seat, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lu Xiqing rubbed his swollen eyebrows. What do you want to say? Mr. Lu, I just received news that Miss Tang was divorced by the Jiu family this morning because of her immoral private life. Mr. Tang was so angry that he had a heart attack and is currently in the hospital. Improper private life? Lu Xiqing thought again of the blood stain on the bed. He frowned almost imperceptibly. Tang Ning completed the hospitalization procedures for Mr. Tang. After waiting for about 2 more hours, the operation was finally over. Seeing the doctor coming out, Tang Chumu rushed forward and said, "Doctor, how is my dad?" Nai Tingshan dodged the hand that Tang Chumu extended. The doctor at the side immediately said, "If Dr. Nai hadn't been here this time, the patient would have been in great danger. The patient is so old and has a serious heart disease, so he can't get angry." "What's wrong with you family members? You made an old man so angry. If this happens again, I'm afraid even the gods can't save him." Hearing that Grandpa Tang was no longer in danger of death, Tang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stood outside the door for more than 2 hours without moving a muscle, and her back was soaked with sweat from worry and tension. She had finally felt that little bit of family affection, and she didn't want anything to happen to the old man because of her. Liu Hui, who was standing by, heard that the old man was fine. She didn't know whether she was happy or sad. She said, "Thank you, doctor," with an embarrassed expression. All right. Although his life is not in danger for now, his condition is still not good. As family members, you must not make him angry again, understand?" I understand, doctor." Tang Chumu nodded repeatedly. Nai Tingshan walked forward in surgical gown. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Wait a minute, Dr. Nai." Nai Tingshan turned around and saw a chubby girl standing behind him. Such a big guy was standing at the door of the operating room just now. Of course, he couldn't see that it was a patient's family member, so he said, "If you have any questions, you can go to see Dr. Chen." Dr. Chen was the doctor who had just spoken to Tang Chumu and the others, and he was also Mr. Tang's attending physician. But Tang Ning looked at Nai Tingshan and said, "But the person who saved my grandfather's life just now was you." Nai Tingshan is a doctor, but few people dare to face his sharp gaze. The young nurses in the hospital all said that his eyes were colder than the scalpel in his hand and were frightening. Although the girl in front of him was fat, her eyes were clear and transparent, and she was neither humble nor arrogant. She even looked 7 parts confident and 3 parts calm, which surprised Nai Tingshan a little. The next person in charge of the treatment is Dr. Chen. "I know, but if you want to perform surgery on my grandfather, you will be the surgeon, right?" Nai Tingshan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You must be aware of your grandfather's physical condition. He is running out of energy. After such a major heart surgery, he may not be able to get off the operating table alive. But that's the only way to save my grandfather, right? But if he doesn't have the surgery, your grandfather might be able to live a little longer." Nai Tingshan's words are cruel and realistic. Tang Ning fell silent. Nai Tingshan thought she had given up and turned to leave, but then he heard Tang Ning say, "If I ask you to perform surgery on my grandfather, would you agree? Is this girl just a naive young girl, or is she really ignorant of the immensity of the world?" Chapter 7, Copycat Bag. "But considering your grandfather's current physical condition, even if I perform surgery on him, I only have a 50% chance of success. 50% sure, half life and half death." Most family members would definitely try their best to ask the doctor to think of another solution after hearing such words, but Tang Ning nodded and said, "You are very good. If another doctor were to perform such an operation, I am afraid that the chance of success would be less than 30%. My grandfather would most likely not be able to get off the operating table. It's not that I don't trust Dr. Chen, but as a family member of a patient, I hope to find the best doctor for my grandfather and do my best. So Dr. Nai, please take care of my grandfather in the future." After Tang Ning finished speaking, he bowed solemnly to Nai Tingshan. Nai Tingshan was a little stunned. He doesn't know how many family members of patients like this he has to face every day, but it is rare to find someone as honest and sincere as Tang Ning. The days that followed. Mr. Tang needs to be hospitalized. Tang Chumu and Liu Hui only met Grandpa Tang once on the first day, but Grandpa Tang didn't want to see them, so they didn't come later. It was Tang Ning who stayed in the hospital to take care of Grandpa Tang, running around, going in and out, and taking care of Grandpa Tang without taking off his clothes. In just a few days, Tang Ning looked much thinner, with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Tang Ning working so hard, Mr. Tang felt distressed. Ning, don't take care of me here, go back and have a rest, you look so thin. That's perfect. I can lose weight and take care of Grandpa at the same time. It's killing two birds with one stone. I couldn't ask for more. Tang Ning said, holding a bowl of fresh and fragrant fish porridge in his hand. Come on, Grandpa, try it. I made it myself. Kiss is done. Yes, Grandpa, I made it according to the online tutorial. It may not taste very good, please don't mind. Our Ning is really getting better and better. Grandpa Tang was pleased. He opened his mouth and took a sip of the fish porridge. He immediately praised, it's delicious. I didn't expect Ning to have a talent for cooking. Then Grandpa, drink more. Only when you are full will you have strength and your illness will be cured. Tang Ning said with a smile, but Grandpa Tang's eyes were a little moist. Although he didn't say it, Tang Ning could see that his eyes were full of reluctance and worry about her, so before Grandpa Tang spoke, she said, Grandpa, don't worry, your illness will definitely get better, and you will live a long life. Grandpa Tang didn't expect Tang Ning to grow up overnight. He held Tang Ning's hand and nodded, Grandpa knows. Come on, Grandpa, have some more porridge. Okay. Don't just focus on taking care of Grandpa, you also have to take care of yourself. I know, Grandpa. I just want to be thinner and healthier. Well, health is the most important thing. My Ning looks good no matter whether she is fat or thin. This is the filter from my grandpa. After Mr. Tang fell asleep, Tang Ning took the bill and went to the first floor to pay. Just as I paid the fee and was about to go back upstairs, I heard a slightly sharp voice behind me, Fat Tang Ning. The voice was sharp and contained a hint of excitement. Tang Ning frowned and turned around, and saw a plain-looking girl wearing the latest suit from C brand walking towards her. She quickly and intimately took Tang Ning's arm and said, Ning, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things just now. Why are you here? Tang Ning quickly searched his mind and found relevant information about the girl in front of him. This person is Tang Ning's former best friend, named Yang Xueni. The two have known each other since Tang Ning was in junior high school. When everyone else was avoiding Tang Ning, she was the only one who showed kindness to Tang Ning, saying that she wanted to be friends with her and also told people not to bully Tang Ning. It was from that time on that Tang Ning regarded her as her best friend with whom she could confide in anything, and she always responded to Yang Xueni's requests. The last time they went to their hotel, Yang Xueni gave Tang Ning a letter that was said to be written by Lu Xiaoqi. She also encouraged Tang Ning to bravely pursue true love and asked her to drink some wine to give her courage, so Tang Ning went to the hotel in a daze. Looking at Yang Xueni's outfit of gold and silver, Tang Ning raised her eyebrows and stared at the latest LV bag in Yang Xueni's hand. I remember you told me not long ago that your mother was in the hospital and needed a large sum of money for surgery. Hearing this, Yang Xueni immediately tightened the LV bag in her hand awkwardly, struggled for a while, and then handed the bag to Tang Ning and said, Yes, Ning, you see, I'm in the hospital now, just to process the discharge procedures for my mother. The money you gave me, I paid my mother's hospital bills. And this bag, it's fake, it's a knockoff. If you don't believe me, look, the logo on it is all fake. Really? It's a knockoff. It should be pretty cheap then. Of course. Afraid that Tang Ning would not believe it, Yang Xueni said firmly, it's only over 100 yuan. I bought it on PXX. Tang Ning looked down at the receipts in her hands and said, in that case, I just happen to be in need of a bag. Give me this bag and go buy another one. Yang Xueni couldn't believe what she heard and her eyes widened suddenly. What's wrong? You're not even willing to give me a fake bag worth more than 100 yuan. No, of course not. Yang Xueni didn't know why Tang Ning, who was usually as stupid as a pig, would make such a request today. She had just bought this bag, the latest model that she had waited for several months to arrive, and this was her first time carrying it. Asking her to give it away would be like cutting her flesh. Her heart was bleeding. If you don't want to, forget it. Oh, by the way, remember to return all the money I lent you before. When Yang Xueni heard that Tang Ning wanted to pay back the money herself, her eyes widened again. You know, she had asked Tang Ning to borrow money before, and although it was a loan, she had never paid it back once, and she had no intention of paying it back. Tang Ning had never asked her for it either. Now just because of this bag, she suddenly asked her to pay it back. When Tang Ning turned around, Yang Xuanyi had already quickly taken the bag off her body and handed it to Tang Ning, and said affectionately, "Ning Ning, what are you talking about? We are best sisters. It's just a bag. Of course I will give it to you if you want it. I just think this bag is a little too small. It may not be suitable for you to carry. I think it's pretty." Looking at Tang Ning's back as he turned and left, Yang Xuanyi stomped her feet in anger. This country bumpkin, when did she become so discerning? No, I must get the money back from her. Not far away, Lu Siqing looked at the LV bucket bag that Tang Ning was carrying and twitched his mouth. Pretty? This woman really has no sense of aesthetics. Nai Tingshan, who was standing beside him, had a smile on his face. Copycat bag. That girl is quite interesting. Chapter 8 Cute. Which girl? And when did you become interested? Nai Tingshan pursed his lips towards Tang Ning's back and said, "Family member of the patient, although he looks a little fat, he is round and plump. Don't you think he is cute? Cute? You should go see an ophthalmologist. Are you angry? You are not like Su Haofeng who judges people by appearance. Could it be that this girl has offended you?" Nai Tingshan caught up with Lu Siqing and asked curiously. Offended? More than offended. Although Lu Siqing's life these days can't be said to be in dire straits, whenever he thinks of what happened that day, he becomes restless, unable to sleep at night, and unable to eat. Now he needs another appetite whetter. As a result, I met Tang Ning again. It made him unable to forget it even if he wanted to. Although Dr. Chen is Mr. Tang's attending physician, perhaps because of the last conversation with Nai Tingshan would visit Mr. Tang in the ward every day to check on his condition. This made the patients in the surrounding wards very envious, and they kept asking whether Mr. Tang and Dr. Nai were related. Mr. Tang smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter at all, Dr. Nai is kind-hearted." It has to be said that Mr. Tang really likes Nai Tingshan very much. He is young, handsome, has excellent medical skills, and appears to be reliable. Such a steady young man is rare nowadays. And every time Nai Tingshan came over, they had a very pleasant chat. The more Mr. Tang looked at Nai Tingshan, the more he liked him and the more satisfied he was with him. He even asked about Nai Tingshan's personal situation in a roundabout way. I was so happy when I found out that Nai Tingshan is still single. After Tang Ning finished washing the clothes and returned to the ward, she saw Grandpa Tang lying on the bed, looking very happy. "Grandpa, what are you so happy about?" "Ning Ning is back. Look at all the fruits on the table. We can't finish them all. Why don't you send some to Dr. Nai as a token of our gratitude for taking care of us these days?" In the past few days, many people came to visit Grandpa Tang, and there were indeed too many fruits to eat. So Tang Ning found a bag and picked out the good ones and put them in 2 bags. He gave one bag to the nurse outside and took the other bag to Nai Tingshan's office. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times on the door of Nai Tingshan's office. "Come in." After getting Nai Tingshan's answer, Tang Ning pushed the door open and walked in. "Ms. Tang. Dr. Nai, you can just call me Tang Ning. Thank you for taking care of my grandfather. This is a small token of my appreciation." Tang Ning placed the fruit bag in her hand on Nai Tingshan's desk and said, "Everyone has one." Nai Tingshan couldn't refuse, so he said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, Dr. Nai. I'd like to ask how my grandfather is doing now." Nai Tingshan nodded. "The old man's condition is now basically stable. According to the current situation, I suggest conservative treatment. The old man is too old. Even if the operation is successful, there may be postoperative complications. So unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not recommend surgery. It is best to go back and rest." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Nai. I'll go back first." As soon as Tang Ning left the office, Lu Siqing and Su Haofeng appeared at the end of the corridor. Looking at Tang Ning's back, Lu Siqing was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Why does he meet this woman every time he comes to the hospital? Is it a narrow road that enemies meet? What are you standing there for? Let's go. Su Haofeng had already knocked on the door of Nai Tingshan's office. "Well, you're here just in time. Let's have some fruit." Nai Tingshan pointed at the fruit on the desk. "Don't you eat fruit? The patient's family just brought it here, so please eat it." "The patient's family member? The fat girl who just walked out. Su Haofeng is a face control, known as President Su, the president of the Appearance Association. There are many beautiful women around him, all of them are girls with big breasts, thin waists, and long legs. He has sharp eyes and a poisonous mouth. Well, she's a very interesting girl. Interesting. Seeing the smile on Nai Tingshan's face, Su Haofeng curled his lips and said, Dr. Nai, you have been a soloist for 10,000 years, so you are not interested in this one, are you? Nai Tingshan raised his head and raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with this one? Su Haofeng was shocked. No way, you are really interested in me. Is it necessary to be so shocked? Different people have different tastes. Do you think everyone's aesthetic taste is as distorted as yours? How can I be called deformed? I have the most standard aesthetics, okay? But I heard that every fat person has potential. If you let her lose some weight, she might become a beautiful woman. Su Haofeng took out a stack of experience cards from his pocket and put them on Nai Tingshan's desk. Here, this is my new gym, just opposite your hospital. This is a 1-month experience card. Doctors like you have a high-intensity job, so you need to exercise to take care of your body. I'm giving it to your colleague to combine work and rest. In addition, as long as you mention the name of your hospital, you can get a 20% discount on the card. Isn't it very generous? The hospital doesn't do sales stuff. Take it back. Okay. Su Haofeng knew Nai Tingshan's character. I'll go and distribute it to the nurses outside. Su Haofeng is Nai Tingshan's friend. Although he doesn't come to the hospital often, he is handsome and sweet talker. Every time he comes, he can make the young nurses outside very happy. This time, he took a stack of experience cards and distributed them one by one like a boy giving out money, and the young nurses were all grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Su, we only get 20% off when we sign up for a card. That absolutely cannot happen. The angels in white are here. The bone must be broken, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid you will beat me and break the bone. Su Haofeng spoke in a smooth manner, making the group of young nurses laugh. As he was dividing the time, he arrived at the door of Grandpa Tang's ward. The door of the ward was open, and Tang Ning was sitting on a chair helping Grandpa Tang peel fruit. Beautiful lady, this is a 1-month trial card for our gym. It's just opposite the hospital. If you have time, you can go and try it out. Tang Ning raised her head and saw Su Haofeng coming in to distribute the experience cards. This was a face that made women feel ashamed when seeing it, with fair skin, well-defined lips, a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, and a slight smile that was full of passion. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were raised. With that dazzling smile, he looked like someone who had walked out of a painting, with an evil charm all over his body, and one could tell at a glance that he was a bad guy. Tang Ning doesn't like this kind of frivolous and cynical young man. But she really wanted to get half a gym card, and she didn't expect Su Haofeng to bring it to her door. She took the card and said thank you. Su Haofeng wanted to talk a little more, but old man Tang, who was sitting on the bed, frowned and said, when did the hospital allow people to come in to sell products? Could they be scammers? Ning, kick them out quickly. Chapter 9, Unromantic. So Tang Ning followed the instructions and invited Su Haofeng to leave, then slammed the door of the ward, almost hitting Su Haofeng's nose. Su Haofeng stood outside the door, thinking that this face of his was a pass that would get him everything he wanted wherever he went, so why didn't it work with Tang Ning? Is he not handsome anymore recently? No. In the ward. Mr. Tang was still a little worried. Ning, you must be careful, there are a lot of scammers now. I know, Grandpa. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Well, that kid just now looked slick and dishonest. It's better to have someone like Dr. Nai, who is mature, steady and down to earth. Ning, what do you think of Dr. Nai? Outside the ward, Su Haofeng almost vomited blood when he heard Mr. Tang's evaluation of him. Is he a smooth talker and a dishonest person? What are you doing? After Lu Xiqing finished chatting with Nai Tingshan, he walked over here and saw Su Haofeng lying at the door of someone's ward and eavesdropping. Sure, Su Haofeng made a gesture to keep quiet, and then motioned Lu Xiqing to listen together. Lu Xiqing frowned, and then he heard Tang Ning's voice. Dr. Nai is very good. He looks cold but is warm-hearted. He is gentle and has good medical skills. He is a good doctor. Hearing Tang Ning's evaluation of Nai Tingshan, Grandpa Tang became even happier. Yes, Grandpa thinks so too. Only by handing you over to such a person can Grandpa feel at ease. Tang Ning paused while cutting the apple. Only then did he understand what Grandpa Tang meant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa. Outside the ward, Lu Xiqing twisted Su Haofeng's ear and walked away. Hey, let go, let go. After walking a few steps, Su Haofeng screamed, why are you pulling me away? Didn't you hear that the fat girl is also very interested in Tingshan? Tingshan is getting old, and it's time for him to solve his personal problems. You know what? I just observed her carefully. Although the girl is fat, her skin is quite fair. A fair complexion can hide all ugliness. If she really loses weight, she might become a great beauty. Is Tingshan trying to develop her into a nurturing girl? It's quite exciting to think about it. Shut up. Lu Xiqing scolded with a cold face. Why are you so fierce? Su Haofeng said aggrievedly, I'm just worried about you too. Look at you one by one, do you know what those people outside are saying now, saying that you two are very likely to be? What is it? Su Haofeng rolled his eyes, do you really have to make me say it so clearly, saying that you two are gay? You haven't been in a relationship for so many years, and you don't even have a woman by your side. In fact, you are true love to each other. It's just that due to the secular world, you can only restrain yourselves and use me as a shield. A few days ago, Grandma Lu called me and confirmed with me again and again whether you really like Tingshan. Thinking of Grandma Lu's worried tone at that time, Su Haofeng couldn't help laughing out loud. Although I tried my best to assure you, I don't know if Grandma Lu believed it. I think as long as you and Tingshan don't get married, this rumor will not be broken. Lu Xiqing's cell phone rang. Su Haofeng came over to take a look and grinned. See, what you fear will come true, hurry up and answer it. Grandma. Lu Xiqing could ignore anyone in the Lu family except this grandma. He had to fulfill her every request. Xiqing, you haven't come back to see Grandma for a long time. Can you come back and have dinner with Grandma tonight? Got it, Grandma, I'll be back in the evening. Okay, see you tonight then. Evening. After get off work, Lu Xiqing drove back to Lu Mansion. Like Grandpa Tang, Grandma Lu likes quietness, so she lives alone in a small building. Lu Xiqing drove the car directly to the door of the small building. As soon as I walked to the entrance, I heard laughter coming from inside. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Fu Qingxi sitting on the sofa in the living room, chatting with her grandma. Sai Cheng is back. Grandma Lu is over 70 years old this year, but her silver hair is combed neatly. She wears a navy blue cheongsam that highlights her temperament and a round pearl necklace around her neck. She looks gentle and elegant, and her every move reveals the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Time never defeats beauty. Grandma. Lu Xiqing nodded to Grandma Lu, then looked at Fu Qingxi on the side. Qingxi is here too. Grandma Lu held Fu Qingxi's hand and said, Qingxi came here to deliver clothes for me, so I asked her to stay for dinner. Fu Qingxi is a fashion designer, and she is best at making kyongsams. The kyongsams that Grandma Lu wears are all handmade by Fu Qingxi. Each one is unique and very precious. Qingxi's hands are so dexterous, she is so pretty and gentle, there must be boys pursuing her. She must have a boyfriend, right? Grandma Lu made no secret of her love for Fu Qingxi. Fu Qingxi cast a glance at Lu Xiqing quietly, then lowered her head slightly, and said shyly, Grandma, you are joking. No one is chasing me at all. I am still single. How is this possible? Grandma Lu said in surprise, are those brats blind? As she said that, Grandma Lu looked at Lu Xiqing, who had a nonchalant expression on his face, and glared at him. Lu Xiqing raised his eyebrows, glanced at Fu Qingxi, and then said, Don't worry, Grandma. I will introduce some young talents to Qingxi later. Fu Qingxi's face froze when she heard that. Grandma Lu was also unhappy and glared at Lu Xiqing fiercely. This grandson of his is good in every way except that he is too unromantic. I really don't understand her hint at all. For so many years, there have been only a few people coming and going around him. Rumors have been spreading outside, but he is still like an outsider and has no reaction at all. Most of her silver hair is white because she is worried about Lu Xiqing's lifelong event. Qingxi is such a good girl, the affection between her eyes and brows is about to overflow, but Lu Xiqing seems to be disconnected and cannot receive it. The old lady was very anxious and angry. But she was afraid that if the window paper was broken now, it would embarrass Fu Qingxi, So after dinner, Grandma Lu asked Lu Sicheng to stay and go to the study to talk. Grandmother. Don't call me grandma. Do you still see me as your grandma? Humph. The old lady started to act like a spoiled brat and turned around with her back to Lu Sicheng. Lu Sicheng had no choice but to go up to the old lady and coax her. Grandma, if I do something wrong and make you angry, just hit me to vent your anger. Who wants to hit you? Mrs. Lu was very upset. Why should I hit you? You are just pretending to be ignorant. I will tell you straight, I want to hug my great-grandson. A chubby baby. I am already this old, I don't know how many years I can live. I probably won't be able to see my great-grandson in my lifetime, right? Chapter 10 Harmony of Yin and Yang. When talking about this topic, Lu Sicheng felt a headache. Grandma, you are in good health. It won't be a problem for you to live another 50 years. You will definitely see it. Fuck you, you little brat. 50 years, do you think I'm an old monster? Grandma Lu was still snorting. Look at how old you are, almost 30. If you don't get married, all the good girls will be picked up by others. Or are those rumors outside true? Do you really like men? You and that kid from the Nai family. Grandma. The more she talked, the more outrageous it became. Lu Sicheng immediately interrupted her and said, "It's not true. Don't listen to her nonsense. Then why haven't you even had a relationship in all these years? Qingxi is the only woman around you. But she has shown it so obviously, and I haven't seen you react at all. Could it be that you are still thinking about that? Grandma, that was a long time ago. Really, I was just too busy and didn't have the time. Really? So you still like women?" Looking at his grandmother's suspicious expression, Lu Sicheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't like men. As for women. So you don't like women either? Sai Cheng, you can't do this. You are in your prime and full of energy. You can't live a monk's life like this. It's not good for your health. The old saying is right. Newer created men and women to balance yin and yang. If you like black hair, you two can be together. Qingxi and I grew up together, and she is no different from my sister. Grandma, please don't match us up randomly, or we won't even be able to be friends anymore. You stinky boy, you can't even look down on such a pretty girl, you're going to die. Forget it, forget it. Marriage is something that cannot be forced. It has to be a matter of mutual consent. Otherwise, even if you are together, you will just be a couple who are resentful of each other, which is not good for everyone. As she said that, Grandma Lu opened the drawer of the desk, took out a stack of photos, and placed them in front of Lu Sicheng. Come, take a look. Is there anyone you like? Grandma will arrange for you to meet. His grandmother was well prepared. Pick one. If you can't pick one, then we can meet them all. One a day, and it will take about half a month to meet them all. If you dare not go, I will have no grandson like you. Lu Sicheng had nothing to say. Seeing this, Grandma Lu sighed again. Sicheng, this is also a little selfish of Grandma. Grandma's health is indeed not as good as before. I really don't have much hope. The only thing I am relieved about is you. Grandma doesn't want you to be so lonely all the time. Grandma hopes that there is someone who understands you and can care about you and take care of you. Then Grandma will feel relieved. Grandma Lu's combination of soft and hard tactics has always been successful. Lu Sicheng had no way of refusing. But he couldn't really waste half a month meeting one girl every day, so he asked Chen Yi to arrange one and invite more than a dozen girls out. Each person had 5 minutes and the scene was quite spectacular. These days, Tang Ning has been hanging out in Su Haofeng's newly opened gym. This should be the largest gym in Negeri Sembilan. Their hotel is luxuriously decorated and equipped with all kinds of fitness equipment. Most importantly, it also has a luxurious indoor swimming pool with a 24-hour constant temperature and a 100-meter-long swimming lane, which is the favorite of all swimmers. Tang Ning is no exception. Given her current physical condition, she is not suitable for intense running and rope skipping exercises as they would cause too much damage to her knee joints. Swimming is the most suitable and ideal activity as it consumes a lot of calories. She usually goes to the gym at 4 o'clock, walks briskly on the treadmill for 20 minutes as a warm-up exercise, then goes swimming for about an hour, takes a hot bath, does some appropriate relaxation exercises, then leaves the gym and goes back to their hospital to take care of her grandfather. The gym and the hospital are just across the street, so it is very convenient to go back. However, she had heard from Grandpa Tang that he wanted to eat Yinjinji's Mungbin crisps, so after leaving the gym today, Tang Ning took a bus and ran several blocks to Yinjinji to buy Mungbin crisps. "Boss, give me a box of Mungbin crisps," Tang Ning said to the boss. "Sorry, the last box of Mungbin crisps has just been bought by this gentleman." The boss pointed at the man next to Tang Ning and said. Tang Ning glanced at the man, Dr. Nai. Nai Tingshan also turned around and was surprised to see Tang Ning. "Tang Ning, you are here to buy Mungbin crisps too?" Tang Ning smiled and nodded slightly. "My grandpa wants to eat." Nai Tingshan looked at the last box of Mungbin crisps in his hand and handed it to Tang Ning. "Here you go, take it back for grandpa to eat." "How can this be possible? What will you eat if you give it to me? I live nearby. I can buy it anytime. But it's not convenient for you to come here." Nai Tingshan was generous, so Tang Ning didn't act pretentiously. She took the Mungbin pastry and said, "Thank you, Dr. Nai. Just came out of the gym." Nai Tingshan took a look at Tang Ning in front of him. It had only been more than half a month, but Tang Ning looked smaller than before, and his eyes were much bigger and bright. Tang Ning nodded, and his stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. The main reason was that Yinjinji's pastries were so delicious that they aroused Tang Ning's craving for food. People who are trying to lose weight know that the most uncomfortable thing is to control your diet. Whenever it is late at night and you are too hungry to sleep, your mind is full of all kinds of delicious food. Chicken legs, roast duck and pig's trotters are really unpredictable. Fortunately, Tang Ning had a strong will, and with exercise and a good diet, she achieved great results in half a month. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but let her efforts go to waste. Nai Tingshan curled his lips lightly and said to Tang Ning, "You have to lose weight in moderation and not be too eager for quick results. Losing weight too quickly can easily cause hormone disorders in the body, especially for girls. Let's go. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll just treat you to a meal." "I'm so embarrassed." Tang Ning said, "You gave me the Mungbin cake, why should I let you spend money? I'll treat you." Then she looked around and pointed to a Western restaurant not far away and said, "Let's go there." Judging from the grade of the restaurant, it is more in line with Nai Tingshan's status. Nai Tingshan is very handsome, with a slender and straight figure and outstanding looks, making him the focus wherever he goes. Tang Ning's current appearance is also quite eye-catching. So when the two of them appeared in the restaurant, they attracted a lot of attention. Nai Tingshan looked down at Tang Ning and found that she looked calm, so he took her to the window seat. But at this moment, Tang Ning and Nai Tingshan's eyes were both attracted by the handsome men and beautiful women at the table in front of them on the right. It turned out to be Lu Xiqing. Chapter 11 Blind Date. The beautiful woman opposite him lowered her head shyly, and occasionally stole a glance at the expressionless man opposite her. Nai Tingshan raised his eyebrows. "Is this a blind date?" Tang Ning also raised his eyebrows. "Is this work?" Lu Xiqing looked at Tang Ning and Nai Tingshan with a frown on his face. Therefore, Tang Ning and Nai Tingshan had already reached a tacit understanding and chose to pass by Lu Xiqing as if nothing had happened and sat down at a table not far away. After sitting down, Nai Tingshan handed the menu to Tang Ning. "Order whatever you want to eat." Seeing that Nai Tingshan was familiar with the place, Tang Ning asked, "Dr. Nai is a frequent visitor here, right?" "I'm not a regular customer, I come here occasionally." "In that case, what does Dr. Nai recommend?" "The steak here is pretty good," Nai Tingshan said. "Okay, then I'll have a steak and a vegetable salad." Tang Ning thought about it and ordered. "I've been eating boiled vegetables lately and my mouth is almost dry. Although I feel guilty, it's not too much to cheat my stomach by eating meat occasionally." Upon hearing this, Nai Tingshan nodded, waved for the waiter, ordered 2 steaks, a vegetable salad and a bowl of corn soup. "Okay, please wait a moment, both of you." After the waiter left, Tang Ning and Nai Tingshan talked about Mr. Tang's illness again. Nai Tingshan also answered every question, no matter how big or small, and was very patient in answering. At the same time, he was surprised at how knowledgeable Tang Ning was. He could talk about any topic, which was quite different from the Tang Ning in the rumors. The two of them had a very good chat. Before I knew it, time had passed and the steak was served. Nai Tingshan was a very gentlemanly man. He cut the steak in front of him and handed it to Tang Ning, then took the one in front of Tang Ning. "Thank you." Tang Ning looked at the cut steak in front of him. For some reason, he suddenly felt sad and wanted to cry. Is this the original owner's emotion? In the past 20 years, she had never been treated so cherished, as if she was a little princess held in the palm of someone's hand. As long as others show her even the slightest kindness, she will definitely repay it double. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this steak? Seeing Tang Ning lowering his head in silence, Ting asked with deep concern. Tang Ning shook his head. No, I just ate too many vegetables recently, and I was quite excited when I saw meat all of a sudden. Ting burst out laughing, thinking that the girl in front of him was genuine and unpretentious, and was actually quite cute. Eat quickly, proper protein supplementation will not only not affect your weight loss, but will actually be helpful to your body. Tang Ning nodded, picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. The mellow taste satisfied Tang Ning's taste buds instantly. She really didn't know that meat tasted so wonderful before. Seeing Tang Ning narrowing his eyes in satisfaction, Ting continued to smile. Tang Ning and Ting got along very well, but Lu Xiqing's situation was not so harmonious. In less than 10 minutes, 3 beauties appeared opposite Lu Xiqing. Ting also found something wrong. Was Lu Xiqing fighting in a rotation? Lu Xiqing was in a very bad mood indeed, especially when he saw Tang Ning and Ting getting along so well and becoming more and more happy as they ate. Lu Xiqing's expression became uglier and the pace of his blind dates became faster and faster. Sometimes, he would make the other party so angry that they went crazy with shame. Just one sentence. Ms. Zhang, which part of your face is still original? Ms. Li, are you really 25? Why do you look like 35? Shen Yi hid not far away, and was really frightened when he saw Lu Xiqing delivering a fatal blow to the opponent. What on earth is his master doing? How can he explain to the old lady if this continues? Seeing those beauties being driven away crying by Lu Xiqing one by one, he was about to cry too. Looking through the information in my hand, most of the 15 girls have left. It seems that there will be no gain today. Lu Xiqing couldn't remember how many girls he had driven away. When he saw that there was finally no one sitting opposite him, he just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly someone sat down opposite him. Lu Xiqing raised his head with an impatient look on his face, and when he saw the person opposite him, his brows furrowed even tighter. Qingxi, why are you here? Fu Qingxi was wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, with her black hair tied up lightly. She sat there gently, looking charming and attractive. She tucked the scattered hair on her forehead behind her ears and smiled generously. I'm here for a blind date. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm the last girl today, Fu Qingxi. After hearing Fu Qingxi's serious self-introduction, Lu Xiqing's face darkened. He looked at Shen Yi who was not far away. Shen Yi also had a confused look on his face. He hurriedly shook his head at Lu Xiqing, indicating that he really didn't know about this. Fu Qingxi lowered her head and smiled. Xiqing, don't blame Shen Yi, I asked Grandma Lu not to tell you. Lu Xiqing frowned upon hearing this. Qingxi, I've told Grandma that we are not suitable. Fu Qingxi was not annoyed, but asked back, what's wrong with us? Whether it's appearance, education or family background, I think we are quite suitable. Or do you already have someone you like in your heart? Fu Qingxi looked at Lu Xiqing and thought of the red marks on his neck before. She was still a little nervous and her fingers on her knees clenched unconsciously. Lu Xiqing said directly, no. Seeing his quick and decisive answer, Fu Qingxi felt relieved, her eyes full of smiles. That's it. In fact, it's hard for children from families like ours to find someone who truly loves us. Most marriages are based on interests and family alliances. Instead of wasting time casting a wide net like you did today, why don't you give us a chance? I have to say that Fu Qingxi really knows Lu Xiqing well. In just a few words, the essence of the matter is revealed. Their marriage, after all, is a game of interests and has nothing to do with love. Lu Xiqing wasted time on blind dates here just to fulfill Grandma Lu's wish and let her rest assured that it made no difference to Lu Xiqing who he married. However, Qingxi, your proposal does make me very excited, but... Before Lu Xiqing could finish his words, he was attracted by the movements of Ting and Tang Ning. Ting accidentally spilled the corn soup that the waiter had just brought over, and some of it spilled on Tang Ning's hand. Ting quickly stood up to help her check it. Fu Qingxi followed Lu Xiqing's gaze and looked over. Ting is here too, is he having dinner with the girl? You have to know that over the years, around Ting and Lu Xiqing, except Fu Qingxi, there is really no one else. Now Ting is suddenly having dinner with a girl, and their actions seem quite intimate. How can it not make people imagine something? Just this girl. Chapter 12 Drowning. Nai-Tingxian took Tang Ning out of the restaurant, apologizing as he walked. I'm sorry, I hurt you. I'll take you back to the hospital to get some medicine. It's okay, it's not that hot, I have thick skin, it won't be a problem. Nonsense, the back of my hand is already burned red, how can it not hurt? Let's go back to the hospital. Fu Qingxi felt that she had judged people by appearance, so she quickly stopped thinking about it and said to Lu Sichen, don't rush to reject me. Think about it carefully, and you will understand that I am the most suitable person for you. She was still very confident in herself. As long as Lu Sichen was willing to marry her, she believed that she would make him fall in love with her. There was no emotion on Lu Sichen's face. After Nai-Tingxian took Tang Ning back to the hospital to apply medicine, he kept reminding her that the wound should not be exposed to water for the next few days to avoid infection. Got it, Dr. Nai. I'll go back to see Grandpa first. Tang Ning just walked to the door of the ward with the Mungbin crisps when she heard the roar of Mr. Tang coming from inside. Ji Yuxiang is nothing at all. You pushed your daughter to jump into the fire pit even though you knew it was a fire pit. Are you parents like this? Give up on it. There is absolutely no way I will attend this engagement party. After saying this, Mr. Tang hung up the phone angrily and began to breathe heavily again. Tang Ning hurriedly opened the door of the ward and sprayed the medicine into Grandpa Tang's mouth. Grandpa Tang slowly recovered and his breathing became more stable, but his face was still very red and he looked very angry. Grandpa, didn't the doctor say that we can't get angry? Mr. Tang sighed and didn't want to talk about Tang Xin's troubles. Tang Ning opened the Mungbin crisps on one side, took out a piece and said to Grandpa Tang, Grandpa, I bought your favorite Mungbin crisps, please try it. Grandpa Tang didn't have much of an appetite, but she didn't want to disappoint Tang Ning's kindness, so she opened her mouth and took a bite. Suddenly, she noticed Tang Ning's bandaged hand. Ning, why is your hand still injured? It's nothing. I accidentally got burned when I was having dinner with Dr. Nai in the evening. Mr. Tang immediately perked up. You and Dr. Nai went out on a date alone. It wasn't a date. I just happened to meet Dr. Nai when I went to buy Mungbin cakes. He gave me his last box of Mungbin cakes, and then we had a meal together. You two can meet each other even when you buy Mungbin crisps. This shows that you are destined to meet. Grandpa Tang's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. Tang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa, what are you talking about? If other people hear this, it might bring trouble to Dr. Nai. He has helped us so much, we can't repay him with evil. How can this be called repaying kindness with enmity? You two are both unmarried, so can't you fall in love with each other? Grandpa, if other people hear this, they will say I am a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Nonsense. Our Ning Ning is a noble swan, how can she not be worthy of Dr. Nai? Cough cough cough, cough cough, old Master Tang became excited as he spoke. Tang Ning quickly helped Grandpa Tang calm down, and then persuaded him, yes, Grandpa, you are right. I am an ugly duckling now. As long as you give me some time, I will definitely transform into a swan. When Mr. Tang heard Tang Ning say this, he felt distressed again. He knew that she lacked confidence because of her appearance, so he nodded and said affirmatively, my Ning Ning will definitely transform into a noble white swan, and will definitely find an excellent person who loves you wholeheartedly. Yes, I will. Tang Ning nodded with a smile, but Grandpa, you need to rest more now and get some sleep. In the next few days, because of his hand injury, Tang Ning did not go swimming. Instead, he took time to run downstairs in the hospital and do some aerobic exercises. The process of losing weight is destined to be hard, especially running. At the end of the run, every step seemed to be taking her life. But every drop of sweat will not be in vain, and your body will not deceive you. Whenever Tang Ning wanted to give up in pain, she would look at the clothes on her body that were becoming looser and looser, and she would have the motivation and perseverance to hold on. 3 days later, her hand recovered, and Mr. Tang was finally able to be discharged from the hospital. After being discharged from the hospital, Tang Ning smiled with relief. I don't know if it's because I've been exercising too much recently and losing weight too quickly, so my body can't take it all at once. Tang Ning always feels a little weak, especially at night. She usually feels sleepy around 11 or 12 o'clock, but these days she feels drowsy before 10 o'clock. My appetite has also decreased significantly, and I feel nauseous and want to vomit from time to time. Tang Ning was a little panicked. Could it be that he really ate too little and made something wrong with his body? It seems that more haste makes waste. Next, she has to pay attention to the methods and approaches. When I returned to the inpatient department, I ran into Nightingale, who had just finished his ward rounds. Tang Ning couldn't wait to wave the discharge form in his hand at him. "Dr. Nye, my grandfather can be discharged from the hospital." Nightingale was also infected by her smile, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You look so happy." "Of course. I'm almost depressed after staying in the hospital for so long." Nightingale nodded. "After we go back, we still need to let the old man rest and not get angry. If surgery can be avoided, we should try our best to avoid it." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Nye. We'll be leaving first." "Good." After returning home and settling Grandpa Tang down, Tang Ning set a new weight loss plan for himself. Looking at the records in the notebook, she calculated that during this period, she had lost a total of 15 kilograms. Although the fat on her belly was still quite big, she felt a lot lighter, especially her eyes, which had become much bigger, and she even had double eyelids. Her neck and fingers also looked a lot slimmer. "It seems I still have to persevere. It's just that I was really tired today and felt sleepy from time to time." Tang Ning decided to give herself a day off and continue to go to the gym to swim tomorrow. After a good night's rest, Tang Ning felt much more energetic the next day. She went to the gym as planned. Today is the weekend and there are many people in the gym. All the treadmills were full, so Tang Ning chose the elliptical machine. After warming up for 20 minutes, she changed into her swimsuit and went to the swimming pool. She doesn't like going to crowded places, but fortunately there aren't many people in the deep water area. She stretched her body briefly and then dived into the water. Everything went smoothly at first, but after swimming about 500 meters, Tang Ning suddenly felt a cramp in her calf. She clearly realized that she had a cramp in both legs at the same time. This is deep water. Soon, Tang Ning lost his balance and began to struggle in the water. Outside in the equipment area, Su Haofeng and Lu Xiqing are lifting weights. Chapter 13: Pregnancy. Not far away, there was a group of girls with good figures wearing sportswear. They didn't dare to approach openly and could only watch from afar. "So handsome, so handsome." Their eyes lingered on Su Haofeng and Lu Xiqing, especially Lu Xiqing. His strong face and muscular body were so exciting that the girls screamed. Yes, he is really handsome. I come here every weekend just to see him, but he doesn't come every weekend. Yeah, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky this week. I actually met him. He's really handsome." At this moment, a fitness coach suddenly came to report, "Boss, it's bad, someone is drowning in the deep water area." With a clang, all the iron in Su Haofeng's hand fell off. He stood up hurriedly. "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save people." He pulled Lu Xiqing to the side and said, "Don't push. Come on, come with me to save people." When Su Haofeng and Lu Xiqing arrived at the swimming pool, they just saw Tang Ning being rescued from the water by the lifeguard. "Is it her?" Su Haofeng recognized Tang Ning at a glance and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "What's the situation?" The lifeguard knelt aside, checked Tang Ning's condition, and immediately performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Tang Ning. But the effect was not ideal. Tang Ning never woke up. Su Haofeng was so anxious that he was spinning around, giving blind instructions. "Hey, don't just focus on doing CPR, give her artificial respiration. You should give her artificial respiration at this time. Quick, give her artificial respiration." The lifeguard wiped the water off his face, took a deep breath, and was about to give Tang Ning artificial respiration when a strong iron arm suddenly stretched out and blocked him. "I'll do it." Su Haofeng and the lifeguard looked at Lu Xiqing in surprise, thinking they were hallucinating. Su Haofeng in particular was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Lu Xiqing looked at Tang Ning's face and frowned. He didn't know what happened to him just now. He actually blurted out those words. But time was pressing and human lives were at stake. He couldn't afford to think too much. Looking at Tang Ning's pale lips, he took a deep breath and performed artificial respiration for Tang Ning. After 3 times, Tang Ning, who was originally unconscious, suddenly choked on a mouthful of water. Oh, he's finally awake. Hurry, send him to the hospital for a checkup. Su Haofeng hurriedly called for people and hurriedly sent Tang Ning to the hospital across the street. What did you say? She's pregnant. Su Haofeng's shout almost blew off the ceiling of Naitingxin's office. Naiting frowned deeply. Why are you so excited? Could it be that this child is yours? Su Haofeng shook his head like a rattle. What kind of international joke are you playing? You know my nickname is President Su. Although I admit that she should be a beauty when she loses weight, I can't eat her like this now, let alone before. Su Haofeng was really shocked, but she is pregnant. The man who can make her pregnant is really an admirable warrior. Shut up. Lu Xichen, who had been silent all the time, suddenly glanced at Su Haofeng coldly. Su Haofeng thought of the artificial respiration that Lu Xichen had given Tang Ning before. He also knew that he was a misophobe. He knew that what he said just now must have made him uncomfortable, so he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, look at my broken mouth, Xichen, you did it today to save people, you had to do it, you are different from the man who made her pregnant, there is an essential difference. Shut up. The murderous aura on Lu Xichen seemed to turn into an invisible sharp blade and flew towards Su Haofeng. Su Haofeng felt a chill on his back and zipped his mouth with a wronged look on his face. Lu Xichen looked at Naitingxin. How long has she been pregnant? About 40 days, Naitingxin said after reading the medical report, but the child is very lucky. She has lost more than 10 pounds this month. Despite all the hardship, the child is quite healthy. So cruel, she lost more than 10 pounds. Then before, she must have been. Su Haofeng had never seen Tang Ning's appearance at the beginning, but she was always so fat. If she lost another 20 pounds, wouldn't that be 200 pounds? He couldn't tolerate it. This was a weight that President Su could never tolerate. Lu Xichen glanced at Su Haofeng coldly again. Su Haofeng quickly zipped up his mouth. She really lost weight too quickly, so her body couldn't handle it. Plus, she was in the early stages of pregnancy and had pregnancy reactions, which led to her calf cramps and drowning. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. For more than 40 days, Lu Xichen thought about the night a month ago and the bloodstain on the bed. He closed his eyes silently. Sai Cheng, why are you asking so many questions? You have such an indescribable expression on your face. I almost thought you were the father of this child. Su Haofeng was really careless with his words. After he finished speaking, he laughed 3 times. Then he found that he was the only one laughing in the whole office. Lu Xichen had a gloomy look on his face and Naitingxin's eyes were also cold. He. The smile on Su Haofeng's face slowly disappeared. Tingxin, you should help her contact the father of the child. Since she is pregnant, the father should be held responsible. Naitingxin frowned and said, she was just rejected last month. What? In that case, she must have met a scumbag. Su Haofeng immediately showed a sympathetic and disgusted expression. If you don't like this kind of scumbag, then don't sleep with him. You sleep with him and get him pregnant, and then you turn around and deny it. Isn't that a jerk? Lu Xichen looked at Su Haofeng with a look that could almost kill him. Naitingxin picked up the medical report and said, I'll go see Tang Ning first. By the way, remember to help Tang Ning settle the bill. When Naitingxin walked in, Tang Ning was sitting up from the bed with difficulty. Tang Ning, don't get up. You are weak. Just lie down and rest. Naitingxin hurriedly asked Tang Ning to lie down. Tang Ning looked at Naitingxin's worried and anxious expression, her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned even paler. Dr. Nai, I don't think I have a terminal illness, it doesn't matter, just tell me directly, I can bear it. Naitingxin was stunned, stretched out his finger and touched her forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, terminal illness? Then your serious expression made me think I was terminally ill. Naitingxin originally didn't know how to start talking to her, but now that she interrupted him, he felt surprisingly relieved. Let me take a look myself. Tang Ning glanced at the examination report in Naitingxin's hand and reached out to take it. Chapter 14 Child, I want. After reading it, she was completely stunned and her mind went blank. Are you pregnant? Is she pregnant? She has been pregnant for more than a month? Tang Ning stood there in a daze. Tang Ning, are you okay? Tang Ning. Naitingxin could tell from Tang Ning's expression that she had never expected to get pregnant. Naiting was afraid that Tang Ning would not be able to bear the shock for a while, so he quickly comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid, no matter how you want to deal with this child, I can help you find a solution. After hearing what Naitingxin said, Tang Ning gradually turned around and looked at Naitingxin, who was gentle and elegant, like a nobleman in the world. He was generous with his care and help for her. Tang Ning was really grateful to him. Dr. Nai, thank you. I want to ask, is the child okay? Nai Tingshan understood what she meant and replied, the child is fine, blessed with a long life, and very healthy. Tang Ning didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. This child was indeed very tenacious. Dr. Nai, I'm a little confused now. I may need to calm down. Tang Ning thought of the man who had indulged herself all night. He wondered if he had to be so aggressive and let her come in one go. Nai Tingshan considered it again and said, Tang Ning, pregnancy is not a trivial matter, nor is it a joke. If necessary, I think you should inform the father of the child and don't make a decision lightly. No need. Absolutely no need. Tang Ning refused without hesitation, Dr. Nai, this matter has nothing to do with the child's father. I can decide for myself. Seeing Tang Ning's determined expression, Nai Tingshan guessed that she must have been really hurt by that scumbag fiancé. Okay, then you think about it carefully. Tang Ning nodded and thanked him, then lifted the quilt and got out of bed. I'll ask someone to take you there. Nai Tingshan was a little worried. No, I can walk by myself. Tang Ning was extremely upset and didn't want to see anyone at all. After sorting out his thoughts, he left the hospital by himself. She was standing on the side of the road, about to hail a taxi, when suddenly, a black Bentley stopped in front of her. She thought she was blocking someone's way and took a step back. Unexpectedly, the car window rolled down and a man with a noble and stern face appeared in front of her. He said in a cold and low voice, "Get in the car." The four characters of child's father passed through Tang Ning's mind. She frowned subconsciously and said, "Why are you here? Aren't we even now? Clear? How are you going to settle the piece of meat in your stomach?" Tang Ning immediately took 2 steps back to protect her stomach, her eyes full of shock and vigilance. How did you know? Lu Xiqing did not hide it. I brought you to the hospital, let's talk in the car. There was a horn of a car urging people to drive from behind. This time, Tang Ning really blocked other people's way. She frowned, but finally got into Lu Xiqing's car. After getting in the car, she was amazed. Are ducks really so profitable nowadays? The car he was driving was a Bentley. Bentley R. Lu Xiqing was upset and was thinking about follow-up countermeasures, so he didn't pay attention to Tang Ning. If he knew what Tang Ning was thinking at this moment, he would probably be furious. Tang Ning's attention was slightly affected, and soon she felt difficulty breathing due to the extremely low pressure in the car. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Ning coughed a few times, trying to attract Lu Xiqing's attention. Lu Xiqing frowned slightly and said to her, "There is water on the door handle. Where are you taking me? We'll be there soon." Tang Ning roughly guessed what Lu Xiqing was thinking, so he just sat there and didn't say anything else. Soon, Lu Xiqing's car stopped in front of a high-end private club. Lanting. Tang Ning looked at the name of the club and had some impression of it. It seemed that on the night when she and Lu Xiqing had an accident, her best friend, Yang Xuani, brought her here to drink wine to boost her courage. As soon as Lu Xiqing got out of the car, the boy at the door came forward and parked the car for him. Before he even reached the door, a doorman bent down respectfully and opened the door for him. He walked with big steps without even looking back. Tang Ning followed him and almost had to jog to catch up with him. He was not careful and almost tripped over the steps under his feet. Her exclamation finally attracted the attention of the man in front of her. Lu Xiqing turned around, "Be careful. That's all your fault. Why are you walking so fast? My legs are too long, there's nothing I can do about it." Tang Ning felt deeply insulted. It took a lot of effort to suppress the urge to fight with him. Lu Xiqing had already opened the door of a private room behind him. "Come in." Tang Ning suddenly realized, "This is where you work, no wonder you are so familiar with it." Yes, with his looks, he is more than qualified to be the top star in such a high-end club. But to be able to afford a Bentley, I don't know how many hard days and nights it takes. It seems that Tang Shen was quite nice to her this time and really spent a lot of money on her. "Where do you work?" She still treats him like a duck. Let her think so. Lu Xiqing closed his eyes silently, without any intention of correcting her. He sat down on the sofa in the box, and then motioned Tang Ning to sit down opposite him. Tang Ning had just sat down when she heard Lu Xiqing ask, "What would you like to drink?" "Give me a glass of lemonade," Tang Ning said with a frown. She had been feeling nauseous recently. She originally thought it was because she was losing weight too aggressively and hurt her spleen and stomach, but she didn't expect that she was pregnant. I just came here and haven't adjusted to the original owner's identity and body yet, and here comes the big gift package of pregnancy. It would be better if God let her fall off a cliff and be smashed to pieces. What else? Eat something. Tang Ning collected his thoughts and said, "No, I'm not hungry." So Lu Sichen called the waiter and ordered a glass of warm lemonade and a glass of soda water. After Tang Ning drank the warm lemon water, he put down the cup and looked at the man opposite him. Seeing that he was frowning, Tang Ning got straight to the point. "I don't plan to keep this child, and I won't use him to threaten you, so there's actually no need for you to specially invite me here." "What did you say?" Lu Sichen narrowed his dark eyes, his deep gaze was like ice, penetrating Tang Ning's body. Tang Ning frowned, feeling very confused about Lu Sichen's attitude. Shouldn't he be relieved or even happy at this time? "You may not have heard me clearly just now. I said that I have no intention of keeping this child, and I will not use him to threaten you, so you can rest assured. Why don't you plan to stay?" Lu Sichen opened his thin lips, and his cold gaze fell on Tang Ning again, which startled Tang Ning. "What do you mean? Do you still want to keep this child?" When she said such ridiculous words, even she couldn't help laughing. But immediately, her smile came to an abrupt end, because she heard Lu Sichen's cold voice. "Yes, I want this child. Is that what I understood?" "Yes." Chapter 15 Critical Illness Notice. "You're crazy," Tang Ning blurted out subconsciously. Seeing Lu Sichen's deep eyes, without a trace of joking, she almost went berserk. "No, why would you, a duck, want a child? Sorry, I don't mean to look down on your work, I'm just too shocked." She felt that the man in front of her was really crazy. If a man encountered such a problem, he would avoid it as much as possible, right? Having a child is a huge burden to him. It will also affect his market value. What on earth is this man thinking? "This is my business. As long as you give birth to the child, you can ask for any conditions you want. I can satisfy you." Seeing that he said it so nonchalantly, Tang Ning was very angry. "You make it sound so easy, but do you think this is a kitten or puppy that can be bought and sold at will after it is born? This is a child. It's a human life. I am responsible for him after I gave birth to him." Tang Ning shook his head vigorously and said very rationally, "I can't agree to your request. I'm leaving first. You also said that this is a human life. Since it already exists, why do you make a unilateral decision? I am the child's father, so I also have half the right to decide." Knowing that he would be criticized and looked down upon by others when he was born, you still insisted on bringing him into this world. This is not loving him, it's just harming him. Tang Ning thought of himself and the original owner, and became more determined in this idea. "My child will never be subjected to criticism or contempt. Although it has a light taste, it is undoubtedly strong." Tang Ning rolled her eyes at him. "What kind of arrogant and cocky tone are you using? Do you think you are acting like a domineering CEO? And how can you guarantee anything? Who can tell what will happen in the future? If she really gave birth to the child, he would be her closest relative in the world who was connected to her by blood, and she would never let the child leave her. Don't worry about that. I will do what I say. All you have to do is tell me what I want you to do in exchange for giving birth to the child." Seeing Lu Sichen so persistent, Tang Ning was puzzled. "Why do you want this child? Can I ask why?" "No comment. You're not going to use my child to please some rich woman who's paying a huge sum to have a child, are you?" In a flash, the advertisement on the telephone pole about a rich woman paying a huge sum to have a child suddenly appeared in Tang Ning's mind, and she blurted out. Lu Sichen's eyes were deep and filled with guilt, but the aura around him had inexplicably become much colder. But seeing his expression, Tang Ning thought she was right, and immediately said angrily, "You can have your own child with that rich woman, don't even think about having my child. You'd better give up as soon as possible." After Tang Ning finished speaking, she opened the door and walked out. Perhaps because she walked too hastily or was too angry, Tang Ning's vision suddenly went dark and she was about to fall to the ground, when a pair of strong hands suddenly reached out from behind and caught her falling body steadily. Tang Ning immediately grabbed Lu Sichen's arm, and waited until the dizziness passed before she slowly opened her eyes. The man's handsome face was close to her, and his warm breath was like a soft feather, lightly brushing across Tang Ning's ear. Although he is very handsome, he cannot hide his scumbag nature, so Tang Ning quickly withdrew his hand with a cold expression. A month ago, when Lu Xiqing looked at Tang Ning's face, it was like a steamed bun with dough, his eyes were almost narrowed into a slit, and his waist was like a bucket. But now, the whole person has obviously lost a lot of weight, his facial features have become more delicate and clear, his chin has become more prominent, and his waist, in particular, has become much thinner, he can actually hold it with one hand. Thinking of what Nai Tingshan said, that she had lost nearly 20 kilograms in a month, Lu Xiqing frowned slightly and opened his mouth to speak, but Tang Ning's cell phone rang. Tang Ning picked up the phone, looked at the caller ID, and answered the call immediately. What? Tang Ning's lips turned pale instantly, and her body swayed again. If Lu Xiqing hadn't been supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed to the ground. Okay, I get it. I'll come right over. Seeing that Tang Ning's body was trembling slightly, Lu Xiqing asked, what happened? My grandpa fainted again and was admitted to the hospital, Tang Ning said with trembling lips, pushed Lu Xiqing's hand away, turned around and ran out. During this period of time, she really treated Grandpa Tang as her own grandfather. Now, Grandpa Tang was critically ill again and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Tang Ning was so panicked that her whole body was cold. Tang Ning was so panicked that she almost tripped over the stairs. Lu Xiqing pulled her from behind. Seeing her pale face, Lu Xiqing held her hand and said, calm down. I'll take you to the hospital. Okay, thank you. This time Tang Ning did not reject Lu Xiqing. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Tang Ning pushed the door open and rushed out. Lu Xiqing wanted to remind Tang Ning to run slower, but Tang Ning had disappeared. Tang Ning rushed to the door of the emergency room. What's going on? Why did Grandpa faint again out of the blue? What did you do to Grandpa? Tang Ning asked Tang Chumu with red eyes. Why are you so loud? Tang Chumu didn't dare to look Tang Ning in the eye. How disrespectful. Answer me. What on earth did you do to Grandpa? Tang Chumu's eyes flickered, and Liu Hui stepped forward. Tang Ning, how can you speak to your father in this tone? We just invited your grandfather to attend Tangshan's engagement party. Who knows what kind of temper he would get into? He even got so angry that he was hospitalized. That's right, he is my father, how could I harm him? Tang Chumu also shouted loudly, as if whoever had the loudest voice was right. If it were really just like this, it's impossible for Grandpa Tang to be so angry that he had a disease. But Tang Ning couldn't do anything about them now. She could only desperately tell herself to stay calm. And now Tangshan on the side could hardly believe her eyes. This was Tang Ning. She had lost so much weight. If she is given more time, then she will. Tangshan silently clenched her fists. Tang Ning was keenly aware of Tangshan's gaze. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Tangshan. Their eyes met in the air. Tangshan straightened her chin proudly and looked at Tang Ning provocatively. The door of the emergency room behind me suddenly opened. Tang Ning ran forward immediately and said, Dr. Chen, how is my grandfather? Dr. Chen shook his head at Tang Ning. This is a critical illness notice, sign it quickly, Dr. Nai is still waiting. What? A critical illness notice? Why is my dad critically ill? Tang Chumu shouted when he heard it, what do you mean by this? He took the critical illness notice and immediately said, you guys are trying to shirk responsibility without even realizing it. We won't sign this. If you can't save my dad, I'll never let you go. Chapter 16, Morning Sickness. The situation is so critical, but the patient's family is still being unreasonable and unreasoning. Dr. Chen couldn't help but get angry, but Tang Ning quickly took the pen from Dr. Chen and signed his name. Dr. Chen, thank you for your help. Please save my grandfather. Don't worry, we will do our best. Dr. Chen turned around and closed the door of the operating room. Tang Chumu yelled at Tang Ning, what's wrong with you? Who asked you to sign? If anything happens to your grandfather, can you take responsibility? I can't take responsibility, can you? Tang Ning's voice became colder and colder, and every word seemed to be mixed with cold wind, attacking Tang Chumu without any hesitation. You? If anything happens to Grandpa, I will make you pay the price. Tang Ning stared at them with a look of terrifying coldness. You dead girl. Tang Chumu was dissatisfied with Tang Ning's attitude. However, when he met Tang Ning's bloodshot eyes, Tang Chumu felt a little scared. When did this timid girl become so sharp-tongued that she even dared to talk back to him? Tingxian then issued another critical illness notice, and Tang Ning still signed it. She seemed calm, but only she knew that her hands were shaking. The operation took longer than expected and it was already early in the morning when it was over. Tingxian couldn't stand it and went back. Liu Hui and Tang Chumu also dozed off together, but Tang Ning was the only one who kept staring at the red light above the operating room. It was not until the red light went out that Tang Ning let out a breath that he had been holding. The door of the operating room opened and Tingxian walked out dragging his tired body. Dr. Nai. Tingxian nodded at Tang Ning. Tang Ning had just let out half of the anger in her heart when she heard Tingxian say, "But Tang Ning, you have to be mentally prepared." Tang Ning's figure swayed slightly. "Dr. Nai, even you have no way to help." Tingxian shook his head. "Unless we do a heart transplant, but the old man is in very poor health, worse than before. Even if there is a suitable heart donor, his current physical condition is not suitable for surgery." Tang Ning forced a smile. "I see, thank you, Dr. Nai, can I go see my grandpa?" "Yes, but not for too long." "Good." Mr. Tang was sent to the intensive care unit with tubes inserted all over his body. The white sheets and quilt made him look unusually frail. Grandpa Tang Ning half knelt in front of the hospital bed, calling Grandpa Tang softly. Grandpa Tang slowly opened his eyes. Tang Ning immediately held Grandpa Tang's hand and said with red eyes, "Grandpa, I am Tang Ning, please look at me." "Ning Ning, be good and don't cry." Old man Tang said these words with great difficulty, almost making Tang Ning burst into tears. "Well, Grandpa, I'm not crying, I just got sand in my eyes." Grandpa Tang looked at Tang Ning, his eyes full of heartache and reluctance. "Grandpa just can't let you go." "No, Grandpa, don't say that, you will be fine." Tang Ning's tears rolled down uncontrollably. "Okay, Grandpa will be fine. Grandpa hasn't even seen my Ning Ning get married yet." "Grandpa, cough, cough." Grandpa's voice was weak and he had difficulty breathing. Tang Ning hurriedly said, "Grandpa, please stop talking and have a good rest. I'll stay here to watch over you." Old Master Tang nodded with a pale face and closed his eyes heavily. One cannot stay in the intensive care unit for long, and after Grandpa Tang falls asleep, Tang Ning can only stay in the small room outside. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Tang Ning could no longer bear it and fell asleep on the table. But she slept very uneasily. Even in her sleep, tears kept slipping from the corners of her eyes, wetting her long eyelashes. A tall figure appeared silently beside her, and his slender fingers caught the tear that slipped from the corner of her eye, warm and salty. He was about to take his hand back, but she suddenly held his fingers and whispered, "Grandpa, don't go." Lu Xiqing frowned his sword-like eyebrows and wanted to shake off her hand, but heard her whisper, "Don't leave me alone, I'm scared." His mind moved slightly, but he just stood there, motionless, like a sword drawn from its sheath, but with a chill in his air. Grandfather. Tang Ning had a terrible nightmare. She dreamed that her grandfather had left her. She was so scared that she woke up immediately. When she looked up, she saw Grandpa Tang lying in the intensive care unit. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Grandpa is fine. But Tang Ning's heart was still beating wildly. She was afraid that the nightmare would come true. The person that Grandpa is most worried about is her. A wave of nausea suddenly hit Tang Ning, and he quickly covered his mouth and ran towards the bathroom. She vomited for a long time over the wash basin, but there was nothing in her stomach and all she vomited was bitter bile. After vomiting, she almost collapsed. "Tang Ning, how are you?" Tingxian's concerned voice sounded beside him. Tang Ning shook his head and opened his mouth to speak, but his stomach was sour again. After she finished vomiting, Tingxian helped her back to his office. After pouring her a cup of warm water, Tingxian turned around and left again. When he came back, he was holding a lunch box. He opened the lunch box, and inside was a bowl of fragrant rice porridge with a few refreshing side dishes at the bottom. "I don't know what kind of food you like, so I just asked someone to pack some for you. I also know you don't have much appetite right now and can't eat much, but you have to eat something." Tingxian handed the spoon in his hand to Tang Ning and persuaded him patiently. "Thank you, Dr. Nai. Such thoughtful consideration." Tingxian said, "You're welcome." He then took out a bag of small plums from the pocket of his white coat and said, "Eat one when you feel uncomfortable. It will help you feel better after you press it down." Tang Ning nodded, and after drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, she felt much better. Naitingxian stood aside and asked her, "Have you thought about it?" Tang Ning paused holding the spoon. After a long while, Naitingxian saw her looking up and said, "Dr. Nai, if my grandfather knew that I was pregnant, would it stimulate his desire to live and would it help his condition?" Naitingxian was stunned, with genuine surprise on his face. "Tang Ning, you have to think carefully. If you were married and pregnant normally, it would be good news for the old man to stimulate his desire to live, but if he knew that you were pregnant before marriage..." "That's good, Dr. Nai, don't worry, I know this." "Thank you, the porridge is delicious." After saying that, she smiled at Naitingxian. This bowl of porridge not only warmed her stomach, but also warmed his heart. Chapter 17, Getting the Certificate. Tang Ning stroked her belly as she walked down the corridor, only to realize that she didn't even know the man's name, let alone his contact information. She couldn't just go to the club to find him, right? "I was lost in thought all the way until I arrived at the door of the intensive care unit." "Why are you here?" Tang Ning looked at the man standing at the door in surprise, and saw the thermos bucket in his hand. "Are you here to see me?" "It's really a piece of cake." "It's really a piece of cake." Tang Ning cheered up. Lu Xiqing looked at Tang Ning's pale face, frowned, and did not deny, "Let's have breakfast first." "No, I just had dinner in Dr. Nai's office." Tang Ning answered without thinking too much. "Did you have breakfast in Naitingxian's office?" "Yeah, what a coincidence, I was just looking for you, let's find a place to chat." Lu Xiqing's eyes were deep as he took Tang Ning to the coffee shop opposite the hospital. After sitting down, Lu Xiqing had no intention of speaking. He ordered a cup of black coffee and sipped it slowly. Tang Ning's mind was in a state of confusion. This night was extremely tormenting for her. Especially after she dreamed that her grandfather had left her like this, she felt heartbroken. She didn't want to lose her grandfather, nor did she want to ruin the child's life, so she was so conflicted and caught in a dilemma. But right now, the most important thing is Grandpa. So Tang Ning raised her head, looked at the elegant Lu Xiqing in front of her and said, "I can promise you to give birth to the child, but I have a condition." Lu Xiqing nodded. "You say you marry me?" "Can." I thought it would take a lot of persuasion to convince him, but I didn't expect him to agree so immediately. Now it was Tang Ning's turn to be shocked again. "I'm talking about getting married, the kind that goes to the Civil Affairs Bureau, not buying a fake certificate from the street to fool people. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Xiqing nodded, then took out a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and placed it in front of Tang Ning. Tang Ning looked at the letterhead at the top of the paper and was dumbfounded. "Marriage agreement." Lu Xiqing crossed his legs, looking extremely elegant, and his every move was filled with the calm confidence that he was in control of everything. "If you are not satisfied with any of the conditions above, you can modify them now." He also placed a black signing pen in front of Tang Ning. Tang Ning looked at the marriage agreement in front of him with mixed feelings. This person really came prepared. "Did you know for sure that I would agree?" Lu Xiqing never did meaningless things that wasted time, so he did not deny it. "I will make you agree." In short, whether Tang Ning agrees or not, he will find a way to make her agree. So arrogant and domineering. Tang Ning was so angry that he turned around and wanted to leave. "Don't be angry," Lu Xiqing said calmly. "Each tribe needs each other, and cooperation is a win-win situation. Isn't that good? Let's take a look at the agreement first." Lu Xiqing is really a master negotiator. With just one concise sentence, he suppressed Tang Ning's anger. "The agreement in front of me only has a few simple clauses, and two of them are short. First, he would cover all expenses during Tang Ning's pregnancy, and provide 100,000 yuan in nutrition and living expenses every month. After the child is born, whether Tang Ning wants to leave or not, he will not interfere. If Tang Ning chooses to leave, he will compensate her with 5 million yuan. Article 2, during the marriage, both parties shall not interfere with each other's life. Article 3, blank. Article 4, blank. What do you mean? Lu Xiqing pointed at the pen beside her and said, "You can add the third and fourth items as you like. If you think it's not enough, you can add the fifth and sixth items. Are you so extravagant? Aren't you afraid that I will ask for half of your wealth? You can add it if you want. I don't want your hard-earned money." Tang Ning muttered, picked up the pen, and added a sentence after his second point. Article 2, during the marriage, both parties shall not interfere with each other's lives, but when necessary, they must cooperate with each other unconditionally. Article 3, they are not allowed to disclose the news of their marriage to irrelevant people at will. As for the fourth one, I'll leave it blank for now. I'll add it when I think of it. Is that okay? Without saying anything, Lu Xiqing picked up a black pen and signed his name, then pushed the agreement in front of Tang Ning. It's your turn. Seeing that he signed so readily, Tang Ning hesitated. Why did he feel like there was a big trap waiting for him to jump into? Any other questions? You don't really want to use my child to please some rich woman, do you? No. Lu Xiqing's temples throbbed a few times. He took a deep breath and said, you have a grandmother who is about the same age as your grandfather. She wants to hold her great-grandson. So that's how it is. Tang Ning suddenly realized, this was easy to understand. With his current job, it is indeed not easy to find a girl from a good family to marry and have children. Everyone is doing it for their grandparents, so Tang Ning finally signed his own name. As soon as Tang Ning put down her pen, Lu Xiqing stood up and said to her, let's go. Where are you going? Civil Affairs Bureau. Exclamation point. 2 hours later. Tang Ning and Lu Xiqing came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The bright sunshine outside made Tang Ning dazzled. She looked down at the bright red notebook in her hand, then glanced at the handsome and serious man beside her. Tang Ning felt as if she was in a dream. Is she married? The incredibly handsome man beside her is her husband? No matter how you look at it, she's the one who made the profit. Tang Ning was still lost in thought. Lu Xiqing looked up at his watch, glanced at the time, and said to her, let's go. I'll take you back to the hospital. All right. All their way in silence. Back to their hospital entrance. Tang Ning said goodbye, opened the car door and got out. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiqing also got off the car. Thinking that Lu Xiqing had something to do at the hospital, Tang Ning didn't say anything, but ahead was Mr. Tang's intensive care unit, and Lu Xiqing was actually following her. Why are you following me? You asked me to marry you just to reassure your grandfather. Now that it's done, shouldn't you let him know? Of course I have to say it, but not now. Tang Ning hasn't figured out how to talk to Grandpa Tang yet. Wait a few days. My grandfather is very weak now. Wait until I tell him everything, then you can come and see him. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiqing was quite polite, so Tang Ning said gently. Lu Xiqing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded. I came here in a hurry today, and I didn't have anything prepared, so it's really not easy for me to visit you. Give me your phone. What? Lu Xiqing took Tang Ning's phone and dialed his own number, then his phone rang. Chapter 18 Liar. At the same time, he also saved his number in Tang Ning's mobile phone and said to her, this is my mobile phone number. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. Oh. Is there anything else you want to say? Tang Ning thought about it and shook his head. He had thought of everything and arranged every detail, and she couldn't think of anything else to say. Then I'll go first. Lu Xiqing looked calm and said in a businesslike tone, take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Tang Ning curled her lips, knowing that what he actually wanted to say was to take good care of his own children. Thinking of his indescribable expression at that time, Tang Ning could also imagine how he felt now. If it weren't for the child in her belly, he probably wouldn't even want to look at her for another second. Just talking about the child, Tang Ning felt an indescribable sense of guilt in her heart. If it weren't for her grandfather, she would never have kept the child. She gave birth to this child but couldn't give him a complete home. Tang Ning felt very sorry for him. But she felt so reluctant to abort the child, and hoped that the birth of this child would save her grandfather from danger. After staying in the intensive care unit for 3 days, Mr. Tang was finally transferred to the general ward. But now his complexion is obviously not as good as before, and he always looks very weak. Liu Hui has been very attentive these days. Every morning, she would come to visit Grandpa Tang with breakfast prepared at home. Old Master Tang didn't want to see her, but in order to allow Tang Ning to have more time to rest, he was patient and didn't chase her out. These past few days, Tang Ning couldn't eat or sleep well because of taking care of him. His face was pale and he looked sick. Tang Chumu and Liu Hui came together today, and Liu Hui brought breakfast as usual. But I didn't expect that what I brought today was fish porridge. As soon as the lid of the thermos bucket was opened, the aroma of fish porridge spread everywhere, with a faint fishy smell in the aroma. Or Tang Ning felt nauseous when she smelled the smell. She covered her mouth and ran out immediately, feeling uncomfortable. Ning, old Master Tang wanted to get out of bed anxiously. Tang Chumu quickly stopped him. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? The doctor said you can't get out of bed and walk around. You have to lie down and rest. Get out of the way, I want to go see Ning. Old Master Tang was so angry that he pushed Tang Chumu's hand away. I don't need your help. Dad, can you please stop being so stubborn? Tang Chumu had no choice but to tell Liu Hui, you stay here with Dad, I'll go see that damn girl. Who are you calling a dead girl? Okay, Dad, I'll go see your precious granddaughter, you lie down quickly. Liu Hui helped Grandpa Tang lie down, her eyes inadvertently falling on the bowl of fish porridge on the bedside, and she suddenly exclaimed. Mr. Tang raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? You are so startled. Dad, looking at Ning's condition, do you think she could be pregnant? Liu Hui blurted out subconsciously. She is an experienced person. Tang Ning's expression just now was clearly caused by morning sickness. What did you say? A dog can't spit out ivory. Old Master Tang was so angry that he swung his crutch and hit Liu Hui. Hey, Dad, what are you doing, Dad? When Tang Ning and Tang Chumu returned to the ward, they saw Old Man Tang chasing Liu Hui and making a chaotic scene. Chumu, as soon as she saw them coming back, Liu Hui cried and threw herself into Tang Chumu's arms, sobbing. Tang Chumu immediately protected her behind him, but asked, what did you do to make Dad so angry? Liu Hui felt extremely aggrieved. I didn't do anything, I just felt that Tang Ning. Liu Hui looked at Tang Ning's belly, and there was nothing else to be seen there except a round swimming ring. What do you think happened to Tang Ning? Tang Chumu asked. But Mr. Tang would not allow them to talk about Tang Ning in front of her. Go away, I don't want to see you, get away from me. Dad. Tang Shin's engagement party is imminent, and Tang Chumu came here with a mission today. If Grandpa Tang doesn't attend Tang Shin's wedding, how can Tang Shin hold her head up in my husband's family in the future? But Mr. Tang had no intention of giving them any chance to speak and insisted on taking action himself to drive them out. Grandpa, it's okay, don't be angry anymore. Tang Ning quickly pulled Grandpa Tang, don't let yourself get hurt by being angry. This is outrageous. Old Master Tang was so angry that he swung the crutch in his hand and accidentally knocked Tang Ning's bag to the ground. The contents of the bag fell to the ground in an instant. When Mr. Tang lowered his head, he saw a small red notebook dropped in front of him, and he almost stepped on it. The 3 big, bright words on the marriage certificate were exposed to his sight. Tang Ning was stunned. She never expected such an unexpected thing to happen. Grandpa Tang Ning bent down to pick up the notebook, but it was too late. Ning, give me the things. Tang Ning had no choice but to hand over the little red notebook silently. When Mr. Tang opened the little notebook and took a look, he almost fainted. Grandpa. Tang Ning was so scared that he hurriedly helped Grandpa Tang to sit down on the bed. She and Lu Xichin got a marriage certificate to stimulate Mr. Tang's desire to survive, not to stimulate him to send him away as soon as possible. Old Man Tang covered his chest, obviously he was so angry that his heart hurt. Tang Ning quickly took the quick-acting heart pills and asked the old man to take them. After a long time, the pain on Old Man Tang's face was slightly relieved. He held the little red notebook in his hand and asked Tang Ning, Ning, what is going on? Tang Ning half knelt in front of Mr. Tang and said, Grandpa, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I have been trying to find a suitable opportunity to tell you these days. Why? Could it be that what Liu Hui said is true? Are you really? Old Master Tang's gaze also fell on Tang Ning's belly. Tang Ning finally understood why Grandpa Tang was so angry and drove the person out. It turned out that it was because Liu Hui noticed that something was wrong with her and gossiped about her in front of Grandpa Tang. But Mr. Tang was wholeheartedly protecting her and didn't believe what she said at all. Only now. Looking at Tang Ning's expression, how could Grandpa Tang not understand? Ning, you are so confused. How old are you? No, Grandpa doesn't agree to this. Grandpa Tang said excitedly, how can you decide your lifelong events so casually? Do you know who the other person is? What if he is a liar? No, Grandpa, he's not a liar. Chapter 19, Little White Face. How do you know he's not a liar? Would a liar have those 2 words written on his face? If he's not a liar, how could he trick you into getting married with him so quietly? The more Mr. Tang thought about it, the more he thought it made sense. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and from this photo, you can tell he's a gigolo. Ginger is indeed more spicy when it is old. Tang Ning didn't expect that old man Tang was so discerning and could see through Lu Xiqing's true nature at a glance. Isn't he just a gigolo who lives off his wife? But Tang Ning could only bite the bullet and said, "Grandpa, things are not what you think. I was the one who suggested getting the marriage certificate. You brought it up." Grandpa Tang's eyes widened. "Why?" "Because you're pregnant. Why didn't you tell Grandpa earlier about such an important matter? Why did you take the initiative? Grandpa, don't you like this child?" "Nonsense, how could Grandpa not like this child? Grandpa dreams of you getting married and having children. Now that your wish has come true, aren't you happy? Grandpa was going to leave you in the hands of someone he could trust. How can you expect Grandpa to be happy now?" Old man Tang closed his eyes, obviously suffering a heart attack from anger. "Grandpa, you haven't even met him, how do you know that he makes you worried?" Tang Ning didn't know why, but she was quite confident in Lu Xiqing. She thought that her grandfather would definitely feel reassured after meeting him. "Ning Ning, do you like him so much?" The most important thing when we look at people is their character, not just their appearance. Tang Ning nodded vigorously. "Grandpa, what you said makes a lot of sense. How about you meet him and inspect him in person? What do you think? The certificate has been obtained and the baby is pregnant, what else can Mr. Tang say?" He sighed and said to Tang Ning, "Then let's meet him first. But Ning Ning, let's be frank. If this person is not a good person, we can't joke about our lifelong happiness, understand? Grandpa can also afford to raise this child." "I see. Thank you, Grandpa." Hearing that Grandpa Tang was so considerate of her, Tang Ning felt really happy. "Call and tell that brat to come over here right now." For 5 days had passed since the last meeting with Lu Xiqing. Fu Qingxi was originally confident and certain that she was Lu Xiqing's best choice. But as time went by, Lu Xiqing had not made any move, which made Fu Qingxi become uncertain. So this noon, she came to the downstairs of Lu Xiqing's company and asked Lu Xiqing to have lunch together. "I just happened to be doing some work nearby, and since it's time for lunch, I thought I'd ask you out for dinner." Fu Qingxi had delicate makeup on, and she stirred the coffee cup in front of her with her slender fingers. She was as elegant and dignified as ever, and her every move was that of a socialite. Lu Xiqing nodded slightly. "What do you want to eat?" Fu Qingxi chuckled and said, "I've already ordered." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter started serving the dishes with a tray. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Lu Xiqing didn't move his chopsticks, Fu Qingxi asked, "Don't you like these dishes?" Lu Xiqing shook his head, picked up the fork and started cutting the steak. The dishes Fu Qingxi ordered were all of his favorite flavors and styles. "Then eat more." Seeing Lu Xiqing start eating, Fu Qingxi smiled. She just wanted to tell Lu Xiqing in this way that she was the one who understood him best and they were the most suitable people for each other. However, until the meal was almost over, she didn't see Lu Xiqing make any expression. Was it because what she said last time wasn't clear enough? Seeing Lu Xiqing put down his knife and fork and wipe his mouth, Fu Qingxi originally wanted to be reserved and wait for Lu Xiqing to speak first, but now, she couldn't hold back any longer and leaned forward slightly. "Xiqing, have you thought about my last proposal?" Her eyes were bright and she looked at Lu Xiqing with great anticipation, but her slightly clenched fists revealed her nervousness. Lu Xiqing nodded and said to her, "Qingxi, you know me very well. Sometimes I even feel that you know me better than I did before. For example, the flavors and dishes he likes in front of him. Isn't this good? Understanding each other can avoid a lot of conflicts and frictions. But looking at you, I seem to see myself." Fu Qingxi was startled, and her face turned pale instantly. She was also a smart person, and Lu Xiqing's words were enough for her to understand what he meant. Lu Xiqing is decisive and ruthless in the business world, but Fu Qingxi grew up with him, and the Lu and Fu families are also old friends. Lu Xiqing doesn't want to hurt Fu Qingxi, so he said, "Qingxi, we are too similar, like mirrors of each other. I am not the right person for you." Although Lu Xiqing rejected Fu Qingxi did not intend to give up. "You haven't even tried, how do you know we are not suitable, Xiqing? As long as you are not married, I will not give up." Lu Xiqing didn't expect Fu Qingxi to be so persistent. He frowned and said, "Qingxi, I have already." Just as I was about to say the word married, the cell phone next to me rang. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Xiqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Ever since we parted in the hospital that day, that woman hasn't contacted me for so many days. If someone calls me on his own initiative, there must be something going on. Although Fu Qingxi appeared calm, Lu Xiqing's rejection undoubtedly frustrated her self-confidence and made her feel very embarrassed. When she saw his cell phone ringing, she took the opportunity to say, "Xiqing, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'm leaving now. We'll contact each other later." In a hurry, I felt as if I was running away in a panic. After Fu Qingxi left, Lu Xiqing picked up the phone. "This is Lu Xiqing." Tang Ning was still thinking about how to address her nominal husband when the call was connected, when Lu Xiqing's deep and magnetic voice came over, like a subwoofer, with a slight echo, making the listener's ears numb. "Mr. Lu, are you awake? Do you have time now?" Lu Xiqing frowned slightly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Lu Xiqing was brief and to the point, so Tang Ning went straight to the point and told him what happened this morning. "My grandfather found our marriage certificate, and he's a little angry, so he wants to see you. Can you please come over now? If it's inconvenient." "Okay, I'll go over now." Seeing that Lu Xiqing agreed so readily, Tang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll wait for you downstairs." When Lu Xiqing left the restaurant, Shenyi was already waiting for him at the door. "Boss Lu, let's go to the suburbs now." "No, let's go to the hospital." Lu Xiqing interrupted Shenyi and said calmly, "Say sorry to President Jiang and make an appointment another day." Chapter 20, Girls Can't Stay. Mr. Lu, you managed to get Mr. Jiang with great difficulty." Lu Xiqing glanced at him indifferently, and Shenyi immediately shut his mouth. But he really didn't understand what could have happened that could make Lu Xiqing stand up Mr. Jiang, whom he had finally made an appointment with after 5 or 6 attempts. Following Lu Xiqing's instructions, Shenyi drove Lu Xiqing to the hospital. On their way, passing by a shopping mall, Shenyi heard Lu Xiqing say again, "Stop the car." Lu Xiqing asked Shenyi to wait at the door and went into the mall. Not long after, he came out with several gift bags. Shenyi was shocked and hurried forward to help Lu Xiqing carry the bag. "You bought so many things. Are you going to the hospital to visit some important person?" Passing by a fruit shop, Lu Xiqing got off the car and bought a fruit basket. Then he asked Shenyi to drive him to the hospital. The car drove into the hospital gate, and from a distance, Lu Xiqing saw the woman pacing back and forth at the entrance of the inpatient department. The main thing is that the figure is really eye-catching. Seeing Lu Xiqing's car coming, Tang Ning originally wanted to step forward, but after seeing through the windshield that the driver was not Lu Xiqing, Tang Ning not only did not step forward, but took 2 steps back. The car stopped, Shenyi got out and helped Lu Xiqing take the gifts and fruits out of the trunk. Lu Xiqing took the things and asked Shenyi to park the car. Tang Ning walked towards Shenyi only after he drove away. Lu Xiqing looked at Tang Ning's actions and pursed his lips. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm just afraid your friends will laugh at you. My grandpa just wants to see you. Why do you bring so many things?" Lu Xiqing frowned slightly. "Basic courtesy." "Then let's go quickly. Grandpa must be waiting anxiously. By the way, let me tell you, if my grandfather asks you what you do, just say you work in a company." Tang Ning looked at Lu Xiqing, who was dressed in a suit and tie. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the CEO of a listed company, right? TSK. And more." There were obviously a lot of things to explain, but when the time came, Tang Ning felt his mind was in a mess and he didn't know where to start for a moment. He talked a lot and the two of them had already arrived at the door of the ward. Looking at the door of the ward in front of him, Tang Ning was as if facing a great enemy, and gave instructions for the last time. "You will act according to the situation later, but you must not let Grandpa know what you do, understand?" In fact, Tang Ning also knew that the truth could not be hidden. After all, Lu Xiqing was found by Tang Shen with money. When Tang Shen knew about their marriage, she would definitely tell grandfather Lu Xiqing's true identity. However, grandfather was not in good health now, so it was better to keep it a secret for the time being. Later, she would want to persuade Lu Xiqing to mend his ways and find a proper job as a long-term solution. Tang Ning wanted to say a few more words, but Lu Xiqing had already raised his hand and knocked on the ward door, so she had to swallow the rest of her words. In the ward, Mr. Tang changed into his own clothes and sat on a chair with a cane, looking serious and dignified. As soon as he saw Lu Xiqing coming in, he looked him up and down with a critical eye. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a slender and upright figure. He is wearing a low-key and simple white shirt and black suit, but his dignity and deep aura cannot be concealed. No matter how picky Mr. Tang is, at least in terms of appearance, Lu Xiqing is impeccable. Such a man. Ning Ning, Grandpa wants to eat Jinja's mung bean crisps. Please buy another box for Grandpa. Grandpa, Tang Ning knew that Grandpa was looking for an excuse to get her away, but how could she feel at ease letting Lu Xiqing stay alone with Grandpa? Go quickly. Grandpa Tang gave the order again, but Tang Ning looked at Lu Xiqing on the side. After seeing Lu Xiqing nodded, Tang Ning said, "Okay, Grandpa, I'll go now." Looking at the interaction between Tang Ning and Lu Xiqing, Mr. Tang raised his eyebrows. This is really the case that girls cannot be kept when they grow up. He turned his gaze back to Lu Xiqing. Lu Xiqing nodded at Grandpa Tang, called him Grandpa, and then put the things he brought on the ground. Old Master Tang snorted coldly, "It was you who bullied my granddaughter. Don't think you can buy me off by buying such a small amount of things. Grandpa, you misunderstood. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I don't have any intention of bribery. I don't need to bribe you, right? Humph, you sound better than singing. What's your name, kid? What do you do?" "Junior Lu Xiqing, this is my business card, please take a look, Grandpa." Lu Xiqing looked calm and composed, but he took out a business card from his shirt pocket and handed it respectfully to Grandpa Tang with both hands. Time was running out, so Tang Ning took a taxi to Jinji to buy mung bean crisps today. The round trip took about half an hour. Because she was worried about Lu Xiqing and Grandpa, after getting out of the car, she almost ran into the hospital. But after running a few steps, he bumped into someone with a bang. The other person had a faint smell of disinfectant on him, mixed with a hint of fresh air, which was clean and pleasant. "Sorry." Tang Ning apologized hurriedly. The other party had already reached out and held her up. "Tang Ning, are you okay?" "Dr. Nai, it's you. I'm so sorry." Tang Ning waved his hands quickly. Nai Tingshan withdrew his hand only after seeing Tang Ning stand up straight. "Why are you running so fast? Be careful." "It's okay, Dr. Nai, thank you, you go ahead and do your work, I'll be leaving first." Tang Ning hurried back to the door of Grandpa Tang's ward, and first quietly lay down beside the door, wanting to listen to what Lu Xiqing and Grandpa Tang were saying inside. As a result, it was quiet inside, without any sound at all. Tang Ning was puzzled. Then the sound of Mr. Tang coughing was heard, and Tang Ning hurriedly pushed open the door of the ward. After entering the room, she found that only Grandpa Tang was in the ward, and there was no sign of Lu Xiqing. "Grandpa, where are they? As soon as you get back, ask him, you don't care about Grandpa anymore." "How could that be, Grandpa? I'm just worried about you." "Worried about me? What should an old man like me worry about? Is he going to eat me?" "I think you are worried about him, right? Grandfather." Okay, Grandpa won't say any more." "Grandpa, what did you say?" Tang Ning still couldn't hide his nervousness. "He didn't make you angry, did he?" "No, we had a good chat." "Real? But looking at Grandpa's smile, it really doesn't look fake. Lu Xiqing is so capable that he can even make my grandfather obey him?" "Well, based on his face and his demeanor, most people really can't tell his true identity, and they can just find a few good excuses to get away with it." Tang Ning felt slightly relieved. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Chapter 21 Weight Control. "Come in." Nai Tingshan appeared at the door of the ward. As soon as he saw Nai Tingshan, Mr. Tang greeted him warmly. "Dr. Nai is here, come in quickly. Ning Ning, take out the mung bean cakes you just bought and treat Dr. Nai to some." "Okay." Tang Ning turned around and took out a box of mung bean crisps from the bag and handed it to Nai Tingshan. "Here, Dr. Nai, I bought this especially for you." "Thank you." Nai Tingshan took the mung bean cake and smiled. What made the old man so happy? "Is there?" Nai Tingshan chuckled. "Your mouth is almost stretched to the back of your ears." Har har. Old Master Tang no longer concealed his laughter. He laughed loudly twice and said to Nai Tingshan, "Dr. Nai, Ning Ning told me that she is pregnant. How can I not be happy when I think about the fact that I will soon become a great-grandfather?" Nai Tingshan looked at Tang Ning in surprise. Getting pregnant before marriage is such a big deal. Even if the elderly are open-minded, they would not have such an attitude, right? Seeing Nitingshan's confusion, Tang Ning motioned Nitingshan to go outside and talk with her. After leaving the ward, Nitingshan asked Tang Ning, "Have you thought about it? Do you want to keep this child?" Tang Ning nodded. Thinking of how Mr. Tang was smiling now, she felt that it was all worth it. Grandpa is very happy. The old man is looking forward to this child. It will really help his condition, but if you take care of the child alone. She could hide it from others, but Nitingshan was her and her grandfather's savior, so Tang Ning told him the truth. "Dr. Nai, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. This is the decision I made after discussing with the child's father." "The child's father? Your fiancé?" "It's not him. And we've already got the marriage certificate." "Have you got the certificate?" Ever since he met Nitingshan, he always seemed to be confident and in control of everything. This was the first time Tang Ning saw him look shocked. She chuckled, "Yeah. Sorry, I just think it's too sudden," Nitingshan said after controlling his expression. Tang Ning still kept smiling. "I know, it is indeed a bit sudden. Does the old man know about this?" Tang Ning nodded slightly. "I see, Grandpa has already met him just now. So that's how it is. No wonder the old man is so happy. Since Mr. Tang has met him and he is the one he approves of, it means that the other party should be an excellent and responsible person. Otherwise, Mr. Tang would not be able to trust Tang Ning to him." "Congratulations," Nitingshan said. "Thank you, Dr. Nai, for helping me and Grandpa so much. This is my job. No need to thank me. Since you have decided to keep the baby, you have to go for a checkup. Go to the gynecology department to get a prescription first. Tomorrow morning, you can draw blood to check the baby's development." "Okay, I'll go now." Early the next morning, Tang Ning went to the blood drawing area to have blood drawn. Mr. Tang was worried and insisted on going with her. Unable to persuade Grandpa Tang, Tang Ning had no choice but to go along with him. After Tang Ning finished drawing blood, the two went to the cafeteria downstairs to have breakfast together. They say people feel refreshed when good things happen to them, and that probably refers to Grandpa Tang. His physical condition today is obviously much better than before. After breakfast, he took a walk downstairs with Tang Ning. Then the two of them went back upstairs to get the test results and took them to see the doctor. "Director Liu, could you please help my granddaughter take a look at the child's condition?" Grandpa Tang couldn't wait to ask as he entered the clinic. Lu Qingwan nodded at the two of them, motioning Tang Ning to sit down first, then took the report from Tang Ning's hand and looked at it, then nodded. "Looking at the doubling of HCG, the baby is developing well, but your progesterone is a little low. Director Liu, what should we do?" Old Master Tang looked anxious. Lu Qingwan smiled and said, "Don't worry, old man. I'll prescribe some progesterone for her to replenish her progesterone. The pregnant mother also needs to supplement folic acid to help the baby's development." Okay, Director Liu, I'll leave my granddaughter in your care," Old Man Tang said with a grateful look on his face. Director Liu first prescribed progesterone and folic acid for Tang Ning, and then explained the precautions to Tang Ning. She said, "It is not easy for you to conceive with your physique. Maybe this child is destined to be with you, but being too fat is not good for your health and will also affect the fetus in your belly. So what you need to do next is to control your weight and have regular prenatal checkups. Given your current physical condition, it is best not to gain weight during the entire pregnancy, otherwise it will be a great burden on your body in the later stages, and it will also easily cause various pregnancy complications, such as gestational diabetes, pregnancy-induced hypertension, etc. However, now is pregnancy. If the nutrition is not enough, it will not be good for the development of the child, so you'd better have a balanced diet. I have a pregnancy menu here for your reference." "Okay, thank you Dr. Liu, can I do some exercise then?" Of course appropriate exercise is possible and very necessary, but you still have to do it within your ability, especially in the first 3 months. You can't do strenuous exercise. After 3 months, you can increase the amount of exercise according to your body's condition. This is not only good for you and your baby, but also good for the birth. Okay, Director Liu, we've got it all written down." Old Master Tang was so serious that he almost took out a small notebook to write it down. "If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." As the two were about to leave, they heard Lu Qingwan saying, "By the way, the first 3 months are the dangerous period, so it's best not to have sex." Tang Ning's face instantly turned red with embarrassment and she quickly left the doctor's office. She asked Mr. Tang to go back to the ward first, and she went to the pharmacy downstairs to get the medicine. In Grandpa Tang's ward, Tang Chumu was getting a little impatient and paced back and forth. Tangshan also lost her patience and complained, "Dad, we have been waiting for so long. When will Grandpa come back?" Seeing Tang Chumu and Tangshan standing in the ward, Mr. Tang's smile faded. "Why are you waiting for me? Grandpa, you're back." Seeing Grandpa Tang coming back, Tangshan immediately smiled, ran over and held his arm and said, "This Tang Ning is really something. How can I take you around when you are not well yet?" "Yes, Ning Ning is not good. Ning Ning only stays in the hospital to take care of me every day without taking off her clothes. You are good and filial. If nothing happens, you won't see me for 10 days or half a month." When Tangshan heard what Grandpa Tang said, she suddenly looked embarrassed and a little at a loss. "All right." Mr. Tang's face darkened, he pulled his hand back and sat on the edge of the bed. "Stop beating around the bush, tell me what you want from me." "Grandpa," Tangshan's eyes turned red, "what are you talking about? You are my grandpa, can't I come to see you?" Chapter 22 Green Tea Bitch. "If you really come to see me, then I welcome you. Now that you have seen me, you can leave without any worries." Upon hearing this, Tangshan anxiously winked at Tang Chumu. Tang Chumu looked at Old Man Tang and said, "Dad, no matter what, Tangshan is your granddaughter, you can't just favor Tang Ning. Tomorrow is Tangshan and Ziyang's engagement party, you have to attend no matter what. I told you I'm not going." "Dad." Tang Chumu raised his voice and said, "Why are you so stubborn? We are old friends with the Gu family. We have been friends for so many years. Do you have to let Tang Ning marry Ziyang to be satisfied? If it's Tangshan, you can't stand it. Through this incident, can't you see clearly what kind of person Gu Ziyang is? Are you willing to push your daughter into the fire pit?" The anger that Mr. Tang had suppressed with great difficulty rose again. Suddenly, Tangshan bent her knees and knelt in front of Grandpa Tang. "Tangshan, what are you doing?" Both Mr. Tang and Tang Chumu were shocked. "Get up first." Tangshan tearfully said, "Grandpa, tomorrow is my engagement party. If you don't attend, the Gu family won't recognize me. Even if Ziyang and I are engaged, I won't be able to raise my head in the Gu family. I know you prefer Tang Ning, but I ask you to help me this time because I'm also your granddaughter. If you don't agree, I won't get up." Mr. Tang was very angry, but seeing Tangshan's determined look, he asked, "Tangshan, have you really thought it over? Do you regret getting engaged to Gu Ziyang?" Tangshan nodded vigorously, with a firm attitude, "Yes, Grandpa, I don't regret it. I love Ziyang, and I want to marry him. Okay, you guys go back." "Grandfather." "Dad." Outside the door, Tang Ning took the medicine and just returned to the door of the ward. He heard Mr. Tang say, "You guys go back, I promise that I will be there on time tomorrow night." "Really? Dad?" "Thank you, Grandpa. You guys go." Fearing that Mr. Tang would go back on his word, Tangshan stood up immediately after thanking him and left with Tang Chumu. Tang Ning hid in the stairwell not far away, avoiding the meeting with Tang Chumu and his daughter. After they left, she returned to Mr. Tang's ward. Mr. Tang sat on the bed and sighed. When he saw Tang Ning coming in, he immediately smiled again. "Ning Ning is back." Tang Ning nodded and said to Grandpa Tang, "Grandpa, I heard everything outside. I will go with you tomorrow." "No, Grandpa can do it alone." "No, don't argue with me. Let me go with you." How could she be willing to let Grandpa Tang go alone? Seeing Tangshan's eyes full of concern, Mr. Tang had no choice but to agree. "Okay, let's go together." "Good." The next evening. Yunshi Hotel. Tangshan and Gu Ziyang's engagement party was held in the Fuguei Huakai banquet hall on the 5th floor of the hotel. Although it was an engagement, the ceremony was quite grand, with 88 tables set up. Tang Wanru and Liu Hui both cared about their reputation, so they invited everyone they could. Inside the dressing room, the makeup artist is helping Tangshan put on makeup. Yang Xuani stood behind Tangshan, looking at the shy Tangshan in the mirror and complimented her. "Tangshan, you are so beautiful today, more beautiful than flowers. No wonder Gu Ziyang loves you so much and wants to marry you." Hearing such praise, Tangshan's face was even more shy and proud. "Speaking of this, I have to thank you. Don't worry, if you follow me in the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Yang Xuani was also very happy to hear Tangshan's assurance. and praised even more vigorously, "How can Tang Ning compare with you? You are the high and mighty colorful clouds, and she is the mud under the feet of others. You and Master Jiyu are a match made in heaven." There was an infinite smile on Tang Shen's lips. "By the way, Tang Shen, will Tang Ning come today?" Yang Xuanyi asked. "She hasn't asked Tang Ning to return the money she lost last time. How can she still have the face to come after such an embarrassing incident?" "She's as fat as a pig," another bridesmaid, Ruby Liu, mocked. "If I were her, I wouldn't even have the courage to go out. It makes me want to vomit just by looking at her." Liu Xinru is the daughter of Tang Shen's uncle, Liu Hui's eldest brother. She is only a few months younger than Tang Shen. Liu Hui's family is not well off, but since Liu Hui married Tang Chumu, Liu Hui's eldest brother and sister-in-law used Liu Hui's relationship to send their daughter to the same private high school as Tang Shen. Because they couldn't come up with so much money, Liu Hui secretly subsidized Liu Xinru's tuition and living expenses to her parents' home. Therefore, Liu Xinru's mother told Liu Xinru that she must have a good relationship with Tang Shen and follow Tang Shen's lead. After learning that Tang Ning's grandfather was partial to Tang Ning in every way and made Tang Shen suffer a lot of grievances at home, Liu Xinru protected Tang Shen everywhere and targeted Tang Ning without Tang Shen even saying anything, and bullied Tang Ning behind her back. "Xinru, don't say that. She is my sister after all. Today is my and Ziyang's engagement party. If she can come, I would still welcome her. But if she really comes, I would be a little worried. After all, Ziyang used to be her fiancé. What if? Cousin, you are just too kind." Liu Xinru assured, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I won't let that fat pig get close to my brother-in-law, let alone give her the chance to ruin your engagement party." "Xinru, thank you." Yan Xuanyi stood behind Tang Shen, watching the sisterly love between Tang Shen and Liu Xinru, and felt a little nauseous. Tang Shen is such a green tea bitch. It was clearly her who stole Tang Ning's fiancé, but she turned the tables and portrayed herself as a wronged and pitiful person, letting Liu Xinru fight for her. There was a knock on the door. Liu Hui pushed the door open wearing a dark purple cheongsam and a necklace of round and smooth pearls around her neck. Although she is over 40 years old, Liu Hui has maintained herself very well and still has her charm. She wears a cheongsam that shows off her graceful figure. The high-slit cheongsam reveals her white thighs faintly as she walks, making her look graceful and elegant. "Mom! Aunt! Aunt Liu!" Tang Shen and the other two shouted separately. Liu Hui's eyebrows lit up with joy. She raised her slender wrist with a jade bracelet and smiled, "Shinshin, it's almost time. Are you ready?" Tang Shen nodded, stood up, and turned around. "It's almost done, Mom, what do you think?" She was wearing a bright red modified cheongsam today. The skirt was shortened to the knees. The buttons on the neckline were delicate and small, and there was a heart shape on the chest. She was pretty and beautiful without losing her sexiness. Her hair was tied up in a small bun with a few gold hairpins inserted in her hair. If she moved slightly, her head would sway, making her beautiful and charming. Chapter 23, Really Dare to Come. Liu Hui was amazed and said, "Very good, you are worthy of being my daughter. With this dress, you are really more beautiful than any other girl." "Mom. Why are you shy?" "Mom is right. If Ziyang saw you like this, I guarantee he wouldn't be able to take his eyes off you." Liu Hui helped Tang Shen tidy up her collar and the gold hairpin on her head and said, "Let's go. It's almost time. We should go out to entertain the guests. Your grandfather should be here soon." Tang Shen nodded, took Liu Hui's arm and walked out. Liu Hui turned around and told Liu Xinru and Yang Xuanyi behind her, "Xinru, Xuanyi, today is Xin's engagement party. You are her bridesmaids. Remember what I told you, okay? Don't worry, Aunt, I've remembered everything. I will definitely not let anyone ruin my cousin's engagement party." "Yes, Aunt Liu, we know." Liu Hui nodded and said, "That's good to know. If you two behave well, I will give you a big red envelope later." Outside the door, Jiyu Ziyang was already standing there in a suit and tie, his hair combed meticulously with gel. He stared at Tang Shen who was walking towards him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Liu Hui looked at Jiyu Ziyang's reaction and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Men are all the same. They can't move their legs when they see a beautiful woman. She handed Tang Shen's hand to Jiyu Ziyang and said with a smile, "Ziyang, from now on, I will hand my precious daughter to you. You must treat her well. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Tang Shin well. Ji Yuxiang couldn't wait to grab Tang Shin's delicate little hand and stroked it back and forth. Tang Shin had a shy look on her face and snuggled up to Ji Yuxiang like a little bird. At this time, Tang Wanru, wearing a dark red cheongsam and carrying a handbag, came over. She said to Ji Yuxiang and Tang Shin, "The guests are here. Come with me to the gate to greet them." Tang Wanru brought Ji Yuxiang and Tang Shin to their hotel entrance. There was a three-dimensional poster of a pedestrian at the door, with a photo of Ji Yuxiang and Tang Shin. Judging from the photo, the two of them were quite a good match. The guests arrived one after another. Tang Wanru took the lead in greeting them, and then introduced Ji Yuxiang and Tang Shin to them. Guests usually say congratulations and praise Tang Shin. While Ji Yuxiang was greeting the guests, he held Tang Shin in his arms, and his hand was not idle either. Tang Shin leaned against Ji Yuxiang with a shy look on her face. After standing for most of the time, Tang Shin felt sore in her waist and back, and the smile on her face was a little hard to maintain. Tang Wanru was in the same situation, and her face felt like it was about to freeze. After stretching her facial muscles, Tang Wanru turned her head and looked at Tang Shin. "Tang Shin, what's wrong with your grandfather? It's already so late, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Tang Shin and Ji Yuxiang were flirting with each other. When she suddenly heard Tang Wanru's question, she didn't react for a moment and shrank into Ji Yuxiang's arms. Ji Yuxiang took the opportunity to hold Tang Shin in his arms. "Mom, don't be so fierce. You scared Shin Shin." Tang Wanru frowned as she watched the two flirting with each other, her face darkening. "What are you doing in public?" "Mom, today is our engagement party, what's wrong?" Tang Wanru wanted to scold them, but at this moment, a black Mercedes stopped in front of them. Tang Shin recognized the car. "My grandpa is here." The driver got out of the car and opened the back door, and the thin figure of Mr. Tang appeared in their eyes first. Seeing this, Tang Wanru went forward to greet him. Tang Shin and Ji Yuxiang were also preparing to go forward, but what was unexpected was that another person came out from behind Grandpa Tang. It turned out to be Tang Ning. Tang Shin didn't expect that Tang Ning would actually dare to come to this occasion. What Tang Shin didn't expect was that Tang Ning was wearing a black beret, a black and white plaid cloak, black wide-leg trousers and a pair of flat boots. Although he still looked broad and round, he was much more pleasing to the eye than before. And his face, with light makeup on, looked white and delicate, especially his eyes, which had become much bigger and looked very energetic. Before, when Tang Ning put on makeup, she either painted herself like a monkey's butt or a big tabby cat. When did her makeup skills improve so much? Fortunately, her figure is still plump, which finally allows Tang Shin to regain a lot of self-confidence. She smiled and walked to Tang Ning, saying affectionately, "Grandpa, sister, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." She stood next to him and found that Tang Ning was twice as big as her. Sure enough, she saw disgust on Ji Yuxiang's face. Tang Wanru stepped forward and apologized with a smile. "Old man, I've been waiting for you to come. Let's go in. Come, this way." It is a good idea not to hit a smiling person. Even though Mr. Tang doesn't like the sarcastic Tang Wanru is indeed impeccable in her dealings with others. In the banquet hall, when Mr. Ji Yu heard that Mr. Tang had arrived, he immediately stood up and came out to greet him. In fact, for today's engagement banquet, Mr. Ji Yu meant that the two families just need to sit down and have a meal. He also knew how much Grandpa Tang loved Tang Ning, and was afraid that this matter would lose Grandpa Tang's face, so he did not agree to hold a grand wedding. However, his son and his family of three disagreed and insisted on holding a big banquet, and he could not stop them. He made a request that he would not attend unless Mr. Tang was present. "Now, Mr. Tang has finally arrived. Brother Tang, you are finally here. Come, sit here." He specially reserved the center seat at the main table for Mr. Tang to express his guilt. Seeing this, Tang Wanru said, "Dad, this is the most important position today. If we give it to Grandpa Tang, doesn't it mean that the Tang family has a higher status than their Jiyu family?" Tang Wanru would naturally not allow it. She wanted to say something else, but old man Tang had already sat down at the seat next to her. "You should sit here." "I'll sit here." "Brother Tang, why are you so whiny now?" Okay, then I'll sit here." When Mr. Ji Yu heard Mr. Tang scolding him, he smiled like a child. "Come, Ning Ning, sit here." Old man Tang pointed to the seat next to him and called Tang Ning to come and sit down. Not far away, Liu Xinru looked at Tang Ning, who walked in, and raised her right eyebrow. I didn't expect this fat guy to be so brave. He actually dared to come here. Liu Xinru waited for a long time, but Yang Xuanyi didn't respond. She glanced at her and said, "Why are you in a daze? Did you hear me talking to you?" "I heard it." "Yes, I didn't expect her to come." Yang Xuanyi answered, but her eyes were always lingering on Tang Ning's outfit. Chapter 24 Experienced. That cloak is the latest model from G. It has been on the market for less than a month and is worth more than 6 figures. The cloak is simple in design but very fashionable. When you put it on, you will exude a strong aura. Yang Xuanyi had taken a fancy to this cloak before it was launched on the market, but the price was a bit scary, so she had been waiting and watching. Unexpectedly, it is now worn by Tang Ning, this big fat pig. It is really a waste of resources. If this cloak were worn on her, it would definitely look 100 times better than on Tang Ning. And the black diamond-shaped small handbag in Tang Ning's hand had been in her shopping cart for 2 months. She had never found a suitable opportunity for Tang Ning to buy it for her, but she didn't expect that she would carry it first. I have to admit that Mr. Tang really loves Tang Ning, which makes Yang Xuanyi jealous and envious. Liu Xinru also noticed Tang Ning's outfit, and her heart was filled with envy and jealousy. A dark light flashed in her eyes. She took Tang Ning's arm before he sat down, and said to Mr. Tang with a smile, "Grandpa Tang, you see, all the elders sitting at this table are you guys. It's so boring for Sister Ning Ning to sit here alone. Why don't you let her sit at our table? We are all girls, and Sister Ning Ning can also make more friends. What do you think?" "Yes, Grandpa Tang, the topics that you elders talk about are definitely different from those that we girls talk about. Let Ning Ning go to our table." Yang Xuanyi also immediately joined in. "Yes, old man, girls like to talk about clothes, cosmetics, bags and jewelry. Let Tang Ning sit over there." Tang Wanru cast an approving glance at Yang Xuanyi and Liu Xinru. How could she let such a cheap girl Tang Ning eat at the same table with them? She deserves it. Don't even think about it. Although Grandpa Tang didn't want to follow Tang Wanru's wishes and wanted Tang Ning to sit at the main table, Yang Xuanyi was the best friend of the original owner Tang Ning. The original owner had mentioned her in front of her grandfather more than once, so Grandpa Tang naturally had a very good impression of her. He also felt that Tang Ning should make more friends so that her personality could be more optimistic and cheerful, so he looked at Tang Ning again and asked for her opinion. After seeing Tang Ning nodded, Mr. Tang said, "Okay, but you have to help me take good care of Ning Ning, understand?" "Got it, Grandpa Tang, let's go over there first." Yang Xuanyi and Liu Xinru held Tang Ning's arms on each side and came to the next 2 tables. Those working here are all Tang Xin's good sisters. When they saw Tang Ning coming, they all showed an expression of gloating on their faces. Yang Xuanyi very intimately pulled Tang Ning to sit down on the empty seat together, then smiled and reminded, "When I'm not around later, you can't bully my good sister Tang Ning, you have to help me take good care of her." "Don't worry, Shui and I, we will definitely help you take good care of your good sister Tang Ning." One of the girls looked at Tang Ning with a half smile on her face. "Okay, Ning Ning, just sit here and relax. Xinru and I will be busy first. We will come over to accompany you when we are done." "Okay, then come here quickly, I'll wait for you here." Tang Ning looked at Yang Xuanyi and said timidly, "Got it, just relax and have fun." Yang Xuanyi turned around with a smile, but her eyes were filled with viciousness. She said, "This is Tang Ning, fat like a pig, but timid and cowardly. Even if he puts on the dragon robe, he doesn't look like a prince." Before Liu Xinru left, she winked at one of the girls. So after Yang Xuanyi and Liu Xinru left, one of the girls named by Yu asked Tang Ning with a smile, "Tang Ning, look, today was supposed to be your engagement party with Mr. Jiyu, and you are the heroine today." "Yes, Tang Ning, you must not be sad." Tang Ning raised the corners of his lips and smiled, "I'm not sad." "That's right. You have self-awareness. You know that you are not worthy of Master Jiyu, so you'd better not be sad. Even if you are sad, it's wishful thinking." As soon as these words were spoken, all the girls at the table laughed. They were all waiting for Tang Ning to show an expression of shame and embarrassment, but who knew that Tang Ning actually laughed along with them? Everyone was stunned, with a look of surprise on their faces, wondering if Tang Ning had been driven crazy by the excitement. He could actually laugh at this time. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Yu asked. I'm happy for my good sister Tangshan, Tang Ning said with a smile. Since she wants my fiancé, I'll give him to her. Ji Yuxiang was hugging Tangshan, walking towards this side with a smug look on his face. He just happened to hear what Tang Ning said, and immediately sneered in disgust. She spoke better than she sang. What about giving him to Tangshan? It was obvious that he didn't want her. She really knew how to find a way out for herself. Really? Another girl named Xu Jingjing asked curiously, is that true? But we heard that you were caught having an immoral private life, so Mr. Ji Yu insisted on breaking off the engagement with you. Yeah, I heard about it too. It was said that you called a prostitute from Lanting Club and were caught in bed with her. Upon hearing this, the other girls at the table all laughed softly, their expressions full of contempt. Tangshan raised a smug smile and looked at Tang Ning, waiting for her to show a look of shame, but Tang Ning nodded slightly and said without any shame, yes, I have to thank my good sister Tangshan. Thanks to her rich experience, she spent a lot of money to find the best one for me. She really has good taste. Next time, you can introduce good ones to other sisters. Tang Ning looked at Tangshan generously. Tangshan's smile slowly solidified at the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly looked at Ji Yuxiang beside her. Seeing that Ji Yuxiang's face had become gloomy, Tangshan immediately scolded Tang Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is more experienced? Don't slander me. Isn't it? The one you found for me is really great. Both her figure and appearance are first-rate. Her skills are also very good. You must have tried it many times. Tang Ning looked at Tangshan with a smile, and then his playful eyes fell on Ji Yuxiang on the side. So, who do you think is better, Ji Yuxiao or him? Tangshan really didn't expect that Tang Ning would say such shameless words in public. The key point is that he poured such a huge basin of dirty water on her without saying a word. Ji Yuxiang's face darkened when he heard this. Tangshan held his hand and said, Xiang, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Believe me. Really. Although Ji Yuxiang stood there without moving, the look in his eyes when he looked at Tangshan was obviously different from before. Chapter 25 Little Fairy. This made Tangshan feel uneasy. Really, Tang Ning just can't stand seeing us doing well, so he deliberately used these words to slander me in order to create a rift between us. Ji Yuxiang glanced at Tang Ning, but he didn't quite believe what Tangshan said. Tang Ning was as dumb as a pig. If it wasn't true, how could she have such an IQ to say such a thing? Tang Ning tried to persuade him sincerely, sister, it's okay. You and Master Ji Yu are truly in love with each other. No matter how many men you have had, Master Ji Yu will definitely not mind. Right, Master Ji Yu. At this moment, Ji Yuxiang's expression could really be described as brilliant. He drew his arm back abruptly. Tangshan's expression changed. She was really anxious. She whispered, Xiang, she's talking nonsense. It's not true at all. What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear the host calling you to go on stage? Tang Wanru noticed the commotion here and walked over with her bag. Seeing that Ji Yuxiang and Tangshan looked different, Tang Wanru said to Ji Yuxiang with a sullen face, there are so many guests here. I don't care what you are doing. Let's finish today's engagement ceremony first. Mom, Ji Yuxiang felt uncomfortable and looked reluctant. Tang Wanru glanced in the direction of Mr. Ji Yu, then glared at Ji Yuxiang. If anything goes wrong at today's engagement ceremony, I will skin you alive. Mr. Ji Yu originally did not agree with today's engagement ceremony. It was only after Mr. Tang finally arrived that Mr. Gu's face looked a little better. If something goes wrong now and makes Mr. Ji Yu unhappy, he will definitely have opinions about them, especially Xiang. The Ji Yu family is not like the Tang family, which only has 2 girls. The Ji Yu family has 3 grandsons in total. Ji Yuxiang is the second child in the family, with older cousins above him and younger cousins below him. It is not easy to win the favor of Mr. Ji Yu. Ji Yuxiang's fiancée Tang Ning was already a laughingstock. Even though she was replaced temporarily, she was still ridiculed by them. If something unexpected happens again, who knows how they will be laughed at. Tang Wanru gritted her teeth and decided that she would never do as they wished. Ji Yuxiang could only walk onto the stage with a stern face under Tang Wanru's gaze. Liu Hui and Tang Chumu sat at the main table, looking very proud. Tangshan was going to marry into the Ji Yu family and become a young lady. Some rich ladies who were usually difficult to make friends with just came over and talked to her, which made her feel very happy, and she even raised her chin a little higher unconsciously. The MC announced the start of the engagement ceremony. Liu Hui grabbed Tang Chumu's hand, more excited than if she were getting married herself. But when Ji Yuxiang and Tang Shen approached, she noticed that something was wrong with Ji Yuxiang. His body was stiff, there was no smile on his face, and there seemed to be a gloomy air between his brows. Although Tang Shen tried hard to keep smiling, her smile was obviously a little stiff. When Tang Wanru came back and sat down, she also looked unhappy. Liu Hui's heart skipped a beat and she wanted to ask Tang Wanru what had happened, but Tang Wanru was sitting opposite her, several people away, so she couldn't ask. She could only suppress her anxiety. The MC stood on the stage and told the touching love story of Tang Shen and Ji Yuxiang. Although the girls sitting at the same table with Tang Ning didn't want to listen, they all stared at the stage. Only Tang Ning picked up her chopsticks and started eating as soon as they came on stage. "Tang Ning, you are such a pig. Can't you wait for a few minutes?" Bai Yu lowered his head and saw Tang Ning eating as if no one was around. He couldn't help but mock him. Tang Ning's expression was indifferent. "Why should we wait? Isn't this food served on the table for people to eat? And now when she wants to eat, she really can't wait even a minute. Or are you not human?" Tang Ning added lightly. "Who are you calling inhuman?" Bai Yu raised her voice in anger. The eyes of everyone at the table were focused on Tang Ning, as if they wanted to eat her alive. How dare they say they were inhuman? Tang Ning, however, had a calm expression. He put down his chopsticks and swallowed the food in his mouth before saying, "Fairies, you are all fairies who don't eat fairies from the human world. I am a mortal and I get hungry easily." After hearing Tang Ning's words, all the girls at the table who had been glaring at Tang Ning were overjoyed. They couldn't help but smile, and their eyes turned friendlier when they looked at Tang Ning. Even Bai Yu couldn't find any words to continue to bully Tang Ning. After all, who doesn't like to be praised as a little fairy? Bai Yu raised his chin proudly. "You continue eating." After that, no one cared about Tang Ning anymore, but Tang Ning just ate some simple dishes and put down his chopsticks without any appetite. Looking at Ji Yuxiang's gloomy face on the stage, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Tang Ning's lips. Although the engagement ceremony went smoothly according to the planned process, anyone with eyes could see that Ji Yuxiang was unhappy. Not long after the ceremony ended, Ji Yuxiang left on the pretext of having something to do. Yan Xuanyi took the opportunity to return to Tang Ning and praised her for her beautiful appearance today. While praising her, she turned her eyes to the black diamond-shaped bag that Tang Ning hung on the back of the chair. "Ning Ning, your bag is very beautiful, can I see it?" "Sure, take a look." Tang Ning handed the bag over generously. Yan Xuanyi couldn't wait to take the bag in her hands and caressed it lovingly. Brand name bags are great, both in texture and feel, they are first class. "It's really beautiful." Yan Xuanyi praised again, and then asked Tang Ning, "Do you think I will look good with this bag?" Normally at this time, as long as she asked Tang Ning this, Tang Ning would definitely nod vigorously and say, "It's nice. If you like it, I'll give it to you." As expected, Yan Xuanyi saw Tang Ning nodded again, "It looks good. If you like it." Yan Xuanyi was already overjoyed and was about to put the bag on her back, but she saw Tang Ning took the bag back and said with a faint smile, "You can go to PXX and buy one, about 200 yuan, it will suit you very well." The skin on Yan Xuanyi's face was cracking inch by inch. On the way back, Tang Shen lay in Liu Hui's arms, crying breathlessly. Not only did her makeup get ruined, but she also ruined the cheongsam that Liu Hui had customized at a high price. Liu Hui was upset by Tang Shen's crying and pushed her away. "All right, stop crying. What happened between you and Ziyang? You were fine at the beginning. How did you make him angry?" "How could I make him angry? It's all because of that idiot Tang Ning," Tang Shen said with gritted teeth with a cat-like face. "Tang Ning? Did she seduce Ziyang?" Liu Hui blurted out, "That's not right. How could Ziyang be interested in her?" Chapter 26 Moving in. "That's not the case." Tang Shen sobbed and told Liu Hui what happened at the wedding banquet. When Liu Hui heard this, her face immediately darkened. "This little bitch. How unreasonable. How dare she throw dirty water on you?" Tang Shen burst into tears after hearing this, and Liu Hui's eardrums were buzzing with tears. "Still crying? Things have already happened. What's the point of just crying here if you don't want to find a way to solve it? So what do you think we should do now?" It's all Tang Ning's fault. I'm going to tear her mouth apart. Tang Shen's face was filled with venom. I'm going to tell Grandpa about this later. I want Grandpa to know that she is a scheming bitch. Liu Hui's eyes were gloomy, but she said, "What are you talking about? Do you think your grandfather can believe you just by your few words? He didn't agree with your engagement with Ziyang in the first place, and now this has happened. If you bring it to him, you will be the one who will be humiliated in the end. Then what should I do?" Tang Shen's tears kept falling. "Are you just going to let her bully me like this and do nothing about it? She is not bullying me at all, she is clearly slapping you in the face. She must be mad at Ziyang for getting engaged to me, so she deliberately tries to sow discord between us. How could I let that bitch bully you? But the most urgent thing now is to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Ziyang. As long as you can marry into the GU family and become a young lady, why worry about not being able to deal with that bitch? Of course I would, but Although she wasn't as experienced as Tang Ning said, her first time was definitely gone. Men are like this, he doesn't care whether it is the second time or the 100th time. As long as it is not the first time, once the seed of doubt is planted, he will think you are promiscuous. Tang Ning's move was really vicious. Mom, you must help me think of a solution. Tang Shen shook Liu Hui's arm vigorously. Liu Hui felt dizzy from the shaking. I understand. Tang Ning took the car back to their hospital with Grandpa Tang. Halfway through the journey, Tang Ning realized that the route was wrong. Grandpa, this is not the way back to the hospital. Mr. Tang nodded. Grandpa, go home and get something. Tonight's engagement party ended in a bad mood. Looking at Mr. Tang's taciturn appearance, Tang Ning felt a little regretful that he should have ruined Tang Shen and Jiu Ziyang's engagement ceremony. Grandfather. Grandpa Tang came back to his senses. Grandpa is fine. I told you long ago that Jiu Ziyang is not someone worthy of entrusting your life to. They didn't listen to the old man and are suffering now. No matter what the consequences are, you have to bear them yourself and can't blame others. At the end, Grandpa Tang patted Tang Ning's hand again. My Ning Ning is still a good boy. She found a man as outstanding and responsible as Xiaolu. She has vision. Tang Ning didn't know what kind of magic potion Lu Xiqing had given to Grandpa that day. Anyway, in the past few days, Grandpa's words and deeds were full of love and praise for Lu Xiqing. She could only smile and nod. Old Master Tang looked at Tang Ning, his eyes full of relief. Ning Ning, you and Xiaolu are married now. From now on, you must live a good life with him. Don't worry, I will. Grandpa is not in good health right now, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you on many things. You're pregnant now, and Grandpa is worried about you being alone, so Grandpa discussed it with Xiaolu and decided to let you move in with him. Move in with him? Doesn't that mean living together? These words startled Tang Ning so much that he almost jumped up and hit the roof of the car. Yeah, you're married now, so shouldn't you live together? You'll need frequent prenatal checkups, so it would be reassuring for your grandfather to have Xiaolu accompany you. What the old man said was reasonable, but that was for normal couples. As for her and Lu Xiqing, she had never thought of moving in with him. Grandpa, you said you discussed it with him and he agreed that I could live with him. Of course he agreed. You are a legal couple, and now you are pregnant with his child. He has to take the responsibility of taking care of you and your child. My body has almost recovered. Dr. Nai said that I can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. You should pack your things tonight and leave with Xiaolu tomorrow. Grandfather. Mr. Tang smiled and comforted Tang Ning. Ning Ning, don't be afraid, Xiaolu will take good care of you. I'm not afraid, Grandpa. What will you do if I leave? Don't worry, Grandpa will take good care of himself. Grandpa is waiting to see my good little great-grandson. Thinking of the child in Tang Ning's belly, Grandpa Tang's eyes lit up. Return to Tang's house. The room was still pitch dark. Tang Chumu and Liu Hui haven't come back yet. Grandpa Tang said to Tang Ning, go to your room and pack your things. Grandpa is waiting for you downstairs. In fact, Tang Ning wanted very much to move out. The only person I'm worried about is the old man. But after hearing what the old man said in the car just now, Tang Ning believed that he would take good care of himself, so he nodded slightly. Okay, Grandpa, then you wait for a while. Tang Ning returned to the room, turned on the light, and looked around the 10-square-meter room in front of him. Originally, the south-facing, well-lit room of about 20 square meters with a dressing room opposite was her room. But as she got older, Tang Ning became fatter and fatter, and the clothes in her cloakroom became fewer and fewer. Finally one day, Tangshan said to her arrogantly, "Sister, you always wear the same ugly black clothes when you go back and forth. It's a waste to take up such a big cloakroom. I can't put all my clothes in. Let's change rooms from now on." Liu Hui also said, "Yes, Ning Ning, you don't have many clothes, and you are the older sister, so you should give in to your younger sister." So Tang Ning's room was occupied. This divination lasted for more than 10 years. Tang Ning stood at the door, looking towards the foot of the bed. She seemed to still see the chubby little girl, hugging her knees, curled up in the corner, with a sad and stubborn look on her face. In fact, when Tang Ning was a child, although she was rounder than other children, she was not fat to this extent. Instead, she was cute and was praised by everyone. "When did you start gaining weight?" While packing up the few things he had, Tang Ning recalled the original owner's past. It seemed like it was after Liu Hui came. When Liu Hui brought Tangshan to this family, she was so gentle and virtuous. She did everything by herself and treated Tang Ning better than her own daughter Tangshan. She completely pampered Tang Ning. She gave Tang Ning whatever she wanted and prepared delicious food for her in different ways every day. During those years, Grandpa Tang was busy with business outside and was rarely at home. When he came back occasionally, he saw that Tang Ning was rounder than last time. He would remind Liu Hui to control the child's nutrition and let Tang Ning exercise more and eat less. "But when I was a kid, I couldn't listen to these things." Chapter 27, Obsessed. Liu Hui said to Grandpa Tang, "Dad, the child is growing up, so she must be well fed. How can she be left hungry? Otherwise, people will think that I, as her stepmother, am mistreating her." Then he said to Tang Ning, "It's okay, Ning Ning, if you are hungry, just tell Aunt Liu, girls change a lot when they grow up, and you will lose weight in the blink of an eye." After hearing this, the original owner thought that Liu Hui was the best stepmother in the world, so she ate and drank to her heart's content while waiting unwaveringly for her daughter to change greatly when she grew up. After so many changes, it became what it is now. Tang Ning opened the wardrobe and saw all the black and white clothes inside. She felt very disgusted. The original owner really had no aesthetic sense at all. In the end, she just hastily picked out a few pieces of clothes and put them in the suitcase to take away. The things didn't look like much, but they were still quite heavy when they were packed and taken away. Fortunately, Tang Ning was strong and he picked up the suitcase and went downstairs. Just as I was about to open the door, I didn't expect it to be opened from the outside. Tangshan and Liu Hui stood outside the door. "Tang Ning, you bitch! How dare you come back?" After being stunned, Tangshan's eyes turned bloodshot. She raised her hand and swung it towards Tang Ning's face. Tang Ning dodged and caught the hand that Tangshan was swinging over. Tangshan struggled hard, but Tang Ning was very strong and Tangshan couldn't break free at all. Seeing this, Liu Hui on the side frowned and scolded, "Tang Ning, you ruined your sister's engagement party, and now you want to attack her. Let her go. Are you blind and can't see that she made the first move?" Tang Ning snorted coldly and pushed Tangshan away forcefully. Tangshan was unwilling to give in, and glared at Tang Ning fiercely. "Don't think that just a few words like these can destroy the relationship between me and Ziyang, you are dreaming." Tang Ning chuckled, "Since your love is so strong, no matter what others say, it will be useless. Why are you so angry?" Liu Hui looked extremely unhappy, and she no longer concealed her disgust for Tang Ning. However, at this moment, she caught a glimpse of a thin figure walking towards her from the door. She lowered her eyes and said with tears in her eyes, "Ning Ning, Xinshin is your sister. Even if you like Ziyang, you shouldn't do such a seductive thing at his and Xinshin's engagement party. How can we face Xinshin? How can others see our Tang family? They will say that our Tang family's daughter has no manners." Looking at Liu Hui sobbing, Tang Ning was almost laughing out of anger. She seduced Ji Ziyang. You and your daughter like to find men in the garbage dump, and like to lick the old shit that others don't want. That's your business. Don't think that others have the same hobbies as you. You actually dare to say that we eat shit? Tangshan's face turned blue and red, and Liu Hui looked at Tang Ning with a gloomy look. Tang Ning didn't want to waste time talking to them, so she picked up her suitcase and prepared to leave. Tangshan was so stimulated that she lost her mind and pounced on Tang Ning again with her fangs and claws bared, as if she wanted to die together with her. However, before her hand touched Tang Ning, she saw Tang Ning holding her hand, and then with a click, Tang Xin's wrist fell limply, accompanied by a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Xin was sweating profusely. She caught a glimpse of old man Tang coming in and immediately burst into tears. "Grandpa, you are finally here. You have to make the decision for me. Look at how vicious Tang Ning is. Not only did she ruin my engagement party, she also called me and my mom shit. Woohoo, she even broke my hand, Grandpa." "Shut up." Before Tang Xin could finish her cry, she was interrupted by Grandpa Tang with an angry look on his face. "I have already said that Ji Yuxiang is a piece of shit. It was you who insisted on jumping into the fire pit, and no one could stop you. Now that something's wrong, you blame Ning Ning." "Grandpa." Tang Xin's face turned pale when she heard that. She moved her lips and wanted to say something else, but Liu Hui had already grabbed her arm, not allowing her to speak again. "It's not too late now. If you can turn back now, I can ask the Jiyu family to cancel the engagement." Tang Xin bit her lip, looked pale, and said nothing. This was indeed the path she had insisted on taking. If she wasn't living well now, people would think she had it all her own fault and she would be laughed at for nothing. Liu Hui stood in front of her and said with a fake smile, "Dad, today's incident might be a misunderstanding. There's an old saying that it's better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. How can you, as an elder, ask them to cancel the engagement right after they got engaged? How can Xinshin go out and meet people in the future? If you still refuse to change your ways, don't come back home crying. Ning Ning, let's go." Tang Ning accompanied the old man back to his courtyard, and old man Tang gave Tang Ning some instructions. After a while, there were several short and powerful knocks on the door. Tang Ning went to open the door and saw the tall man standing outside. She was shocked and asked, "Why are you here?" "Xiaolu is here." Old man Tang's joyful voice sounded behind Tang Ning. Lu Xiqing nodded to the old man and called out again, "Grandpa." "Hey." The old man felt very comfortable hearing the word, "Grandpa." He smiled widely and turned around to push Tang Ning's suitcase out. "This is Ning Ning's suitcase. Take it." Lu Xiqing nodded again and took Tang Ning's suitcase. Tang Ning quickly reached out to stop him. "Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Didn't I tell you before that you should move in with Xiaolu? This way it will be easier for him to take care of you." Tang Ning was confused, but no one expected it to be so fast. Besides, who would move out overnight? Why be so sneaky? Lu Xiqing explained, "I have a flight tomorrow morning for a business trip, so I only have time tonight. I'll take you there to get familiar with the house first, and you can come back anytime you want later." Old Master Tang also nodded, "Go ahead, don't worry, Grandpa will take good care of himself." Tang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but after hearing what Lu Xiqing and Grandpa said, she agreed, "Okay, let's go." Lu Xiqing put Tang Ning's suitcase in the trunk. Although he took the initiative to let Tang Ning leave, when he really saw Tang Ning getting into Lu Xiqing's car, his nose was sore, full of reluctance and sadness. He reminded Lu Xiqing, "Xiaolu, I will leave Ning Ning to you. You must take good care of him." Tang Ning sat in the car, listening to his grandfather's instructions, and his eyes became slightly sore. "I got it, Grandpa. Take care of yourself. I'll come to see you again later." After Lu Xiqing said this, he got into the car. Go ahead, go ahead." Chapter 28 Rented House. Until Lu Xiqing's car disappeared around the corner, Mr. Tang wiped his moist eyes. Parting is always accompanied by sadness. Although she could go back to see her grandfather later, Tang Ning understood that once she left, the meaning of her return would be different. She was also feeling a little down. Lu Xiqing is usually a taciturn person who is very frugal with words. He is not good at comforting others. Even though he knew that Tang Ning was in a bad mood, he couldn't say anything to comfort her, so the two of them came to Wanyu Qinxia in silence. Seeing the majestic gate of the community and the 4 large characters written in vigorous strokes next to it, Tang Ning raised his eyebrows calmly. Wanyu Qinxia is the city's highest end and most expensive residential area, located in a prime location in the city center, with a subway station just outside the door. Within 2 kilometers there are large shopping malls, hospitals and the best elementary, middle and high schools in the city. It is a school district house that is hard to come by and priceless. It can even be said that it is priced but not sold. Tang Ning once again cast a shocked look at Lu Xiqing. Are ducks really so profitable nowadays? Forget about the Bentley, which can be bought with money, but this house in Chinchilla is where the city's richest, most powerful and most prestigious upper-class people gather. It was sold out before it was even launched on the market, so it is not something that ordinary people can afford. With Lu Xiqing's status, no matter how rich he is, it is impossible for him to buy a house here. Could it be that some rich woman gave it to him? If so, this makes sense. Lu Xiqing drove the car into the underground garage, took the suitcase, and found Tang Ning still standing there in a daze. He frowned and said, "Why are you still standing there?" Tang Ning came to her senses and hurriedly followed Lu Xiqing into the elevator. Watching the elevator numbers climb, Tang Ning frowned and said, "Actually, you don't have to bring me here. I can live in any neighborhood." Lu Xiqing also frowned and said, "I like this neighborhood. I like it, too. Who doesn't like this kind of high-end community? But you're bringing me to a house that someone else gave you to live in. Isn't that a bad idea? What if the rich woman comes one day and runs into her? Is she going to say that she is the nanny at home? Who told you this is someone else's house?" Thinking of her misunderstanding of his identity, Lu Xiqing took a deep breath. "This is what I rented. You can live here with peace of mind." Oh, it turned out to be a rented house. Tang Ning smiled awkwardly. It was not her fault that she thought too much. The main reason is that he drives around in luxury cars and houses, which almost made her think she married a billionaire. Is it necessary for the two of us to rent such a big house? Tang Ning said in shock as he looked at the empty house that seemed to have no end in sight and where even the sound of his voice echoed. Lu Xiqing closed the door and said calmly, "This is the smallest house in this community." He didn't tell Tang Ning that he also had a 500 square meter duplex in the same community. "I mean, we don't need such a big house for two of us. You can rent a smaller one, which is cheaper. No need to save money for me, I like this neighborhood." Tang Ning couldn't help but rub his arms. Is this the world of the rich and inhumane? In fact, before she traveled through time, she had quite a bit of money in her account, and her dream was to buy herself a luxurious manor so that she could live the rest of her life comfortably. But now she suddenly felt that the house was too big and a bit creepy. The house was decorated in black and white and had all the furniture you need, but it looked cold and lifeless. It was obvious that no one lived there and he had just rented it. After helping Tang Ning carry the suitcase through the door, Lu Xiqing said to her, "I'll sleep in one room, and you can use the rest as you like." Tang Ning nodded, and Lu Xiqing asked Tang Ning to come over again, helped her record her fingerprints, and then gave her an elevator control card and a bank card. Tang Ning raised her eyebrows and looked at Lu Xiqing to ask him what he meant. "I've told you before, as long as you give birth to the child, I'll give you 100,000 every month. I've already deposited the money into the card, so you can use it to buy whatever you want." "So that's what it is." Tang Ning thought about it and finally reached out to take it. She feels insecure without money. In fact, the grandfather loved the original owner very much and gave her a lot of pocket money every month. But after Tang Ning checked all the original owner's bank accounts, he found out that the original owner was very poor. All her money was cheated away by those good friends around her. "Thanks. You're welcome. You deserve it." Lu Xiqing said in a businesslike tone, "I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. It will take about a week. Tomorrow morning, an aunt will come to take care of you." "No need." When she heard that they were going to find an aunt for her, Tang Ning immediately refused. "I don't have anything to do right now, I don't need anyone to take care of me, and I don't feel comfortable with other people at home. Don't worry, I can take care of myself." "No, I promised your grandfather that I would take good care of you, and you are pregnant. If something happens, others will not be able to save you in time, so someone must be at home. If you don't like it, you can let Auntie go back when I come back from my business trip." What Lu Xiqing said made sense. In this kind of situation, one should be prepared for the worst. She had no choice but to agree. "Okay." Lu Xiqing nodded, "But you may have to stay alone tonight. I have something to do later and I have to catch the earliest flight tomorrow morning." Before Lu Xiqing could finish his words, Tang Ning said, "It's okay. Go and get busy. Don't worry about me. I can do it. Isn't it said on the internet that if your husband gives you $100,000 a month but doesn't he come home every day, would you be willing?" "Of course. If she calls him, it means she is ignorant." Tang Ning watched Lu Xiqing leave with a smile, and waited for another 5 minutes. After making sure that he would not come back, she began to look at the house carefully. After a quick tour, she discovered that in addition to the kitchen, living room and dining room, the house also had a storage room, a media room, a storage room, a nanny's room, and 3 bedrooms, 2 of which were suites, each with a dressing room and a bathroom, and one of them also had a small study. Roughly speaking, it should be around 250 square meters. TSK. Finally, Tang Ning chose an east-facing suite with a dressing room and bathroom. There is one remaining suite with a study, so leave it to him. It was indeed very late today, so Tang Ning simply packed his suitcase, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. As soon as he touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the next morning that Tang Ning was awakened by a feeling of nausea. Tang Ning covered his mouth and ran to the bathroom. He squatted in front of the toilet and vomited for a long time. There was a hurried knock on the door outside. Chapter 29, Report at any time. Are you okay? Tang Ning stood up with a bitter look on her face and went to open the door. Outside the bedroom stood a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She was a little overweight, with a round face and an anxious look, but she looked very kind. This must be the aunt that Lu Xiqing mentioned finding for her last night. Mrs. Rong looked at Tang Ning and was stunned for a moment. She was the aunt that Lu Xiqing had interviewed personally. After meeting Lu Xiqing once, she thought that he looked like a fallen immortal. She thought his wife must also be as beautiful as the moon and the flowers. She never expected that. But she was a gold medal housekeeper, so she adjusted her expression immediately and said with concern, "Madam, I am the aunt that the husband found. You can just call me Rong Soa. Are you having acid reflux? I prepared some candied fruits for you, press them first, then tell me what you want to eat, and I will make it for you." Calling her madam made Tang Ning feel uncomfortable. She shook her head. "Mrs. Rong, just call me Tang Ning. Don't call me madam. I don't have much appetite." "How can that be? You have to eat even if you don't want to eat the baby in your belly. The master is also afraid that you will have no appetite, so he specifically told you to do so. I will prepare some for you. You can see if there is anything you want to eat later and eat as much as you can." "Okay then, thank you, Mrs. Rong. Here, take these preserves first, and I'll call you when I'm done." "Good." Tang Ning took the candied fruits back to the room, took one and put it in her mouth. It tasted sour and sweet and was okay, but she felt that it was not as delicious as the one Nai Tingshan gave her last time. That one should be more sour, while this one is sweeter. Tang Ning took one and put it down. After a while, Mrs. Rong knocked on the door again and told her that she could go for breakfast. Looking at the 6 or 7 bowls of breakfast of different sizes on the table, Tang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this what Mrs. Rong meant by preparing some casually? Mrs. Rong pointed at the bowls and introduced them. "Madam, no, Ning, look at these. What do you like to eat? Wontons, noodles, dumplings, porridge, fried eggs, sandwiches, vegetable salad, a glass of milk, and a small plate of cut fruit. Mrs. Rong, you don't need to prepare so much. I can't eat so much by myself, and the doctor told me to control my weight. I have to lose weight. So much carbohydrates." "I know, Ning, don't worry. I just want to see what your taste is today so that I can have an idea later. Besides, we can't eat nothing if we want to control our weight. We still have to eat some carbohydrates. We can eat in the morning and at noon, but not at night." After hearing what her aunt said, Tang Ning chose a bowl of wontons and added vinegar and chili peppers to it. The smell made it very appetizing, but when it came to actually eating it, she couldn't finish more than a few wontons. "How can you eat so little? You won't get enough nutrition. Then drink this glass of milk." Under the persuasion of his aunt, Tang Ning picked up the milk and prepared to drink a few sips. However, as soon as he put the milk to his lips, he smelled a faint smell of milk. Tang Ning covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting out the few bites of wontons he had just eaten. Tang Ning now vomits whatever he eats. The reaction has been particularly severe in the past few days, especially in the morning. He can't stand the smell of greasy or meaty things and can only drink some white porridge with some side dishes. While Tang Ning was resting in the room, Mrs. Rong called Lu Xiqing. Lu Xiqing had an important morning meeting today. Halfway through the meeting, a cell phone suddenly rang in the office. Everyone was shocked. Lu Xiqing has a rigorous work style. He not only has high demands on himself, but also on his subordinates. During meetings, he never allows mobile phones to ring. Such an abrupt ringtone of the mobile phone made them wonder in fear whether they forgot to turn off the silent mode. After looking at each other in confusion, they realized that it was Lu Xichen's cell phone that was ringing. Shenyi hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I forgot to mute your phone. I'll turn it off right now." But after Lu Xichen glanced at the caller ID, he reached out and took the phone, then said to everyone, "Wait a moment. I went outside to answer the phone." Mrs. Rong reported Tang Ning's condition over the past few days to Lu Xichen, her tone full of worry. "Mr. Lu, Ning has a poor appetite these days. She vomits everything she eats, and she looks thinner." Lu Xichen frowned. "Then you should find a way to make her eat more, even if she vomits. She will always absorb some of it. What about the candied fruit, have you eaten it?" "I ate some, but it didn't seem to suit Ning's taste." "Then buy a few more varieties until she is satisfied." "Yes, sir. That's it for now. Report to me if anything happens." "Yes, sir." After Mrs. Rong hung up the phone, she glanced towards Tang Ning's room and thought that Mr. Lu was not only handsome, but also so considerate to Tang Ning. Tang Ning was a lucky man. Tang Ning, who had no idea that he had been labeled as blessed, had a loss of appetite and lay in bed for 5 days. He was so bored that he felt like he was about to grow into a mushroom. The only good news was that when she weighed herself this morning, she found that she had lost another 6 pounds. No wonder her pajamas seemed a little empty, but when she stood in front of the mirror, she found that her body was still very solid. If her belly really got bigger, Tang Ning couldn't imagine how horrible she would look like. She shook her head quickly, feeling deeply that she couldn't continue lying like this. The 6 pounds she had lost would immediately gain back as soon as her appetite improved, and she would even be heavier than before. She missed the days when she was as light as a swallow and could even fly over eaves and walls. The cell phone next to me suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was a landline number with no remarks, so Tang Ning picked up the phone without thinking much. Before he could say anything, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice that sounded a little deep and a little old-fashioned. "Hello, Tang Ning, this is the school's academic affairs office. On behalf of the school, I'm here to inform you that if you continue to miss the final exams of this college, all your final exam credits for this semester will be 0. "What?" Tang Ning jumped up from the bed in shock. "The Dean of Studies there gave a lecture. It seems that you have really forgotten about studying. You should take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Tang Ning was left sitting on the bed in a mess, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. "I really just came here, and there are too many things to think about. I couldn't remember it for a moment. The original owner was still a college student, and I actually forgot about studying." Tang Ning wiped his face and thought about going to school, feeling a little more excited. Going to college, this is the experience she had always wanted to experience in her previous life but never had. She carefully recalled her teachers and classmates at school again, and then she realized why she didn't think about going to school at the first time. Chapter 30. Check out her. Because in the original owner's memory, all the bad things happened in school. Deep down in her heart, she has been resistant to going to school since she was a child. She would not go to school if she could avoid it, because going to school means being laughed at and bullied. I sat on the bed for a while and then the phone rang again. Tang Ning turned her head and saw that it was a call from her good friend, Yarn Xueni. In the past few days, Yarn Xueni had been sending messages to Tang Ning on WeChat from time to time, asking her to go out and play, but Tang Ning always rejected them using the excuse of feeling unwell. Yarn Xueni persisted and this time she just called. Tang Ning was bored, so he answered the phone. Yarn Xueni's clear voice came from the other side. "Ning, I haven't seen you for several days. I miss you so much." Tang Ning sneered, she was probably thinking about her wallet. "What's up?" Yarn Xueni didn't notice the coldness in Tang Ning's tone at all, and said excitedly, "Come to Lanting to play." "Lanting?" Tang Ning raised her eyebrows. "Isn't he that where Lu Xichen works?" Before Tang Ning could answer, Yarn Xueni lowered her voice and said mysteriously, Ning, I heard that Lu Qi will be here soon." Lu Qi, the person the original owner fell in love with at first sight. Tang Ning searched carefully in his mind and finally found the impression of Mr. Lu Qi. This is a little devil with rosy lips and white teeth but still wet behind the ears. I don't know what the original owner likes about him. Before she could say no, Yarn Xueni said, come here quickly. When you get to the door, just say box 305. We'll be waiting for you. Tang Ning curled her lips and threw the phone aside. She didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but then she thought of Yang Xuani's past behavior. Her black and white eyes turned dark, and Tang Ning opened the wardrobe, ready to change clothes and go out. However, looking at the empty closet, she sighed again. She had been trying to put it off as long as possible, but now that she had to go to school, it seemed she couldn't put it off any longer. She had to go buy some clothes that fit her. After finding a set of black clothes to change into, Tang Ning took her phone and went out. Mrs. Rong was picking vegetables in the living room. Seeing that she had changed her clothes, she asked, Ning Ning, are you going out? During the past few days of getting along, Tang Ning showed no airs at all and treated her politely and amiably, which made Mrs. Rong feel sorry for her from the bottom of her heart. Tang Ning nodded and said to Mrs. Rong, a friend called me and asked me to go out and play. Going out to play? I'm worried about you going alone, so why don't I go with you? Mrs. Rong put down the food in her hand and stood up. It's okay, Mrs. Rong, don't worry, I'm just going to sit for a while and will be back soon. But Mrs. Rong was still worried. Tang Ning repeatedly assured her that she would be careful, and only then did Mrs. Rong agree to let her go out. Tang Ning took a taxi to Lanting. It was only noon and Lanting was already packed with people. Fortunately, Lu Xiqing was on a business trip, otherwise it would be so embarrassing to see him here. Tang Ning immediately thought, does someone in his industry need to travel on business? Going on a business trip to accompany a rich woman from another place? When Tang Ning thought of this possibility, his brows furrowed and he suddenly felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. After reporting for box 305, Tang Ning successfully entered the club. The waiter took her to box 305. As soon as you open the door, you can see a group of men and women singing happily. There were some drinks and snacks on the coffee table. Ning Ning, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Tang Ning coming, Yang Xuani stood up immediately. There were too many people in the box and the air was not circulating, which made Tang Ning feel a little uncomfortable, but Yang Xuani had already pulled her to sit down on the sofa. Tang Ning glanced at the men and women in the box and found that there were not many people she knew, so Yang Xuani introduced them to everyone. At the end, she introduced her to everyone, this is my best friend, Tang Ning. You are not allowed to bully her. Shui and I, of course, your friends are our friends. A boy dressed in a street style thought he was handsome and winked at Tang Ning, who almost vomited on the spot. Tang Ning suppressed the sour feeling in her stomach and smiled at him, just order whatever you want to drink. You're welcome. When Yang Xuani heard Tang Ning say this, she immediately said confidently, right, I said Ning Ning is very kind and generous, you must not be polite, just be casual. When everyone heard this, they immediately called the waiter and ordered whatever was most expensive. After they ordered a lot of food, the waiter left. Yang Xuani looked at Tang Ning and said, Ning Ning, I'm sorry. My friends are here for the first time too. They ordered so much at once. Will you be angry? I'm not angry. Tang Ning smiled, it's okay. When entertaining friends, we should eat and drink well and have a good time. As long as everyone is happy, it's fine. Shui and I, you don't have to accompany me. You have a good voice, go sing with them, and I'll just stay here and listen to you sing. Yang Xuani didn't want to sit here with Tang Ning. She felt that chatting with her would lower her IQ, so as soon as Tang Ning opened her mouth, she said, well, just take whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. Tang Ning nodded, don't worry, I won't be polite. Then I'll go. The waiter quickly brought up the drinks and fruit plates. Yang Xuani greeted everyone warmly, smiling, everyone, please don't be polite. If it's not enough, you can order more. After a cheer, everyone started to make drinks crazily. Sit quietly aside and watch them with a smile. Yang Xuani held the microphone and looked back at Tang Ning. Seeing the smile on her face, a scornful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You see, Tang Ning is just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. In order to integrate with them, she always has to please them. Tang Ning just endured the discomfort and sat quietly in the corner, watching two more waves of waiters come in and out. The floor was filled with crooked wine bottles, and those who were having fun in the place also began to stumble. Seeing that it was almost time, Tang Ning stood up and walked out. Passing by the front desk, she said to the front desk, Ms. Yarn Shuani Yarn, box 305, please go and pay the bill. Okay, I'll go now. Tang Ning was in a good mood and left Lanting humming a little tune. Inside the Lanting club, the waiter took the long bill that had just been printed and entered box 305. Seeing that these people had almost finished playing, the waiter walked over to Yarn Shuani and said to her, Miss Yarn, this is today's bill. Please check if there is any problem. If there is no problem, then settle the bill. Yarn Shuani had drunk a lot of wine. Her eyes were blurry and her cheeks were flushed. She pointed to the corner where Tang Ning was sitting and said with a smile, to settle the bill, find her. However, when she turned around, she found that the corner was empty. Tang Ning, who had just been sitting there, had disappeared at some point. Chapter 31 already gone. Yarn Shuani burped and looked around the room, but did not see Tang Ning. She frowned and said to the waiter, wait a moment, she's going to the bathroom and will be back soon. However, 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and Tang Ning still didn't come back. The waiter gradually lost his patience as he waited, and looked at Yarn Shuani with a strange look in his eyes. It was as if she was a deadbeat who ate and freed herself. Yarn Shuani frowned and said to everyone, I'm going to go out and look for that fat guy. I don't know if he fell down. Har har, she's so big, she must have gotten stuck if she fell down. The others laughed too. Seeing Yarn Shuani was about to leave, the waiter grabbed her and said, Miss Yarn, your friend has already left. If you want to leave, please settle the bill first. What did you say? Yarn Shuani sobered up when she heard this. That fat guy is gone. When did it happen? The waiter had seen this kind of thing before, and it was not the first time they had seen someone like Yarn Shuani. When she heard what she said, she understood what she meant, so she nodded and said, yes, here is the bill. If it is inconvenient for you to pay, you can ask someone else to pay it. However, when the others heard this, they all fell asleep. Yarn Shuani held the bill handed over by the waiter, glanced at the last number, and her face turned pale instantly. Are you trying to rob me? These things are so expensive. The waiter said calmly, Ms. Yarn, we clearly marked the prices. You can check your bill to see if we have made any mistakes or omissions. All the drinks you ordered are the most expensive in our store, and these are already discounted prices. Yarn Shuani stood there, her body swaying. I have to say that the supporting facilities in wealthy areas are very complete. Tang Ning walked a few steps to the subway station, and then took 2 more stops to reach the shopping mall. This is the most high-end shopping mall in the city, where all the luxury brands are gathered. After checking the mall's map at the elevator entrance, Tang Ning went directly to the basement floor. The underground first floor is the children's clothing area, the mother and baby area, and some dining areas. As soon as she got off the elevator, Tang Ning saw the beautiful children's clothes worn by the models. Whether it was men's or women's clothing, they were all so cute and exquisite that Tang Ning couldn't let them go and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Miss, are you buying this for your child? Do you have a boy or a girl? We have both men's and women's clothing here. I can help you introduce them. Let me take a look myself. I don't know the gender of the child yet. So the baby is still in your belly. The shopping guide responded immediately, then you can take a look at our maternal and child products section. These monk clothes are suitable for newborns. They are made of pure cotton. You can feel them. They are very soft and suitable for the delicate skin of newborns. Tang Ning touched it and found it was as soft as a cloud. She liked it, but it was too early to buy it now. She smiled and said, let me take a look first. When I looked up, I saw maternity clothes hanging on the hanger next to me. The sight also shifted. In fact, she knew that she couldn't buy many clothes that fit her here. The only ones that would suit her would probably be the maternity clothes in front of her. Miss, are you pregnant? Do you want to buy maternity clothes? The shopping guide looked at Tang Ning's waist and abdomen. Although she was mentally prepared, when Tang Ning actually saw these maternity clothes and the surprised look of the shopping guide, she still found it a little hard to accept. Besides, her belly is not big yet, and wearing maternity clothes will only make her look baggy and sloppy. In the end, Tang Ning succumbed to reality and shook her head. I'd better wait and see. She sighed, left the underground floor helplessly, and went up to the women's clothing area on the second floor. Looking at the familiar high-end luxury brands passing by in front of her, as well as the beautiful clothes worn on models and hanging on hangers, and then looking down at her own sturdy waist, Tang Ning sighed with despair. How long will it take before she can wear these beautiful clothes again? If there wasn't this piece of meat in her belly, about half a year would be enough, but now with this baby in her belly, Tang Ning is really not sure how long it will take. Just as I was about to turn back, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in front of me. At first she thought she was dazzled and saw it wrong, but when she looked again, she was sure that she was not seeing things. Besides, how many people could match Lu Xiqing's broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing out from the crowd? There was also a slim and graceful woman standing next to Lu Xiqing. The woman was wearing a pair of white high heels and a fitted crescent-shaped white cheongsam. Her figure was curvy and well-proportioned. Her exposed calves were slender and long. Her face was bright and elegant, yet capable, with an outstanding temperament. One could tell from her taste that she was a rich, fair and beautiful woman. He said he was going on a business trip for a week, and only 5 days had passed. Did he come back early? Or was he just spending these days with beautiful women? Seeing the woman leaning towards Lu Xiqing to talk from time to time, and their intimate posture, Tang Ning thought it was most likely the latter. Could it be that he mistook work for a business trip? After a brief thought, Tang Ning felt that what he was thinking made a lot of sense. Although she had no feelings for Lu Xiqing, he was still her husband in name only. Seeing him shopping with another woman, Tang Ning felt a little uncomfortable. In order to avoid embarrassment when meeting everyone, Tang Ning took the elevator downstairs from the other side. When she arrived at the entrance of the mall, she was considering whether to take the subway or take a taxi when she suddenly heard a woman's wailing. When I looked up, I saw a woman with disheveled hair holding a tall and muscular man's legs and refusing to let go. There was a 2 or 3-year-old child next to her, crying loudly as he watched his mother being beaten. Seeing that the woman refused to let go, the man punched and kicked her. The child cried and ran forward to save his mother, but was pushed to the ground by the man. Many people passed by, but when they saw the man's size, they backed off. Tang Ning's brows darkened, and without hesitation, he went up and kicked the man hard in the butt. She used 70% of her strength in this kick, and immediately knocked the man to the ground. The beaten woman was freed and immediately crawled over to pick up the child who had fallen to the ground. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. The man raised his head viciously, stared at Tang Ning with a ferocious expression, and spat on the ground. "You stinky woman, you dare to meddle in my business, I'll beat you to death." Here, Shenyi drove Lu Xiqing out of the underground garage and was about to drive out of the gate when he suddenly heard Lu Xiqing in the back seat say in a serious tone, "Stop the car." Chapter 32, Amazing Skills. Shenyi was so frightened that he slammed on the brakes and leaned forward suddenly. "Boss Lu, what's wrong?" When Lu Xiqing saw the man on the ground get up and punch Tang Ning, his eyes flashed and he immediately opened the car door. But just as he stepped out, he saw Tang Ning grab the man's arm, turn his back, and throw him over his shoulder with ease. Lu Xiqing was stunned and silently retracted the leg he had just stepped out. Shenyi happened to see the scene where Tang Ning threw the man away. Judging from the ferocious and painful expression on the man lying on the ground, the fall was quite severe. Shenyi couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of his neck and muttered, "This fat woman is so skilled." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gloomy and cold gaze coming towards him from behind, and Shenyi quickly shut his mouth. There was a car horn sound from behind. They were blocking the exit aisle and couldn't park the car here. Lu Xiqing ordered in a deep voice, "Drive out and park on the side of the road." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Shenyi didn't understand when Lu Xiqing started to like to meddle in other people's affairs. After Tang Ning threw the man over his shoulder, he kicked him hard twice. The mall security rushed over and helped Tang Ning control the man on the ground. Tang Ning looked at the woman and child on the side. The woman was beaten so badly that her face was bruised and swollen, and she looked horrible. The child was crying breathlessly, and his little face was red, which was really heartbreaking to see. "Thank you." The woman thanked Tang Ning, but her voice was a little unclear. Tang Ning frowned. "Where are your family members? I'll call them and ask them to pick you up." Before the woman could speak, she saw a slender figure rushing in front of them and asked with concern, "Sister, Tong Tong, are you okay?" The woman shook her head, hugged the child beside her tightly, and burst into tears. "Xiaoshu, why are you here? If I hadn't come, you would have been beaten to death by this bastard." Xu Yangshu shouted angrily, "If you don't divorce this scumbag, are you going to keep him for the new year?" Xu Minglan pursed her lips and said nothing this time. She had refused to divorce before because of her children. She didn't want her children to end up in a single-parent family at such a young age, just like her and Yang Shu. But when she saw this bastard being so rude to the children, Xu Minglan finally understood that if she couldn't make up her mind to divorce and leave this scum, it would only harm her children. Xu Yangshu helped Xu Minglan and the child up from the ground. By the way, I have to thank this girl. She saved me. Xu Minglan thought of her savior, but when she and Xu Yangshu turned around, where was Tang Ning? Ning Ning, you're back. Mrs. Rong had just finished cooking and was about to call Tang Ning when she came back. Seeing that Tang Ning looked exhausted, Mrs. Rong asked with concern, "What's wrong? You don't look energetic at all. Are you tired from playing with your friends?" Perhaps because she exerted too much effort at once, Tang Ning felt a little uncomfortable and nauseous on their way back in the taxi, so she nodded in agreement with Mrs. Rong. "Yes, I am a little tired." Mrs. Rong helped her hang her coat on the hook behind the door, then sit down and eat quickly. After eating, go to bed and rest early. You sit down first, I'll go and bring out the dishes. Mrs. Rong prepared 2 dishes and a soup. One was stir-fried celery with dried tofu, with some carrots and black fungus added in. One was shredded pork with fish flavor, which was sour and spicy, and the other was pork ribs and kelp soup. Tang Ning didn't have much of an appetite, so he just ate a few bites of rice and then drank some pork rib soup and felt full. Still can't eat. Mrs. Rong said worriedly, "This won't do. Lack of nutrition is not good for the child. Eat more." Tang Ning couldn't bear to reject Mrs. Rong's kindness. Seeing how hard she had worked to prepare the dish, it would be unreasonable for her not to touch it with her chopsticks. So, she picked up the bowl and took a few mouthfuls of rice with the shredded pork in fish sauce. However, not long after she swallowed it, Tang Ning felt a sour feeling in her stomach. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, covered her mouth and went to the bathroom to vomit. This time, he not only vomited out the fish-flavored pork shreds, but also the pork rib soup. Mrs. Rong patted her back while blaming herself. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have forced you if you couldn't eat." Tang Ning didn't expect that her morning sickness would be so severe. It is said that some people vomit everything they eat for 3 months, and some others vomit until they give birth. "It's okay, Mrs. Rong, I don't blame you, it's my own problem." Tang Ning shook her head and felt her mouth was very bitter. After rinsing her mouth with mouthwash, she felt very tired. Mrs. Rong brought some candied fruit for Tang Ning to suck on, but Tang Ning shook her head and refused. "This is a little sweet, not suitable for me. A doctor friend gave me some that suits my taste better. I'll ask him what brand it is tomorrow, and then I'll buy some later. I want to sleep for a while." "Okay, I'll help you lie down on the bed." Mrs. Rong helped Tang Ning back to the room. Halfway there, they heard the door open. They looked up and saw Lu Xiqing standing at the door pulling a suitcase and holding a bag in his other hand. "The master is back." Mrs. Rong was stunned at first, then said with surprise. Lu Xiqing nodded and looked at Tang Ning. There was a flash of surprise in Tang Ning's eyes, and then he curled his lips almost imperceptibly. Did this mean that he was not welcome back? As if she noticed the slightly strange atmosphere between Tang Ning and Lu Xiqing, Mrs. Rong immediately said, "Ning Ning is feeling a little uncomfortable. She vomited after dinner. I was just about to help her go back to her room to rest." Lu Xiqing glanced at Tang Ning's pale face, then at the almost untouched food on the table, took out a large bag of candied fruit from the bag, and placed it on the table, in small packages, about a dozen packages in total. "I don't know what flavor you like, so I bought some of each flavor. Try them and see which one suits your taste. Then buy more next time." Tang Ning was a little surprised that he remembered to buy so many candied fruits for herself even though he was so tired from their business trip. Mrs. Rong was very surprised. "Ning Ning, look, the master is so nice to you. Come and see if there is the flavor that Dr. Nai gave you before." "Dr. Nai?" Lu Xiqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Mrs. Rong. "Yes, Mr. Lu, Ning Ning said that the candied fruit that Dr. Nai gave her tasted very good, and she wanted to buy some, but she didn't expect you to buy it. Ning Ning, how about I get some for you to try?" Tang Ning shook her head and said to Lu Xiqing, "Thank you, but you just came back from a business trip, you must be very tired, go and rest first." Then she said to Mrs. Rong, "I want to sleep for a while." "Okay, then I'll help you go to bed first." Tang Ning nodded and went back to the room. Lu Xiqing looked at the candied fruits on the table, his black eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 33 Eye-catching scenes. Tang Ning stayed in one room, and Lu Xiqing went to another suite opposite her. This room had a small study, which was what he needed. After packing my suitcase, I heard a knock on the door. Mrs. Roan had cleaned up the house. According to their previous agreement, if Lu Siqing was not at home, Mrs. Roan would stay at home overnight to take care of Tang Ning. If Lu Siqing came back, she could only come in the morning and go back in the evening. So at this moment, Mrs. Roan consciously came to Lu Siqing and said, "Mr. Lu, I made some wontons and dumplings and put them in the refrigerator. I also washed the fruits. If Ning Ning wakes up and is hungry later, you can give her some to eat." He gave it to her. Lu Siqing had a delicate and stern face, and just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. Seeing that he was silent, Mrs. Roan was a little afraid of him, so she left quickly. After taking a look at the closed door opposite, Lu Siqing went to the study to work. After finishing the things at hand, Lu Siqing pressed his brows tiredly and looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. Lu Siqing has poor sleep. He can only fall asleep in the second half of the night, but wakes up at 4 or 5 o'clock. He can only sleep for 4 or 5 hours a day at most. Sometimes, he can't even sleep the whole night. I have seen many doctors and taken many medicines, but the symptoms have not been improved. He looked at the calendar, picked up the phone beside him and called Nightingxian. The call was quickly connected, and Nightingxian's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. "Hello, you're awake again in the middle of the night and want to talk to me about life. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Tell me quickly." Nightingxian was on duty tonight. He finally got some free time and was about to catch up on some sleep when Lu Siqing called. "Where do you usually buy preserves?" "What?" Nightingxian felt that his brain was a little confused. Does something like candied fruit have anything to do with Lu Siqing? Am I too tired to have hearing problems? You heard it right. Where do you usually buy candied fruits? Lu Siqing asked again. Nightingxian almost swore, "Are you crazy? You ask such a question so late at night. You know I don't eat sweets." "Then what did you give to?" Tang Ning almost blurted out these two words, but fortunately Lu Siqing stopped himself in time. "What for?" Nightingxian felt that Lu Siqing was weird, and he took out his phone to confirm whether it was Lu Siqing's call. "When did you start liking this kind of food?" "It's okay." Lu Siqing hung up the phone directly. Looking at the hung-up call, Nightingxian said, "It's inexplicable." Lu Siqing felt that he must be too tired, which was why he called Nightingxian in the middle of the night to ask such a stupid question. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the room opposite, Tang Ning took a nap and was woken up by thirst. She turned on the bedside lamp and checked the time on her phone. It was 12:30. She licked her dry lips and got up from the bed. I yawned and opened the door, but I didn't expect that the door opposite me also opened at this time. Lu Siqing, who had just finished taking a shower, stood there with his narrow eyes slightly drooped. His long eyelashes were clearly visible, casting a faint shadow under the warm light. The straps of his pajamas were tied loosely around his waist, revealing most of his muscular chest. At this moment, his hair was not dry yet, and the occasional drops of water rolled along the muscle texture of his body, spread over his strong abdominal muscles, and then disappeared. Tang Ning couldn't take his eyes off such a hot, exciting and pleasing scene. Lu Siqing narrowed his dark eyes and quickly fastened his belt. Meeting his deep and gloomy gaze, Tang Ning realized her own misconduct and quickly stood up and said, "I'll get up and drink some water. I was so careless that I forgot there was one more person in the house." In order to avoid embarrassment, Tang Ning quickly walked to the drinking machine in the living room and poured herself a full glass of water. Just as she was about to drink it, she heard Lu Siqing's reminder from the side, "Don't drink cold water at night, add some hot water." As he approached, Tang Ning clearly felt the height difference between them. The original owner was not short, 165 centimeters tall, which was acceptable, but in front of Lu Siqing, she was only up to his shoulders, so she felt a strong sense of oppression and subconsciously took a step back. Lu Siqing frowned slightly and wanted to reach out to help Tang Ning, but before his hand touched her, Tang Ning dodged to the side and avoided Lu Siqing's hand, causing Lu Siqing's hand to stop in mid-air, looking extremely embarrassed. Finally, Lu Siqing took the cup from Tang Ning's hand, added hot water to it and handed it back to her. "Thank you." In order to avoid further embarrassment between the two, Tang Ning quickly returned to his room. In fact, from Lu Siqing's indescribable expression, Tang Ning knew that if it weren't for the child in her belly, Lu Siqing probably wouldn't want to even look at her. Wait. Before Tang Ning entered the door, Lu Xiqing shouted again. Tang Ning turned his head. Anything else? After Lu Xiqing looked at her, he turned his head and said, don't wear pajamas in the future. Tang Ning looked down at her pajamas and quickly closed the door. She was really out of her mind. She actually walked around in front of Lu Xiqing in her pajamas. You know, she is naked under her pajamas. This is really a big taboo. Tang Ning lay down on the bed and wanted to pound it in frustration. I don't know if it's because I slept too much before, or if it's because I just can't calm down, but as soon as I closed my eyes, Lu Xiqing's attractive figure with well-defined muscles automatically appeared in my mind. I usually fall asleep in seconds, but now I can't fall asleep no matter how hard I try. I toss and turn in bed. In the end, I even suffered from insomnia. The vibrating ringtone of the cell phone woke Tang Ning up. After turning off the ringtone, Tang Ning fell asleep again. Tang Ning didn't know how long she had slept, but she felt nauseous again. She got up from the bed skillfully and went to the bathroom to vomit. This has become a daily routine and she is getting used to it. After she finished vomiting, she started brushing her teeth. While brushing her teeth, she looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly remembered the call from the academic affairs office yesterday. She became anxious and went back to bed. She picked up her phone and saw that it was already 8:30. At 8:30, the first class in school has already begun. It wouldn't be a big deal if she didn't attend classes. With her abilities, whether in Chinese, math, English, astronomy, geography, physics or chemistry, she would have no problem coping with a final exam. But the original owner's major was in the School of History and Society, majoring in ideological and political education, and majoring in Marxist philosophy and the history of Western philosophy. In her opinion, philosophy is comparable to metaphysics. It really makes her at a loss and she has to go to class. Ning Ning, you're up. How do you feel today? Mrs. Rong asked hurriedly when she saw Tang Ning got up. Chapter 34, Forced Kiss. Tang Ning, however, looked hurried and anxious. What are you going to do in such a hurry? Mrs. Rong asked again. I have to go to school. Tang Ning explained as he walked out. School? Then you have to eat breakfast first. No, Mrs. Rong, I'm too late. Wait a minute. Mrs. Rong immediately ran to the table and put 2 steamed buns and a bottle of milk in a sealed bag for Tang Ning. They are filled with vegetarian fillings. Eat them on the way. Got it. Thank you, Mrs. Rong. I'll leave first. Tang Ning changed his shoes and went out. Fortunately, there is a subway station at the entrance of the community, which is very convenient. You can take the subway directly to the university town. However, no matter how hard Tang Ning rushed to school, the first class had already ended. Following the route remembered by the original owner, Tang Ning finally arrived at the school. However, the original owner's dormitory was in the West Campus, but her current classes were in the East Campus, so she still had to walk a long way. Seeing some of his classmates riding bicycles and some riding scooters, Tang Ning thought that maybe he should also get a simple means of transportation. It was just after class. Some students were carrying their textbooks to go to class, some were carrying thermoses back to the dormitory, and some were wearing pajamas and carrying lunch boxes to buy breakfast. Looking at the lively and unfamiliar environment in front of him, Tang Ning felt very novel. Is this college life? She has received strict devilish training since she was a child. No matter what knowledge she has, she must master it within a period of time. She has never entered a formal school to study, so she has always been full of curiosity and yearning for university. I never thought that one day I would have the chance to live a normal life. Although life now is not ideal, it is really nothing compared to before. It's this body that I really need to work harder, otherwise it will be really tiring to carry these extra dozens of pounds on my body. Tang Ning wanted to get to the School of Social Sciences and History in the East Campus as soon as possible, but he heard crazy screams coming from the front. When I looked up, I found that the road ahead was blocked by a dense crowd of people. Tang Ning observed the surroundings. This was the shortest way to the East Campus. If she took another route, she would have to take a long DT, which would not only waste time, but she was also unable to cope with the situation. Seeing that there was a small gap on the side of the road, Tang Ning estimated it and felt that it would not be a problem for him to walk through it. However, when she was halfway there, the crowd suddenly became agitated for some reason. Seventh Master, you are the most handsome. Seventh master, we love you." The screams were deafening. The person surrounded by the crowd was Luchabai, who had not appeared in school for a long time. He drives a flashy bright yellow sports car. The girls in the school have spontaneously formed a fan club for him, so whenever he shows up, these girls will surround him, and he quite enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. As soon as he gets off the car, he would blow kisses and wink at the girls from time to time, making these girls crazy. Tang Ning felt that the screams were too loud and she just wanted to leave the place quickly, but as Luchabai moved, the girls also moved with him and accidentally pushed Tang Ning. Before Tang Ning could stand firmly, he was pushed and shoved into the crowd. "You pushed me and I pushed you." Tang Ning naturally wanted to protect her belly, but she was squeezed from the edge to the center of the crowd. No one knew who fell, but like a domino effect, everyone fell forward. Tang Ning felt a little short of breathing and wanted to get out quickly, but someone pushed him from behind. Luchabai was waving and greeting everyone and just blew a kiss when he turned his head and saw a huge monster rushing towards him. Tang Ning looked at Luchabai's panicked face as her pupils gradually enlarged, and her brows furrowed. With her current reach, it would be no problem for her to fall to the side, but she first thought of the baby in her belly. If she fell to the side and landed directly on the hard concrete floor, it might be harmful to the baby, so she could only close her eyes and let herself pounce on Luchabai, letting him serve as her human cushion. Bang! Tang Ning protected her belly and pressed down on Luchabai, and her mouth hit the corner of his mouth. The chaotic accident scene. It's totally beyond words. Luchabai screamed. Tang Ning forcefully kissed the seventh young master. No one knew who suddenly shouted this, and the crowd suddenly surged forward crazily. Tang Ning was forcibly pulled up from the ground. This group of women attacked Tang Ning like crazy. "You fat pig, how dare you force yourself on the seventh young master? Shame on you. How dare you forcefully kiss the seventh young master? I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death." Some people punched and kicked Tang Ning, and some pulled Tang Ning's hair. It is said that a blind punch can kill a master, let alone the situation now where they are outnumbered. Tang Ning could not withstand 4 punches with her bare hands. Luchabai was still crying and jumping beside her, and joined others in cursing Tang Ning's shamelessness, adding fuel to the fire. These girls were even more excited and wanted to eat Tang Ning alive. Of course Tang Ning would not sit still and wait for death. She had never lost a fight. What's more, they are just a group of female students who are only good at fancy moves. If Tang Ning wasn't afraid of hurting the baby in her belly, she would have acted even faster. But there were too many people, and she ended up suffering some losses. Just as they were about to be at a disadvantage, a girl suddenly ran over from outside the crowd, dropped the bag on her shoulder, and kicked the 2 girls twice, knocking them to the ground. Internal and external cooperation. Tang Ning moved quickly and skillfully to deal with the girls inside who were acting like a threat. The girls outside the crowd also moved quickly and ruthlessly, helping Tang Ning to deal with most of the reinforcements. After a while, all the girls who were so excited just now lay on the ground screaming and crying. When seeing Luchabai in person, Tang Ning finally remembered why the original owner fell in love with Luchabai at first sight. It was a sunny afternoon, and the original owner was also on his way to school. Luchabai drove his flashy sports car past here, and both sides were surrounded by girls who were screaming. Luchabai flirted with them and blew kisses to them. One of the kisses happened to be directed at the original owner. Yang Xueni, who was standing nearby at the time, grabbed the original owner's arm and said, "Ning Ning, look, the 7th young master is blowing you a kiss. He must have seen you." Luchabai was a cynical, uneducated man, with the demeanor of a sloppy young man, but he had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that emitted sparkling sounds, facial features that were more delicate than a woman's, red lips and white teeth, and he would say a few sweet words from time to time. He really made these girls happy and willingly be seduced by his appearance. Chapter 35, White Cut Chicken. Now Luchabai was the only one standing aside with the lone commander. Seeing Tang Ning looking at him, he immediately stared at Tang Ning as if he was a terrified monster. "What do you want to do to me?" After saying that, he immediately covered his mouth, as if he was afraid that Tang Ning would kiss him forcefully again. Tang Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes with disdain. "I'm not interested in boiled chicken like you." Then she looked at the girl who had just helped her and was now picking up the bag from the ground. She tied her hair into a simple ponytail, and wore a simple white sweatshirt and slim jeans. Her legs were long, straight and strong. She wore a long beige windbreaker on the outside. The style was not new, but it looked particularly neat and handsome on her. During the fight just now, the girl's black-rimmed glasses were knocked to the ground. The moment she bent down to pick them up, Tang Ning saw a pair of almond-shaped eyes with slender corners. The deep pupils were like winter stars, cold and mysterious, which was shocking. But when she put on the glasses, it was like pearls covered with dust, which obscured all their brilliance. She instantly became ordinary and could be drowned in the crowd without being noticed. She leaned over and picked up the backpack on the ground, ready to turn around and leave. Seeing Tang Ning still standing there, she frowned and said, "Are you still not leaving? Haven't you had enough?" Tang Ning came to his senses and thought this girl was very interesting, so he raised his leg and followed her. But at this time, Luchabai covered his mouth and shouted, "Stop!" Tang Ning and the girl looked back together. You, Luchabai was so angry that he almost jumped to his feet. The girl next to Tang Ning looked at him and shook her fist, which frightened Luchabai so much that he took 2 steps back and said with red eyes, "You guys go." Tang Ning burst out laughing. Is this the legendary bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Show off, coward. The girl sneered at Luchabai and turned away. The original owner didn't have any real friends in this school except for a few good girlfriends. Even with the help of her good girlfriends, her popularity was not good, and being bullied was commonplace. Like today, someone helped her, which was really the first time in history, so Tang Ning asked curiously, "Why did you help me? Are you helping others when you see injustice?" "I'm not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business." The girl replied coldly, but then she told Tang Ning the answer, "Because you saved my sister yesterday, I'm repaying you for your kindness." Huh. Tang Ning remembered the woman who was being abused and whom he had rescued at the entrance of the mall yesterday. "Are you her sister?" Yesterday she only saw the back of a girl running towards her, but didn't see her face. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, she met her today. This is God's will. Just be kind and God will reward you. Yes, my sister wanted to thank you, but you left too fast. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. How is your sister now? Tang Ning didn't want to pry into other people's privacy. He just wanted to show his concern. A cold light flashed in the girl's cold eyes behind her glasses. "I have already filed for divorce in court. I will make that beast pay the price." Such a fierce tone, but Tang Ning likes it. Tang Ning felt that the girl in front of her was quite to her liking in terms of both skills and temperament, so she said, "My name is Tang Ning, what's yours?" "I know." The girl looked at Tang Ning, and a trace of inquiry flashed in her eyes behind the lenses. She had certainly heard of Tang Ning's name, but it seemed to be very different from the legend. Everyone has their own secrets. Thinking of this, Xu Yanshu's eyes returned to indifference. "My name is Xu Yangshu. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Xu Yangshu is an interesting girl. The class bell rang. Only then did Tang Ning remember his important business. Oops, I'm late for the second class. By the time she arrived at the classroom door, 15 minutes had passed. This is an English class, and the teacher is Ms. Sun, who is in her 30s. She is notoriously difficult to get along with. Any student who is late or leaves early in her class will be given a 0 on their grades, so no student dares to miss her class. Tang Ning bumped into the muzzle of her gun. "I'm sorry I'm late." As soon as Tang Ning finished speaking, Sun Ifang sneered and glanced at Tang Ning with a critical and disdainful look. "You are the kind of person who only drags down the whole class, it's better for you not to come." There were laughters from students below. Tang Ning frowned. How could a teacher say such harsh words to students? No wonder the original owner didn't want to come to school. All the students in the class were waiting for Tang Ning to cry. However, Tang Ning did not. "Why can't I come to school? I have paid the tuition." After saying that, she entered the classroom and walked towards the empty seat in the last row, as if she didn't take Sun Ifang seriously at all. Such an arrogant attitude made the whole class start to make a fuss when school started. This made Sun Ifang very angry. She picked up the chalk on the table and threw it at Tang Ning, but Tang Ning seemed to have eyes behind him and dodged it. The chalk fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Seeing this, Sun Ifang became even angrier and shouted angrily, "Tang Ning, stop right there. This is my class, you are late. Don't come in again, stand outside." "That's right, Fatty, you've disturbed our studies, get out now. This is Mr. Sun's rule." Let's go now and don't waste our time. That's right, having us take classes with a pig really lowers our IQ. IQ? Tang Ning's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the girls who had just spoken. He quickly searched his memory about these girls, and finally sneered, "Do you have this thing?" "What do you mean by that?" Several girls were not convinced and retorted, "We don't have it, do you? Stupid pig." Sun Ifang didn't like Tang Ning in the first place, and Tang Ning's talk back to her just now made Sun Ifang even more angry. So when she saw her classmates humiliating Tang Ning, Sun Ifang not only did not stop them, but instead stood on the podium and watched coldly. "If I'm a fool, then what are you guys? Retarded?" The girls' eyes turned red with anger. Tang Ning was always bullied by them and had no power to fight back. But they never knew that Tang Ning would dare to fight back against them in person today, and in such a sharp way, making her lose face in front of the whole class. Naturally, she would not let Tang Ning have an easy time. But at this moment, a lazy and cold scolding suddenly came from the corner. "It's so noisy. Who told me not to let me sleep?" The deep voice sounded as if washed by snow water from an iceberg. The sound passed through the ears, making every pore on the body seem to shrink. Chapter 36 I'm dirty. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Even Sun Ifang's expression changed. Only then did Tang Ning notice the boy sleeping in the corner. I saw him raise his head slightly, revealing a young, handsome and fair face with deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, thin lips, distinct facial contours and a clear and superior jawline. Because he slept on his stomach, one corner of his long, soft black hair was curled up. There was a hint of playfulness and cuteness in his world-weary dejection, like a cold and beautiful boy who walked out of a painting. Tang Ning has no memory of any direct contact with this classmate. All I know is that his name is Fu Chenju, he has a bad temper, and he usually doesn't talk to anyone. He just comes to school to sleep, and after class, he leaves. But even with such an arrogant and conceited attitude, the teacher never said a word to him. Because he was never late or left early, he slept through every class, never disturbed the teachers or other students, and he was so handsome. He was known as one of the two most handsome boys in Nanjing University, along with that boiled chicken Lu Chabai. Most importantly, it was said that his family was very wealthy, the type that the principal would smile and give way to whenever he saw him, so the teachers in the school turned a blind eye and let him do as he pleased. In their teacher training program, there are more girls than boys. There are 45 students in the class, 40 of them are girls and only 5 are boys. The other boys are all effeminate and short, but Fu Chenju is tall and handsome. It would be strange if he is not regarded as a national treasure. As soon as he opened his mouth, no girl dared to act rashly. Sun Ifang glared at Tang Ning. "What are you still standing there for? Sit down." Tang Ning looked around and found that there were only a few empty seats next to Fu Chenju. She walked towards him. When everyone saw that Tang Ning actually sat down next to Fu Chenju, their eyes widened in shock. The girl who had just quarreled with Tang Ning showed a gloating smile on her face, waiting for Fu Chenju to slap Tang Ning away. Even Sun Ifang was waiting to see a good show, but in the end, Fu Chenju seemed to be fast asleep and did not react at all, which disappointed everyone. Tang Ning smiled and looked at Sun Ifang on the stage. "Teacher, you are still not in class. Do you know that if you delay for 1 minute, you will delay the whole class for 45 minutes? Sun Ifang gritted her teeth, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She looked at Tang Ning and immediately said in very fast English, "Tang Ning, please stand up and read the 156 pages of the English book." Tang Ning raised her eyebrows. She had never expected Sun Ifang to be so stingy. This immediately made things difficult for her. 156 pages. Her books are all in the school dormitory and she forgot to get them. After a quick glance, she saw the book that Fu Chenju had put aside. The book is so new that even a corner has not been turned. Amid everyone's gasps, Tang Ning took the book directly. When I turned to page 156, I realized that this was an English document with many complex and profound words. According to the original owner's level, it was naturally impossible to read it. Sun Ifang was deliberately making her look bad. But she is Tang Ning. This level is nothing. Tang Ning was holding a book, and standard and fluent English with a British accent slowly came out of her mouth. The mouths of those who were waiting to see the show gradually opened into an O shape. No one had expected that Tang Ning, a fool, could read the entire document so fluently. Yang Xuanyi looked at the words in the book that she didn't know many of and asked the classmate next to her, Qingyar, did that idiot read it correctly? Li Qingyar is one of the best students in her class and receives a first-class scholarship every year. At this moment, Li Qingyar clenched the pen in her hand, with a look of shock and disbelief on her face. Tang Ning actually read all of them correctly. Among them, there were several words that she didn't even know. But hearing her read so fluently, there must be nothing wrong with them. Sun Ifang's unbelievable expression also showed that Tang Ning read them correctly. After reading the last word, he lay down, put down the textbook, and sat down by himself. Those students didn't react at all, and no one knew who started applauding, and then more applause broke out. Tang Ning suddenly realized that not everyone was annoying, at least some of her classmates were quite cute. She returned the book to Fu Chenju, thank you. But he didn't react at all, probably fell asleep again. After that, Sun Ifang wanted to find fault with Tang Ning again, but she seemed to have no reason to do so. She has read such difficult documents, so what else could be difficult for her? At the same time, he was very confused. Is this still the Tang Ning who was timid and would hide in the corner in class, curling up and trying to reduce his presence as much as possible? How is it possible for a person's English level to improve so much in a short period of time? Not only Sun Ifang was confused, but Yang Xuanyi also had the same doubts. Why has this idiot Tang Ning changed so much in such a short period of time? Not only does he know so many English words, but he has also tricked her so many times in a row. Thinking about how she not only maxed out all her credit cards at Lanting yesterday, but also owed a lot of credit card debt, Yang Xuanyi clenched her fists and her eyes became gloomy. I was worried that I couldn't find this idiot, but I didn't expect him to show up at my doorstep today. Because Sun Ifang didn't cause any more trouble, Tang Ning felt bored. Looking at Fu Chenju's dark back of the head, she wanted to sleep with him. It is normal for pregnant women to feel sleepy. But what she didn't know was that the entire campus forum was in an uproar at that moment. The photo of Tang Ning forcefully kissing Liu Chabai was taken and posted on the campus website. For a moment, it was like dropping a bomb into a septic tank. Aha, Tang Ning, you shameless bastard. How dare you forcefully kiss the 7th young master? I want to blast this fat pig to death. Oh my god, my 7th young master is so pitiful that he is being crushed by such a big pig. 7th young master's face is distorted. Is 7th young master okay? Your last confession failed, and now you're forcibly kissing the 7th young master in public. How can you be so despicable? Give me back the 7th young master's innocence. I feel so ashamed to be in the same school with such a person. Me too, Tang Ning, drop out of school. Yes, drop out. You've really brought shame upon our university. Agree to let her drop out of school. This way. As soon as Liu Xiqing returned to the office after the meeting, his WeChat account started ringing non-stop. He frowned and picked up his phone. The screen showed that Liu Xiqing had sent him more than a dozen messages, and the number was still increasing. When Liu Xiqing opened WeChat, he received a bunch of pictures from Liu Xiqing showing people throwing tantrums and crying. After patiently scrolling down more than a dozen pictures, Liu Xiqing finally turned from pictures to words to cry out. Brother, I'm dirty. Next is another picture of someone rolling on the ground. Then came another series of pictures of people crying loudly. Liu Xiqing had a headache. Only he could do such a childish thing. Then she continued to cry, Brother, I'm dirty, I'm dirty. Woo woo woo, I want to die now, why don't you just let me die? Woo woo woo. Chapter 37. Go back and wash it if it's dirty. I sent dozens of messages, but I still don't know what I wanted to say. Liu Xiqing replied directly, go wash it if it's dirty. Woo woo, Liu Xiqing sent another picture of himself covering his face and crying. Liu Xiqing had limited patience and really didn't have the time to play such childish games with him. What on earth was going on? Liu Chabai was lying on the bed at this moment, looking at the photo on the campus network forum. He really wanted to die. Which bastard dared to post such an ugly photo of him on the internet? His lifelong reputation was ruined just like that. After seeing the comments below urging Tang Ning to drop out of school, Liu Chabai finally felt a little relieved. That's right, he must not continue to stay in the same school with such a person, otherwise his innocence will be in jeopardy. He sent the photo directly to Liu Xiqing. Second brother, you have to help me, I was kissed forcibly, this fat pig pounced on me and took away my first kiss. What is even more infuriating is that the fat woman insulted him by calling him a boiled chicken. Is there a white-cut chicken as handsome as this one? But the most outrageous thing was the woman who helped her fight. She actually called him a show-off and a coward. How could he have that? At most, I'm just a little bit naughty and a little bit timid, that's all. Lu Xichin clicked on the WeChat picture and saw the person in the photo. His black pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Chibai was still crying and sending messages. Brother, this is my first kiss. I don't care, you have to help me find a way to get this fat woman to drop out of school. Otherwise, she would always find ways to attack me. This time she took away my first kiss, so will she take away my virginity next time? No, second brother, you have to find a way to protect me. Lu Xichin looked at the series of messages sent by Lu Chibai, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. He replied coldly, you gave your first kiss to someone in kindergarten. Second brother, how can they be the same? You don't love me anymore, and you actually help outsiders bully me. Feeling that this was not enough, Lu Chibai took screenshots of the comments under the photo and sent them to Lu Xichin. Second brother, look, this is what everyone wants. The public's eyes are sharp. There are so many calls for this fat woman to drop out of school. Lu Xichin dotes on him very much, so Lu Chibai knows that if such a serious incident happens, Lu Xichin will definitely stand on his side and seek justice for him. As a result, he waited for such a long time, and only received Lu Xichin's final reply, do you think you opened the school? If you say you will be expelled, then you will be expelled. He immediately asked someone to delete the post. Deleted the post. Why, brother? I said to retreat, so why are you talking so much nonsense? This is not my post, I don't have the authority to remove it. Lu Chibai said angrily, although he knew that this must have been posted by his fan club, he was the victim, how could he withdraw the post? But is that the point? The key point is to make this fat guy drop out of school. Why did his second brother ask him to remove the post? Second brother, do you really not love me anymore? Second brother. Lu Chibai sent a series of messages, but received no reply from Lu Xichin. He was unwilling to give up, so he sent it again, but he got a red exclamation mark and a verification message. Sorry, you are not the other party's friend yet. Please add the other party as a friend before sending a message. Lu Chibai jumped off the bed, unable to accept the reality. His second brother had blocked him. He actually blocked him, a man who had suffered such a great injustice. He can't accept it. He jumped up and down, unable to accept it. Why? Why did his second brother treat him like this? Does he really not love him anymore? Woo, Lu Chibai felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. After blocking Lu Chibai, WeChat finally quieted down. When Lu Xichin clicked on the photo Lu Chibai sent him again, his temples twitched again. When he investigated Tang Ning before, he knew that Tang Ning and Lu Xiaoqi were in the same school, and he also knew that she had bad intentions towards Lu Xiaoqi. He also met her by accident. As a result, she is now pregnant with his child, and she actually dares to do such a thing as attacking Lu Xiaoqi. She likes Lu Xiaoqi so much. There was a dark gloom in Lu Xichin's eyes, as if a storm was about to come. Tang Ning originally just wanted to take a nap, but he never expected that he would actually fall asleep. Finally, I was woken up by the person next to me. Tang Ning woke up slowly, and for a moment, he even forgot where he was. Her skin was very white, so white that it seemed translucent. The sunlight from the window fell on her eyelashes, lighting up her pupils. They were like stars in the winter desert, very bright, but lonely and cold, revealing vicissitudes of life and desolation. Slowly, consciousness returned and vision gradually became clear as I looked at the impeccably handsome face in front of me. This was the first time she looked at Fu Qinzhou's face so clearly. The school hunk is worthy of being the school hunk. The cold and abstinent comic character really suits him. When I woke up and saw such a face, even my morning grumpiness was calmed down. Fu Qinzhou frowned as Tang Ning stared at him so directly. No girl had ever been so bold as to look him in the eye like that. He glared at her, but Tang Ning didn't show any intention of turning her head. Instead, Fu Qinzhou cursed under his breath, looked away and packed up his textbooks. Tang Ning then realized that the get out of class had ended without him noticing. Except for her and Fu Qinzhou who overslept, everyone else in the classroom had left. I picked up my phone and saw that it was already 12:30. No wonder I felt a little hungry. Standing up and stretching, Tang Ning and Fu Qinzhou thanked him and walked out. Fu Qinzhou looked at Tang Ning's back, pursed his lips, and cursed himself. The moment he was stared at by the fat girl just now, he actually felt very nervous and even his heartbeat quickened. It really was like he saw a ghost. The students all went to the cafeteria to eat, so the teaching building was very quiet. Tang Ning wanted to go to the cafeteria on the middle campus to eat. Because there are 3 campuses, it is said that the food in the cafeteria of the central campus tastes the best. She even decided which 2 dishes she wanted to order. But when she looked up, she found a group of girls waiting for her with their arms folded, each with a malicious expression on their face. I had a good appetite and wanted to eat something, but I encountered such a group of obstacles. I felt bad immediately. It's not over yet, right? Tang Ning, I'm Zhang Xianing, the president of the Qishao Fans Club. I'm now officially notifying you on behalf of our fan club. You should drop out of school, the leading girl said proudly. Yes, you must drop out. The girls behind him all showed a common hatred for the enemy and glared at Tang Ning fiercely. We don't want to continue to go to the same school with you. We hate you. Well, I hate you too. Just drop out of school. I won't stop you. Tang Ning stood on the steps and said indifferently. President. Several girls behind stomped their feet in anger. Chapter 38 Playing Pigs and Eating Tigers. Just for this title of president, Zhang Xianing wanted to stand up and say, Tang Ning, you did such a hateful thing to the 7th young master. Our school will never tolerate you. If you know what's best for you, you can apply for withdrawal. If you don't, then wait for the school to expel you. Seeing Zhang Xianing's confident statement, Tang Ning laughed out loud. Your family owns this school. You can expel him just like that. You'll even be the president. You really think you're a piece of cake? Your parents spent money to send you to school just so you can show off in school. I'm sure you all know what happened today. If you don't want to be beaten, just get out. Tang Ning was too lazy to talk to them and waited for them to leave. In order to save face, Zhang Xianing even brought people upstairs. Tang Ning, you are refusing to accept my toast. Then don't blame us sisters for being rude to you. Tang Ning frowned slightly. She was not afraid of them, but this was on the stairs, so she was a little more cautious. While she was still considering how to make a move, Zhang Xianing suddenly stopped and even slowly began to retreat. Tang Ning felt strange and turned around to see that it was Fu Chenju coming downstairs with his school bag. From this perspective, Fu Chenju is really tall. He is wearing a white sweatshirt and sports pants. A lock of black hair falls on his forehead. His school bag is casually slung over his shoulder, giving him a youthful look. He walked downstairs with ease, and when he saw the people blocking the stairs, Zhang Xianing took the initiative to lead his men to retreat with just a glance. In fact, before the get out of class was over, Zhang Xiaoren and his men blocked the door of Tang Ning's classroom, waiting to settle the score with Tang Ning as soon as the get out of class was over. But when everyone in the classroom had left, they found Fu Chenju and Tang Ning sleeping on the table together. Zhang Xianing brought people to Tang Ning and wanted to take her outside the classroom to teach her a lesson. However, Tang Ning did not wake up. Instead, Fu Chenju woke up first and looked at them coldly. Everyone knows Fu Chenju's temper. He hates being disturbed when he sleeps. Zhang Xianing could only smile awkwardly, lead everyone out of the classroom, and then wait here for Tang Ning to come downstairs by herself. Zhang Xianing's men consciously moved to both sides, leaving a path for Fu Chenju. Tang Ning wanted to laugh when he saw this treatment. Fu Chenju threw his school bag over his shoulder and walked past Tang Ning downstairs. Seeing this, Tang Ning followed him spontaneously. Student Fu, let me treat you to a meal. Thank you for lending me a book during class. Zhang Xianing and the others were immediately filled with disdain when they heard this. This Tang Ning was really shameless. Not only did she forcefully kiss the 7th young master, but she even wanted to treat Fu Chenju to a meal. He has always been a loner, no strangers allowed. They were all waiting for Tang Ning to be rejected. Unexpectedly, Fu Chenju didn't say a word and didn't refuse. Doesn't that mean he agreed? Seeing Tang Ning following Fu Chenju through the path they had specially created for Fu Chenju, Zhang Xianing was so angry that she wanted to push Tang Ning from behind, but before she could do anything, she received a sharp glance from Fu Chenju, so she had to withdraw her hand embarrassedly. Tang Ning followed Fu Chenju downstairs smoothly. The two walked towards the school gate together. Fortunately, most of the students had either returned to the dormitory or were eating in the cafeteria, so there were not many people on the road. Fu Chenju was tall and had long legs, so his steps were naturally long. Tang Ning had to jog to catch up with him. Student Fu, what do you want to eat? In the cafeteria or in a restaurant? It was not until they reached the school gate that Fu Chenju spoke. No need, you go first. Glancing at the tail that had been following them stealthily, Tang Ning curled his lips and smiled slightly. What a proud and cold guy. Okay. Tang Ning suddenly felt that university life was really interesting. After having lunch in the cafeteria of the middle campus, I returned to the dormitory. Ever since she entered the cafeteria, people have been pointing fingers at her, but Tang Ning didn't take it seriously. However, when she opened the dormitory door, the lively conversation inside came to an abrupt end. The two people in the dormitory turned their heads to look at Tang Ning, staring at her as if they had seen a ghost. No wonder they were so shocked. Just now after class, when they saw the aggressive attitude of Zhang Xianing and his gang, they knew that Tang Ning was in great danger this time. But now she was standing in front of them intact, not even a hair was out of place. This was unscientific. Even Bai Xiao, who usually doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, was a little surprised. There was no class in the first period in the afternoon, and the second period didn't start until 3 o'clock. It was just the right time to take a nap. Tang Ning yawned and walked towards his bed. You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. They were talking about her, how could they pretend she didn't exist? After Tang Ning climbed onto the bed and lowered the curtain, Jing Miao and the other two looked at each other and whispered, the school forum is going crazy, why is she still acting like nothing happened? Yes, at this time of year normally, shouldn't she be hiding away and crying? Xin Yanfei was also puzzled. Jing Miao stole another glance at Tang Ning's bed. Why do I feel like Tang Ning is weird? She's different from before. Yes, I think so too. The English she read in the classroom just now was so standard, even better than that of Sun Ifang's Nun Mi Hu. Xin Yanfei was the one who accidentally led the applause just now. She stuck out her tongue and said, my ears are pregnant from listening to her. They are so soft. Zheng Miao looked at Bai Xiao, who had been silent the whole time. Xiao Xiao, what are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Bai Xiao is their dormitory head. She studies hard and her grades are among the best. Like Li Qingya, she is a recipient of a first-class scholarship. However, Li Qingya has always been aloof and looked down on classmates like them who came from ordinary backgrounds, so Bai Xiao naturally didn't get along with her. But Tang Ning is a good friend of Yang Xueni, who is in the same dormitory as Li Qingya. She is very close to the students in the next dormitory. On the contrary, she has a relatively cold relationship with her roommates. On weekdays, they just nod to say hello and do not have much contact with each other. Hey, Miao, Fei, do you think it's possible that Tang Ning has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all along? Xin Yanfei asked excitedly. Otherwise, how could a person change so much in such a short period of time? Not only did he suddenly become enlightened, but even his temperament and aura changed. Zheng Miao thought about it and shook her head. That's unlikely. What good will it do for her? We are all seniors and we will have to find an internship after the new year. But she hasn't completed all the credits. She won't be able to graduate next year. Xiao Xiao reminded her before to stay away from Yang Xueni and her group. Did she listen? She has been acting like a fool being used as a mobile ATM by Yang Xueni and her group. What's the point? Chapter 39. Her family is so poor. That's true. Xin Yanfei scratched his head, unable to figure it out. And, is it true that she forcefully kissed the seventh young master? Was she so brave? The gossip flames in Jing Miao's eyes were burning. Based on Tang Ning's timid personality before, they would never believe that she could do such a thing, but the photos have been taken and Tang Ning hasn't clarified anything, so is it true? Xin Yanfei also had the same gossipy curiosity. Yes, how about we ask? She glanced at Tang Ning on the bed. Zheng Miao quickly shook her head. You are stupid, the forum is like that, she must be very sad now. Hush, don't say anything. Tang Ning lay on the bed, listening to Jing Miao and Xin Yanfei chatting in what she thought were low voices, and found that her roommates were much cuter than those next door. And what do they mean by school forum? Tang Ning took out his cell phone and opened the campus forum. A post about a fat pig forcefully kissing the seventh young master was pinned high up on the page, with a red word, explosion, at the end. When Tang Ning clicked on the post, she saw the photo of herself pinning Lu Chabai down. There were nearly 10,000 comments below the post, and the most popular one was for her to drop out of school. To say that the scene was a blast is no exaggeration. Look at the title of the post again, Forced Kiss. Is this called a forced kiss? It goes without saying that this kind of post must have been posted by those idiots in Luchabai's fan club, with the intention of using public opinion to force her to drop out of school. While scrolling, the posts suddenly stopped appearing. Tang Ning logged out and saw that the posts were gone. Was it deleted by the network administrator? Tang Ning had no choice but to put down his phone. The dormitory suddenly became quiet. Zheng Miao and Shen Yanfei went to the library to return books. Only the sound of Bai Xiao reciting an English text in a low voice reached Tang Ning's ears. Having overslept just now, Tang Ning really couldn't fall asleep now, so he simply closed his eyes and listened to Bai Xiao reciting the English text. But soon, she discovered the problem. She leaned on the pillow, feeling really bored, so she helped Bai Xiao correct some of his problematic pronunciations. Bai Xiao had good grades and her English written test scores were not bad either, but spoken English had always been her weak point. Due to her family environment, she only started learning English in junior high school, and mostly relied on self-study. Therefore, she could memorize words by rote, but pronunciation had always been her weak point. No matter how hard she tried, it always sounded weird and stiff, making people feel uncomfortable. So Bai Xiao was shocked and envious when Tang Ning read the English literature from the textbook so fluently in class just now. She could only redouble her efforts. After Tang Ning's guidance, Bai Xiao tried it again and found it much smoother. At least he no longer felt like his tongue was tangled and couldn't turn. Although he was curious, seeing that Tang Ning had no intention of continuing the conversation, Bai Xiao did not disturb her. Yang Xuanyi had a nice nap. When Yang Xuanyi thought about how Tang Ning had been bullied by Zhang Xianing and the others and was crying in some corner, she felt relieved. This fat girl actually dared to cheat her last time, so she will let her taste the feeling of being bullied to death. It was almost time for class, so she opened the door holding her textbook. Coincidentally, Tang Ning and Bai Xiao had just walked to the door of their dormitory. The two met each other. Yang Xuanyi was so shocked to see Tang Ning standing in front of her unharmed that her eyes almost popped out. Bai Xiao thought Tang Ning would go find this best friend, so he just left. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning followed him without changing her expression, and didn't even say hello to Yang Xuanyi. Noticing Bai Xiao's attention, he asked, "What's wrong?" A strange feeling lingered in Bai Xiao's heart. She thought about it, but shook her head and said nothing. I don't know what Fu Chenju said to those people, but the afternoon classes went surprisingly smoothly and no one bothered Tang Ning anymore. It was just that the content of the class, the history of Western philosophy, Nietzsche, Copernicus, etc., made Tang Ning confused and he almost fell asleep again. Finally, the class was successfully completed. Yang Xuanyi took the initiative to come over, took Tang Ning's arm and said, "Ning Ning, get out of class is over. Let's go and have dinner together. We'll eat your favorite braised pork and braised spare ribs." When she heard the word meat, Tang Ning felt nauseous. She curled her lips and looked at Yang Xuanyi. Had the wound healed so quickly and she forgotten the pain? Tang Ning smiled slightly. "Are you treating me?" Yang Xuanyi's face froze immediately. When she and Tang Ning were having meals, when did they ever pay the bill? Wasn't it always Tang Ning who rushed to pay? Did the last time I tricked her bring back bad karma? When she thought of what happened last time, a hint of viciousness flashed in Yang Xuanyi's eyes. Tang Ning did not miss the look in her eyes, so he was sure that she was planning something bad. In order to carry out the next plan, Yang Xuanyi had to apologize with a smile. "Yes, Ning Ning, it's my treat. Let's go, I'll treat you to your favorite braised pork and braised spare ribs." Tang Ning smiled and pulled his arm out of Yang Xuanyi's hand. "Although this is the first time you want to treat me to a meal after we have known each other for so long, I am very happy, but I want to go home to eat, so you should go by yourself." Bai Xiao and Zheng Miao hadn't left yet. When they heard Tang Ning's words, Zheng Miao was the first to exclaim, "Yang Xuanyi, you've been going in and out with Tang Ning every day for the past few years. It turns out you've never paid for a meal." "Yes, it's been almost 4 years, and you haven't treated Tang Ning to a meal. How can you feel embarrassed?" Shen Yanfei also shouted loudly, attracting the attention of other students. Yang Xuanyi blushed immediately. "That's right, that's what Ning Ning wanted to treat me. Ning Ning, don't you think so?" Tang Ning nodded vigorously. "Yes, every time you eat, you tell me that your family is so poor, your mother is not in good health, and you have 3 young siblings to take care of. You are so poor that you can't even afford to eat. I feel sorry for you, so I treat you to a meal. She's poor? Are you kidding me? Zheng Mianmian screamed and pulled Tang Ning to her side. Tang Ning, open your eyes and look carefully. What is she wearing? Chanel. Look at what she is carrying. It's LV. If she is poor, then what are we? Beggars? Look at what you are wearing. You still want money to treat her to a meal. Are you stupid? Tang Ning lowered his head. His voice was not loud but very clear. But Xuanyi has always told me that her father is a gambler and the family is in debt. She borrows money from me every month. What's more, the things she carries and wears are all knockoffs. They were all bought on PXX. The students who had originally left came back to watch the show. Chapter 40: Paying Debts. Yang Xuanyi is a person who flatters the powerful and bullies the weak. She looks down on some classmates from ordinary families and likes to hang out with some second-generation rich people from wealthy families. When people see the way she dresses, they think her family is well off and she is very rich. Who would have thought that she actually relies on borrowing money from Tang Ning every month and swiping Tang Ning's meal card to make a living? She shows off her LV perfumes all day long, but it turns out they were all bought at PXX. Yang Xuanyi never thought that the secret she had kept for 4 years would be exposed by Tang Ning in public. For a moment, her face turned red and she became angry and embarrassed. Tang Ning, don't talk nonsense. It's not true. No. Is what your classmate said true? Is your family actually very rich? Are the things you wear real brand names? They are not knockoffs at all. Then can you return all the money I have lent you over the years? I have all the transfer records here. Tang Ning said, seemingly mustering up the courage. Yes, pay back the money, and the meal money for all these years. Zheng Mianmian really didn't expect that Tang Ning had been cheated so much by Yang Xuanyi without saying a word. For a moment, her sense of justice overflowed, and she helped Tang Ning to ask for the money. Yang Xuanyi really hated Tang Ning and Zheng Mianmian. My eyes are red with anger. She had put herself in a situation where she could not back down. If she admits that she has no money and her family is very poor, then the image she has worked so hard to build for so many years will be destroyed. She has worked so hard to build good relationships with those rich second generations for so many years, just to find a rich man to marry after graduation. Now it has come to this point. But if she admitted that her family was rich, she would have to pay back the money. Over the years, she couldn't even remember how much money she had taken from Tang Ning, and she had squandered it all long ago. The last time she paid so much at Lanting, she had to max out all her cards to get the money together. The repayment date is next month, and she still wants to get some money from Tang Ning. Not knowing what to do, with everyone watching her in anticipation, Yang Xuanyi suddenly burst into tears with red eyes. Ning, how could you do this? You clearly said that we are best sisters, your money is my money, and you told me not to be polite with you. Zheng Mianmian was so angry that she laughed. Yang Xuanyi, how can you be so arrogant? Her money is your money. Are you her mother or is she your mother? So what Tang Ning said is true. In fact, your family has no money at all. Then why have you been pretending to be a rich second generation for so many years and being so arrogant in front of us? That's right. Oh, don't change the subject. How much money have you taken from Tang Ning over the years? Tang Ning, you have the transfer records, right? Ask her to pay back the money, and we will testify for you. Xin Yanfei and Zheng Mianmian belong to the same group and have an overflowing sense of justice. At this point, Yang Xuanyi can no longer care about so many things. Even if people know that her family has no money, it is better than asking her to pay back so much money. She could only insist. Tang Ning voluntarily transferred it to me. Are you volunteering? Bai Xiao asked Tang Ning. Tang Ning shook his head with an innocent look on his face, and took out the chat history on his phone. Shui and I always asked me to borrow it. Bai Xiao took the phone and took a look. Sure enough, their chat records were basically about borrowing money and transferring money. At the beginning, Yang Xuanyi would take the trouble to make up some excuses, but later on, she would just directly ask Tang Ning to transfer some money to her. Later on, it was like Tang Ning paid Yang Xuanyi a fixed salary every month, which was unbearable to watch. Bai Xiao showed the chat records to everyone. Yang Xuanyi, how can you say that Tang Ning voluntarily gave it to you with such a big word of borrowing? It is clear who is telling the truth and who is lying. Those classmates who were looked down upon by Yang Xuanyi immediately turned against her. Yarn Shuani, you are just a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. That's right, she pretends to be a rich girl, but she's actually poorer than us, and she still has the nerve to laugh at us. So, Yarn Shuani, those brand name items you were wearing were all real, but you actually bought them with Tang Ning's money, and then you lied to Tang Ning and said they were fakes bought from PXX. Tang Ning lowered her head and smiled slightly. She really wanted to give Jing Miao a thumbs up. This girl is very smart. Yan Shuani had lost all face and could no longer stay there, so she ran out crying. Zheng Miao snorted, "You run away when you can't win the argument. I really didn't expect there are people with such thick skin. Tang Ning, you are such a sucker." Tang Ning could only smile. "You're still laughing. You better calculate how much money she has taken from you over the years. You must ask her for it back later." In fact, Tang Ning knew that the money would most likely not be returned, but she was still happy for Jing Miao, Shen Yanfei, and by Xiao's righteous voice, "Okay, when I get the money back, I'll use it all to treat everyone to a meal." "No, then what's the difference between us and Yan Shuani?" Zheng Miao said immediately, "I'm not asking you to treat me to a meal, I just can't stand her arrogance." "Me too." Shen Yanfei quickly raised his hand to express his opinion. "Well, but thank you very much anyway. I will treat you to dinner." "Thank you." Bai Xiao said, "Didn't you say you promised your family to go back for dinner? Go back early. You can have dinner another day." "Okay, there is a long way to go. Then I'll be leaving first. Goodbye." Today was a very exciting day. On their way, he called his grandfather again. From his grandfather's voice, he knew that he had recovered well and was in high spirits. Tang Ning felt even better and told his grandfather that he would go back to see him on the weekend. Okay, bring Xiaolu back with you then. I don't know how Lu Xichen got the old man's favor and why he likes him so much." Tang Ning had no choice but to agree with a smile. "I understand, Grandpa." Grandpa Tang gave Tang Ning some more advice, asking her to take care of her health, and then they hung up the phone. The subway arrived at the station just in time, and Tang Ning hummed a little tune all their way home. Ning Ning is back. As soon as Tang Ning opened the door, Mrs. Rong came out from the kitchen with a smile on her face. "You look so happy, is there something good?" "It's okay, I just think going to school is good. The sun shines on the earth, and there is darkness everywhere, but there are always more good people in this world." On this day, she met so many interesting people including Xu Yangshu, Fu Chenju, Jing Miao, Shen Yanfei and Bai Xiao. How could she not be in a good mood? Looking at the people who used to surround the original owner, they were really blind. As long as you are happy, pregnant women must keep a good mood so that the baby they give birth to will be beautiful. Mrs. Rong also said with a smile. "The baby born is beautiful?" Tang Ning had never really thought about what the child would be like. If he looked like Lu Xichen, he should be really pretty, right? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Go wash your hands. Your husband will be home soon and will be ready for dinner.